The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 20th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marionette Miller Meeks to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Mike Lyczak. Mike grew up in the little village community in Chicago, and like many of us, his politics were shaped by firsthand experience, fighting discrimination, Chicago machine politics and rule, and standing up for working people. He wasn't just a political strategist, he was a founding architect of multi-ethnic, multiracial coalitions and solidarity in Chicago. He helped build the 22nd Ward independent political organization, pouring his energy into electing Rudy Lozano and Harold Washington, and into building a movement that could outlast any one campaign. His love for history and model making reflected his meticulous mind. His wit brightened every room. He was a devoted father and a beloved husband to the late Caroline Downs and Benjamin Lyczak. He was a devoted father and, of course, will be deeply missed, but his legacy of courage and solidarity will live on in all of us. Rest in power, Mike Lizard Lyczak. I yield back. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak against the Republican budget, a cynical plan that gives tax breaks to billionaires while ripping away health care and food from working families like those I represent. This Republican tax scam would kick off nearly 14 million Americans off their health care, leaving them without coverage. In my district, a mother working nights and caring for her family by day told us that she doesn't know how they'll survive if Medicaid is cut. Her child relies on it for epilepsy medication. Without it, there's no safety net, just fear and uncertainty. This budget slashes Medicaid and SNAP, taking food from children, from seniors, from veterans, and people with disabilities. Even Republican senators called it morally wrong. In my district alone, 278,000 people rely on these programs. Republicans want to take that away. We can't allow them to continue to loot this country dry. America was not built for billionaires to hoard wealth while kids go hungry. Tax them fairly, fully now. I yield back. Madam Speaker, I rise to oppose the Trump administration's double tax on remittances, part of a broader war on working-class immigrants that punishes those who contribute the most to our national economy. When immigrants send money home, they're not just helping loved ones. They're keeping entire communities afloat in countries like Mexico, Nigeria, and the Philippines. By cutting off vital support to families abroad, this tax deepens poverty, it weakens stability, and it drives more people to migrate out of desperation. Instead of asking the ultra-wealthy to pay what they owe, they're shifting the burden to the people who can least afford it. Undocumented immigrants alone pay $580 billion in federal, state, and local taxes to our country, more than some of the ultra-rich who claim patriotism but hide under their wealth and abuse the system. It's a double standard that undermines our economy and our values. This isn't just bad policy, it's an unjust double tax on the very people who power our economy and our communities. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ariel. Thanks. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I take the floor this morning of the People's House in memory of the late Danny Ryan, or Budzo, to those who were lucky enough to have known him. Danny Ryan passed away earlier this month, and his absence, like his presence, has left a profound impact on all the people and communities he touched throughout his nearly 82 years of life. Danny Ryan was born in the Savin Hills section of Dorchester in the city of Boston, Massachusetts, and remained devoted to the community throughout his life. He was involved in Dorchester youth sports, volunteered in youth soccer before it was popular, coached Little League. He was a huge supporter of the Dorchester Boys and Girls Club, coached girls basketball, and performed 1,000 other acts of kindness, often with his special needs family members, Michael or Rocco, in tow, the kind of things that would turn a cluster of three-deckers with people speaking 7 different languages into a single community. Danny's official title was court officer for the Boston Municipal Court, and for over 30 years, Budzo's job was to stand in court at the judge's elbow, ostensibly as security, but in reality as a witness, as every sad, sorry, or sinister episode on the court's calendar that day proceeded to judgment. That experience put Danny in a position to see humanity day after day, arraignment after arraignment, at its worst moments. Abject poverty, broken families, homelessness, domestic violence, gang violence, and much of it fueled by a desperate lack of opportunity and a numbing level of substance abuse. It was enough to make anyone lose hope. But while the court may have rendered judgment, Danny Ryan did not. It appeared to have the opposite effect on Danny. It seemed to open his heart. Many believe that it was through that experience that Danny found his true purpose in life. He figured it out. He often recited the fact that 90% of the cases that came before the court and 90% of the sentenced individuals had underlying substance abuse issues that were really at the root of their offensive behavior. And he had this idea that if you could just get at that source, that substance abuse disorder, and fix that problem, the other stuff either went away or became more manageable. Danny just didn't preach sobriety, he lived by example. Danny was sober for over 51 years, and he was extremely proud and grateful to be part of the wider recovery community. For over 15 years, Danny was on the board of the directors for the Gavin Foundation, a hugely successful substance abuse treatment program, and he played a big role in helping the Gavin Foundation expand and diversify their services into different populations across the city and to the city of Quincy. During AA meetings, Danny was always the first to welcome new members and offer them help and guidance on their journey. There is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that Danny Ryan helped keep families together and saved hundreds of lives. He became transformed into someone whose purpose and passion in life was for helping others. No matter what their situation, he treated everyone with dignity and respect. If someone needed help, meeting them or going halfway was never enough. He made it his business to go out of his way to assist those in need. Danny was a proud graduate of Boston College High School and a recipient of the Paul J. Hunter Man for Others Award, which is given to people who demonstrate high moral character and a strong sense of service to others. That was Danny. In fact, one of his favorite mottos to live by was, try to help 3 people a day. Danny and his wife Dottie have 4 beautiful daughters, Melissa, Shannon, Danielle, and Casey. He was a proud husband, father, and grandfather, blessed with 8 grandchildren. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I pray that Danny Ryan's life and his work might serve as an example to us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in complete outrage, not just in opposition to this Republican budget bill. Behind the talking points, behind the smug press conferences, buried deep in the fine print, it's all there. 13.7 million Americans will lose their health care, and millions of families will see their food assistance taken away. That's not my opinion. Those are the numbers from the Congressional Budget Office. So when Republicans tell you, don't worry, no one's losing coverage, or we're not cutting SNAP, understand they are lying to you and they know it. This bill is so shameful that they're moving forward at 1 a.m. in the morning tonight, in the dead of night. Why? Because they hope you're asleep. They don't want you paying attention. They don't want you to know what they're in fact truly doing. They hope you are not watching, and they hope no one notices until it is too late. But Texans are paying attention, and I'm here to sound the alarm on this outrageous bill. In Texas, over 5 million people depend on Medicaid, children with disabilities, working moms, aging parents in nursing homes. These cuts will lead to fewer doctors, longer wait times, hospitals closing, and yes, people will die because they can't get the care that they need. Let me tell you about Stephanie, a mom from Richardson, Texas. Her son was born with spina bifida. His entire life depends on the care they get through an emergency Medicaid waiver, his equipment, his treatment, his survival. And Republicans in this chamber will take that care away from Stephanie's 11-year-old son. And for what? Why are we doing this? Why are we causing so much pain across so many families in this country who depend for basic needs so that Trump and his friends can have a huge tax cut? The other thing that is deeply concerning is we have an incredibly large deficit. And all the Republicans peacock around parading about how atrocious the deficit is. But this bill is going to add $4 trillion to the deficit. It is not conservative. It is not principally financially prudent, responsible legislation. It is outrageous and borderline criminal against the people of this country. And let's talk about food assistance. 1 in 7 Texans rely on SNAP. At a time when Trump's tariffs have made groceries more expensive than ever, Republicans want to take food off the tables of families who are just trying to get by. This isn't about fiscal responsibility. It's about cruelty. It's about choosing hedge fund managers and people like Elon Musk over hungry kids. Hungry kids. Budgets are moral documents, and this one being put up by House Republicans is morally bankrupt. I will not be voting for a bill that abandons families like Stephanie's and lets kids go hungry, that sells out our most vulnerable neighbors just to pay for another tax break for those who definitely do not need one. And if you're a member of this body who claims to care about life, liberty, or your own constituents, you should not vote for it either. Because if you show me your budget, I'll show you your values. And Republicans have made their values crystal clear. They value a handful of wealthy people in this country over the millions of hardworking families who depend on their United States government. And with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate
an educator, a force for justice, an unapologetic champion of our Chicago communities, and my friend, Stacey Davis Gates. Stacey is a high school social studies teacher, a Southsider, a wife, and a mother. But for many, she is best known as president of the Chicago Teachers Union and executive vice president of Illinois Federation of Teachers. Stacey's leadership has called us to bargain for our collective good, to think about how organized labor can win bold campaigns that build the schools and the communities and the city that our children deserve. In 2019, she helped lead a 15-day strike and negotiated a historic contract that ensured a nurse and a social worker in every Chicago public school. She secured sanctuary protections for our immigrant families and supported students and families experiencing homelessness. Putting Chicago's children at the center of everything she does, she has worked to build a collective of community and electeds to create opportunities for our communities, at times confronting head-on corporate and charter interests, always putting our children at the center of what she does. And so on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my sincere honor to commend Stacey Davis Gates for her dedication to educational equity in our city, in our state, and our nation. Thank you, Stacey. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my friends and constituents, Madeline Talbot and Keith Kelleher, for a lifetime of labor organizing, community solidarity, and deep love. Madeline Talbot spent 37 years building Acorn and Action Now with thousands of due-paying members, helping to start the Fight for 15 in Chicago, a campaign that grew nationally and eventually brought $15 an hour to over 22 million workers across the country. Keith Kelleher founded ULU Local 880 and eventually became the president of SEIU Healthcare, Illinois, Indiana, Missouri, and Kansas, and international vice president of SEIU. He built the largest union local in Chicago and Illinois from only 7 dues-paying members in 1983 to over 90,000 home care, child care, and healthcare members today. Madeline and Keith have been partners in love and organizing since 1979. They have left a lasting mark in our community, labor, and political organizing, and they've trained thousands of people to ensure the movement continues. And they've raised an incredible family, including their 2 daughters, Eileen and Ryan, who continue their organizing legacy. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my privilege to commend Madeline Talbot and Keith Kelleher for their exceptional contributions as organizers and as a commitment to community and a fight for justice. Thank you and congratulations. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my constituent from Wheaton, Victor Gomez, for his achievement as one of 2025 Illinois State Teachers of the Year. An educator in East Leiden High Schools, Victor Gomez is a passionate teacher who for 6 years has transformed the lives of students. Through his commitment to bilingual education, he has created more welcoming, culturally competent classrooms where students are challenged and inspired to pursue their goals. Mr. Gomez is also a mentor to aspiring bilingual educators, and in partnership with Elmhurst University and the Noyes Pride STEM Teacher Scholars Program, he empowers educators from diverse backgrounds to bring their wisdom, their voice, and their experience to the profession. As a fluently bilingual Latina, daughter of immigrants, I know the importance of having teachers and mentors who look and sound like me. So Victor, on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my privilege to commend you for nurturing equity in our classrooms, encouraging leadership in our communities, and building educators who reflect the diversity of our multiracial, multicultural democracy. And congratulations again on winning Illinois Teacher of the Year. Congratulations, felicidades. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer a resolution honoring one of the most uncompromising voices for freedom in American history, abolitionist John Brown, on the occasion of the 225th anniversary of his birth. Born on May 9th in the year 1800 in Connecticut, John Brown was a man who did not simply believe in the cause of abolition, he lived for it. He fought for it, and ultimately, he died for it. From 1844 to 1854, John Brown and his family lived in Akron, Ohio, where he partnered in business with Colonel Simon Perkins, the son of the city's founder. In fact, the house that John Brown lived in was just on the same street where I grew up, just a few hundred yards away. And the constant reminder to fight for what was right was constant and present in my life. John Brown was so much more than a businessman. He was a freedom fighter. His home in Akron became a stop on the Underground Railroad, where he harbored enslaved people who escaped and sought safety in a new life in a more enlightened part of the world. Later, in Springfield, Massachusetts, Brown used his wool warehouse as another station on the Underground Railroad. He offered dignity, protection, and skills to those who escaped slavery and freedmen, including on how to farm and sustain themselves in a life free from bondage. He used his wool business as a means to travel, to connect, and to advance the cause of abolition across state lines. But when Congress passed the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, which made it a federal crime to aid a runaway slave and compelled even free states to enforce slavery, Brown took a very bold step. He organized the League of Gileadites, encouraging African Americans to train in arms to defend their freedom against re-enslavement. He made clear freedom was not a privilege, it was a right worth defending. In 1855, Brown and his sons traveled to Kansas, a territory torn by violent conflict over whether it would enter the Union as a free or a slave state. There he joined anti-slavery forces in what became known as Bleeding Kansas. He believed that slavery could not be voted away or reasoned away, it had to be confronted. And in October of 1859, John Brown led one of the most daring and polarizing actions in American history. At Harper's Ferry, Virginia, he led a raid on the United States arsenal, intending to initiate a slave revolt. Although the raid ultimately failed and Brown was captured, tried, and executed, he succeeded in forcing a divided nation to confront the moral crisis of slavery. Mr. Speaker, John Brown's methods remain the subject of debate, but the righteousness of his cause is not. He understood what so many were unwilling to admit, that slavery was a profound evil, this country's original sin, and that waiting for gradual change meant accepting the continued suffering of millions. The House of Representatives now has the opportunity to formally recognize his legacy. This resolution honors and commemorates the 225th anniversary of John Brown's birth and recognizes the generational impact that John Brown had on the abolitionist movement and enduring contributions to ending slavery in the United States of America. John Brown's life reminds us that moral courage often requires action, uncomfortable, unpopular, and even dangerous action. And his legacy belongs not only to our past, but to our ongoing struggle for justice today. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes a gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tonight, in the middle of the night, in darkness, away from the view of the American people, hidden in some committee room in the Capitol, the Rules Committee will meet. They're scheduled to meet at 1 a.m. in the morning, when Americans are sleeping, when families are resting, awaiting the next day. They scheduled there to meet to discuss at length Medicaid cuts. More than half of the residents in the district that I have the privilege to represent, the 13th Congressional District, encompassed by Harlem, East Harlem, Washington Heights, Inwood, and the Northwest Bronx, more than half, close to 500,000 of my constituents are Medicaid recipients. They receive primary and emergency health care. Almost 4 million residents in New York City, half of the city, rely on Medicaid. So, Mr. Speaker, this discussion that will be held in the middle of the night, when most Americans will not be tuned in, is a life and death discussion about cuts to perhaps the most important program, federal program, that impacts the daily health and life of people across the country, the Medicaid program. Again, over 3 million New York City residents are also enrolled in the New York State Medicaid pharmacy program, the so-called OTC program, the over-the-counter program, which allows coverage of prescription drugs and certain over-the-counter medication and goods, including food. And so this is a life and death discussion that our Republican colleagues are having in the middle of the night. After promising the American people that Medicaid would be saved from deep cuts, Republicans spend time and will spend time delivering a bill that will devastate, again, Mr. Speaker, will devastate Medicaid enrollment rates. And this, again, will happen in the middle of the night. They're scheduled to meet at 1 a.m. in the morning. 14 million Americans will lose their health care, and safety net hospitals will be in danger of closing. Yes, even senior homes, nursing homes will be facing severe cuts and potential closing. And people could die. This is a life and death discussion, Mr. Speaker. All of this to pay for severe tax cuts for the very wealthy. The bill will require harsh work requirements for Medicaid recipients. It will force people that are ill or sick to go to work to receive the benefits that the program offers. That will terminate coverage for millions of low-income Americans, including seniors, children, and veterans. Republicans also have introduced a $300 million cut on the SNAP program, yes, on food stamps, which would impact 300,000 people in my district, many of them children and seniors that rely on the benefit to eat. 35% of them, Mr. Speaker, are children. This will be the largest cut to the food stamp program in our nation's history. So in the middle of the night, Republicans will cut Medicaid and will cut food stamps when people are not watching. This is nothing more than a GOP tax scam that gives billions of dollars in tax break to millionaires and gives nothing back to working class family, but empty stomachs and Medicaid debt to the working class.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, billionaire wins and families lose with this bill. I yield back. Let's fight back.
The chair recognizes the member from Delaware, Representative McBride, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Anchor Act, a bipartisan bill to protect American maritime research and strengthen our national security. The University of Delaware's research vessel, the Hugh R. Sharp, is a floating lab used by scientists and students to study everything from our ocean health to fisheries to coastal storms, all of this happening right off of the coast of Delaware. But right now, these vessels are often running on outdated technology, and that makes them sitting ducks for cyber attacks from hackers and foreign adversaries. That's why I'm proud to co-sponsor the Anchor Act, which directs the National Science Foundation to develop a plan to upgrade cybersecurity and communications across the U.S. academic research fleet, including the SHARP. Because a secure country relies on secure labs, even the ones at sea. Protecting the SHARP and our entire academic research fleet helps Delaware track sea level rise and protect our coastal communities, a big deal for the lowest lying state in the nation. That's why I have also submitted a $1.5 million funding request to make sure the SHARP gets upgrades that it needs. The Anchor Act passed out of committee with bipartisan support, and I urge my colleagues to vote to get it over the finish line. Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, I joined veterans, families, and care providers to celebrate 75 years of service at the Wilmington VA Medical Center, a facility that provided 338,000 appointments last year alone. That's visits to a primary care doctor, a dentist, drug and alcohol counseling. Every single one of those visits is fulfilling a sacred promise that the government has made to show up for those who have sacrificed for all of us. As we head into Memorial Day weekend, we must recognize the responsibility that we have as elected officials, not just on Monday, but every day of the year, to honor those who have given their last full measure of devotion by fulfilling our commitment to all of those who have served our country. Our country has long recognized the value of service by promising our veterans that no matter who sits in the Oval Office or behind this dais, they will be cared for and protected. But today, that promise is in jeopardy. Nearly 6,000 veterans have already been summarily fired by the Trump administration. And now they're pushing a plan to lay off 80,000 of the very workers who process benefits and facilitate life-saving care through the VA. And if that weren't enough, as I speak, congressional Republicans are continuing to advance a budget that would slash support for veterans even further, undermining health care, housing assistance, and food support. Let me be clear. You don't support veterans by handing them a folded flag with one hand and cutting their lifelines with the other. More than 1.6 million veterans rely on Medicaid for their health coverage. If House Republicans succeed in their slash and burn proposal, it will mean real harm for veterans and their families. My constituents are warning me, and they're right, that cuts to SNAP, Medicaid, and VA services will fall hardest on disabled and aging veterans, especially in rural areas and communities of color. House Republicans have chosen to unilaterally pursue a budget that puts tax cuts for billionaires ahead of care for the people who wore the uniform. That's not just bad budgeting. It's a betrayal of our promise. Delaware's veterans and veterans across this country don't need slogans. They need support. They need stable housing. They need accessible health care. They need us to keep our promise to them. Veterans who fought for our country should not be forced to fight for the coverage and assistance that they earned long ago. I didn't come to Congress to sanction cruelty. I came to keep our word, to ensure that the veterans I met at the Wilmington VA and the tens of thousands more across Delaware are treated not as political props, but as patriots deserving dignity. This Memorial Day, I urge my colleagues to follow the famous charge of President Lincoln. Any nation that does not honor its heroes will not long endure. No mission is more important or righteous. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Taylor, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to shine a light on a critical subject that impacts each one of us as well as the ones we love, mental health. Established by Congress in 1949, May was designated as Mental Health Awareness Month to increase awareness of the importance of mental health and wellness. Mental health is about more than just illness. It's about well-being, resilience, and the ability to cope with the various challenges we experience day to day. These challenges don't discriminate. They impact people of every age, background, and community, and many suffer in silence out of fear of being judged or misunderstood. For many years, this topic was highly stigmatized, but this is fortunately changing. And this month, I'm honored to bring attention to it. Mental Health Awareness Month is part of that change and a reminder to prioritize rest, connection, and the things that contribute to our overall wellness. In our great Buckeye State, we're grateful to have multiple resources available to help Ohioans in times of need. The Ohio Department of Mental Health and Addiction provides resources and readily available services with their Ohio Care Line, available 24 hours a day and 7 days a week to offer emotional support. And by simply dialing 988, anyone in our nation can access the National Mental Health Hotline, which offers free and confidential support from trained counselors around the clock. I want to say thank you to our local mental health providers, support workers, and first responders for the critical work you do to intervene in times of need. Without your timely response and attentive care, our region could not be the healthy and supportive place it is today. I'd also like to recognize our local police officers who are often the first one on the scene of an emergency and the first wave of assistance for someone experiencing a mental health emergency. You're heroes, lifesavers, and a irreplaceable cornerstone in our communities who help Ohioans live their lives to the fullest. With agriculture being the backbone of Southern Ohio, our region is home to countless farmers, ranchers, and producers who work hard to secure our nation's food supply and put food on our families' tables. They work long hours out in the fields, often on their own, trying to turn a crop and a profit in a challenging farm economy. Being isolated from the resources that are available in more urban areas, farmers and farming families are facing a significant mental health challenge. And with 96% of farms in Ohio's 2nd Congressional District being family farms, this demonstrates how close to home this issue hits my district. The devastatingly high rate of mental health challenges and substance abuse issues across our country, where a person lives, shouldn't dictate their ability to access critical health care services. Tragically, Ohio's 2nd Congressional District has the highest rate of unintentional drug overdoses in our entire state, which is often linked to mental health challenges. That's why I was proud to introduce the Rural Wellness Act in March of this year, which will reauthorize the prioritization of grants for telemedicine projects addressing behavioral and mental health, including substance abuse. These grants are part of the United States Department of Agriculture's Rural Development Distance Learning and Telemedicine Program and will make mental health care services more accessible to those who need them. Congress should pass this bill to deliver critical care to farmers and rural families who so desperately need it. However, in order to access telehealth care services, Congress must also prioritize broadband expansion to our nation's rural areas. Rural families desperately need telehealth care services, but these are only accessible if families have internet access. Large swatches of my district lack access to high-speed internet, which means rural families are isolated from critical health care options, as well as businesses and education opportunities that could support families and alleviate some of the stress that providers are feeling. Congress must tackle this problem historically, and in this case, getting broadband to our rural families could make the difference between life and death. All in all, expanded broadband access would lead to significant mental health benefits in our rural communities. As we recognize Mental Health Awareness Month, may each of us take a moment to prioritize wellness and reach out to those around us who might need a helping hand. To each friend, family member, teacher, community leader, or public servant who has lent their support to someone experiencing mental health challenges, thank you for your service. It's because of people like you that communities are safer, healthier, and more supportive places to live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the more than 28,000 farms that engage in agritourism across the country, 1,500 of which are in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Agritourism, for those who don't know, is exactly what it sounds like. We're bringing tourists to farms or agricultural venues and offering experiences related to farming, rural life, and food. And from wineries like Stone Tower in Leesburg, farm breweries like Wheatland Springs in Waterford, U-Picks like Great Country Farms in Bluemont, and llama and alpaca farms like Double 8 Alpaca and Llama Ranch in Percival. Agritourism offers growing opportunities for farms to diversify their revenues, connect with their communities, and become more resilient. And agritourism isn't just a trend or a fad, it is an economic imperative for many farmers. In Virginia alone, agriculture is our #1 industry, but the majority of farmers are not full-time farmers, and they need ways to pay for their taxes and maintenance of their land. And agritourism has helped families across Virginia do just that. And this isn't just happening in Virginia. Agritourism is now a billion-dollar industry across the country, and it keeps growing. It's revitalizing local, rural, and small-town workforces, and the tourist dollars are also expanding hotels, restaurants, and businesses nearby. These farms also offer unique educational and recreational opportunities for children and families and help connect the public to our food systems. And that's what I love about agritourism. It's a win-win for everyone. Farmers get to share their work and support their farm, and visitors learn about where their food comes from, who grows the flowers they send on Mother's Day, and so much more. And this year, my family picked tulips from Burnside Farms in Nokesville. We ate strawberries at the Strawberry Festival this past weekend at Wegmeyer Farms in Lincoln. And we visited Cox Farms for their delicious cider donuts. But for many farmers, there's a lot of uncertainty about federal resources available to them and where they should go to ask questions about agritourism. And since agritourism is a form of non-traditional farming, the federal government simply hasn't done much to help the industry, which is why I am proud to work with Congressman Newhouse to introduce the bipartisan Agritourism Act, which will ignite the industry and provide a one-stop shop of resources like grants, loans, and technical assistance for farmers who want to participate in agritourism. And these resources will attract private investment not only in agritourism, but support tourism and hospitality industries in rural areas, which will keep our farms and rural communities strong, resilient, and thriving. I also plan to relaunch the bipartisan Agritourism Caucus with Congressman David Rouser to highlight the progress of this industry and how we can continue to promote it. This was first championed by my predecessor, Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton. So I urge my colleagues to sign on to this bill and join the caucus when we relaunch it so that we can champion agritourism for farmers and rural communities across America. Mr. Speaker, Moody's, a credit rating firm, downgraded America's credit rating this past weekend. What does this mean? It's like when your credit score goes down. It will make it more expensive for a country to borrow money, and the interest rate on our $36 trillion debt will go up. How much do we spend on interest right now? Well, in 2024, we paid $892 billion in interest payments. That's 13% of our budget. That's more money than we spent on law enforcement, education, science, and transportation combined. And now it's going to get worse because this one big, beautiful bill coming up is going to explode the deficit so that we can give tax cuts to billionaires and the largest corporations while also slashing Medicaid, food assistance, and other programs American families depend on. There is no fiscal responsibility in this bill, and this bill will add $5 trillion to the federal debt. This credit downgrade should be a warning to reverse course, but instead we seem to be headed straight for a fiscal disaster, and we need to stand up to this. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the winners of our 2025 4th Congressional District Speech Competition for the great state of Missouri. This is our second year to do this. It's a great competition. Our next winner is Lucas Tate, who is a junior at Odessa High School. Lucas wrote, "Freedom is a word that rings loud in the hearts of many Americans. We all know what freedom is. We all know what the absence of freedom feels like. But what does it mean to stand for your freedom? Standing up for your freedom is not always loud. It's not always quiet. Standing for your freedom is swimming against the schools, looking for those who may follow. It's a war cry against the face of tyranny and injustice. It's a tough battle, one that we as Americans must be proud to face each and every day because simply it is American." Our next winner is Tanner Gill. In 9th grade at Raymore Peculiar High School, Tanner wrote, "Standing for freedom means protecting the rights and values that make America strong. In our country, this means making sure that people have justice, fairness, and the ability to speak freely. Everyone can help by being active in their community and standing up for what is right. Around the world, the U.S. supports freedom by helping people who live under unfair governments by promoting democracy. As a leader, America has a responsibility to set an example and defend human rights. Standing for freedom just isn't about words, it's about action. And by respecting our history and working to protect freedom, we can help make the world a better place." Our next winner is Riley Ohlendorf, a junior at Glasgow High School. Riley wrote, "Standing for freedom is having courage, integrity, and speaking out against injustice. Freedom includes protecting the rights of others, even when it may be hard and challenging. We have to be able to defend our rights for ourselves and others when there is a risk of being taken away. Freedom is not just about personal choices, advocating for fairness and presenting different opinions now and for future generations. History has presented sacrifices from leaders and soldiers who defend our nations. True freedom grows when people are willing to stand up for themselves and others. As an American, I am fortunate enough to live in a free country, and I stand for what freedom means. Thank you to everyone who participated in this year's congressional speech competition, and congratulations to our winners. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Missouri's 4th Congressional District May Small Business of the Month, Alwell's Country Meats. What better month to highlight the amazing small business than National Beef Month? What began as a small downtown grocery store in 1932, Alwell's has grown into a fixture of Warrensburg's local community. This federally inspected meat processing and retail facility developed old German recipes to create quality fresh meats and homemade specialty products. Randy Alwell, the 3rd-generation CEO of Alwell's Country Meats, has expanded the facility 4 times now. Today, we congratulate Alwell's Meats and thank them for their contributions to Missouri and the 4th Congressional District. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize our May Veteran of the Month, Mr. Rick Fullerton of Independence, Missouri. He's a World War II vet, lives in Missouri's Veterans Home in Warrensburg in our district. He attended Smith Cotton High School in Sedalia and graduated in 1945. That September, he began his service in the U.S. Army Air Corps. He served as an accountant in Mobile, Alabama. And he's so proud of the fact that he was instrumental in making sure our servicemen got paid for their sacrifices. He's created a wonderful family with his wife, Betty, and 2 children, 4 stepchildren, 13 grandchildren, and 8 great-grandchildren. We are proud to honor you, sir, on the floor today, and we thank you for your service to our great nation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Petronas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In honor of National EMS Week, I rise today to thank the great men and women of the emergency medical services. As the former CFO and state fire marshal for the state of Florida, I saw these men and women firsthand in action during major events such as the aftermaths of Hurricane Michael, Ian, Idalia, Helene, Milton, and of course, the tragic building collapse of Champlain Towers in Surfside. The mental and physical fortitude of these heroes on display daily is inspiring. It's a testament to who they are as individuals. The theme for National EMS Week is We Care for Everyone. God chooses special angels among us to serve, to heal, and to care for those that are sick or injured. They rush into danger at a moment's notice without hesitation, giving hope to those who need it the most. These heroes work 24/7, 365, missing holidays, birthdays, and other special occasions to ensure our communities are safe. On behalf of a grateful nation and myself, thank you. Thank you to these Americans in the EMS field for all that you do. As long as I have a voice in Washington, D.C., I will always support our EMS professionals and every first responder working to serve our local communities, the state of Florida, and our great country. Mr. Speaker, I want to end on a solemn note as we honor the life of Honorable Circuit Judge Tom Remington, who passed away on May 7th, 2025 in Pensacola, Florida. Tom dedicated over 60 years of his life serving our nation and our state. First as an artillery and infantry officer in Vietnam, where he earned Combat Infantry Badge, 2 Purple Hearts, 2 Bronze Stars with Valor, and a Silver Star. His service was featured on the History Channel in books like Hill 875 and DAC 2. After his military service, Tom graduated from Florida State Law School Law, joined the Florida Bar in 1971, and gained courtroom experience as both a public defender and as assistant state attorney. In 1995, he became a partner in the renowned law firm Smith, Ankers, and Remington, serving as general counsel to longtime Okaloosa County Sheriff Larry Gilbert. Tom was appointed to the circuit by Governor Lawton Chiles, served over 20 years in Okaloosa and Walton counties, held numerous leadership roles, including chief judge and officer in various legal organizations. Known for his humble and principled approach to justice, Tom was deeply respected and affectionately called TR. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Northwest Florida, my wife Katie, I offer condolences to his wife Diana, the Smith Remington firm, and the children of Scott, Mary, and Sarah. We urge all in District 1 to join us in honoring Judge Remington's remarkable commitment to service. And I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Now this is the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to congratulate Caden Kulzer from Paynesville on being awarded the state FFA degree, the FFA's highest honor. Caden has been a member of the Paynesville FFA since 7th grade and has been a great chapter officer for the past 2 years. She has demonstrated years of commitment to the FFA chapter in Paynesville. Caden plans to attend college to earn a degree in exercise science and eventually pursue a career as a chiropractor. I am sure she will excel in her career just as she has excelled in the FFA. Congratulations, Caden, on your hard work and dedication to the FFA and the community. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Dorothy Van Driesen of Marshall, Minnesota, on receiving the Minnesota Woman of the Year Award at the Catholic Women's Convention. This award recognizes significant and outstanding contributions made by a councilwoman in areas of service to the church, the Council of Catholic Women, her parish, and the community. This honor is given to women who serve as an inspiration to others. Congratulations, Dorothy, on this outstanding achievement, and thank you for your contributions to your community and your church. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Mason Miller of Ada, Minnesota, on signing a free agent contract with the Detroit Lions. Mason started in all 16 games of the NDSU Bison season last year and was named a first-team All-American. Mason played an important role propelling the Bison to their 10th FCS National Championship. I want to congratulate Mason on this incredible accomplishment and wish him well as he begins the next chapter of his life. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, once again, I'm here to address the situation of California's wasteful spending. A new bit of information has come out that the interim segment of high-speed rail that's going to be built between a town called Merced down to another one near Bakersfield called Shafter. This segment would end in an almond orchard out there in the middle of nowhere. That the price for that segment has gone up to about $38.5 billion just for this segment, which is going to be in a low population area comparatively, when the whole concept for California high-speed rail was one that would go from San Francisco to LA, the population centers. And the original cost, I'll remind you too, when it was placed on the ballot in front of the voters, was that it would be $33 billion to build the entire system from SF to LA, not just that 150-mile or so segment between Merced and Shafter. So who's being shafted in this deal? Of course, the taxpayers, as always, since in their quest to not let this go, to not let it die, they're going to continue to seek more and more money for this project. Now, in the 17 years since this was passed and placed on the ballot in front of the voters, and it won by a very narrow margin, 2 or 3%, to have an initial $9 billion bond of state money go towards the $33 billion, and then the rest be raised from the private sector. That price is today seen as $128 billion. In that 17 years, they've only managed to raise $17 billion or so towards the project. In 17 years. So since the project is about $110 or so billion short, where are they going to get $110 billion more dollars when it took them 17 years to raise 17? Where is that going to come from? California has a scheme called the cap and trade tax that taxes the privilege of making carbon dioxide if you're a manufacturer or some other large entity that produces carbon dioxide as a byproduct of your industry. Well, let me remind you, carbon dioxide is only 0.04% of the atmosphere. All these things being done to cut carbon, including this whole rail project itself, supposed to be a big carbon saver. They're chasing a goal that's incredibly small, incredibly out of touch. So here we are. They're going to come to Washington asking for more and more money. So far, 2 Democrat presidents have given the project about $3.5 billion on one occasion each. So they're going to fall far short of raising $110 billion more, since cap and trade, as I mentioned in California, only brings in about $1 billion per year of taxation on CO2, and they managed to get a couple of $3.5 billion segments from the U.S. government. So it's a long ways from getting done. We should be solving other issues in California instead of building this dream rail system running through the middle of communities, having to take so much land by eminent domain, messing up farmland, messing up the middle of the cities that it's going through, having to take out a high school in one case, a rendering plant in another case. All these things that are making it actually worse for people, so they can have the idea of, oh, we got to be like China and have a high-speed rail system. It isn't working out in California. It won't work out. The price is horrendous. And the tickets themselves for people to be able to ride the train are going to be a lot more expensive than what they're trying to tell us they will be, especially when you have low-cost airline tickets like Southwest and others going back and forth pretty often. Why don't we solve other problems like California's water issues, water supply? For that kind of money, you could build 26 new dams that would hold who knows how many acre feet, many, many millions of acre feet. Let's just try and build 2 or 3 dams that will hold 3, 4, 5, 6 million acre feet and solve California's water problems, solve California's continued transfer of agricultural water to fish supplies. We could actually get something useful done. And also, people that use the roads and the highways and the freeways would probably like to see some of the potholes, for example, that always gets worn into the right lane of a freeway. Maybe we get some of those fixed. Maybe we could add lanes here and there where there's more dense traffic with a fraction of that money, because no one's going to ride this thing for the cost and for the time it takes to still get back and forth between SF and LA, and they don't have a car at the other end. You might as well take the airplane and save money and get there even faster. Mr. Speaker, of all the things we could be investing in, whether it's water supply or managing our forests better so we don't have to burn them down every year and suffer with air quality that we have. Each year there's a 1 million acre fire, including the Dixie Fire in my district about 4 years ago that hit this town. The smoke plume hit this town because we don't manage the forest. There's so much other things we could be doing besides high-speed rail. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Empire High School softball team for winning the 3A state title. The Ravens scored a run in the bottom of the 8th inning to defeat Yuma Catholic 1-0, earning their second straight state title and the 4th title in the last 10 years. This victory caps off an amazing season of the Ravens, who finished with an incredible record of 28 wins and only 1 loss. To Coach Shannon Wooldridge, the players, and everyone who played a part in this special season, congratulations. You have made your school and community incredibly proud. Ravens, enjoy this victory. You earned it. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate South Point's women's tennis team for winning the Division II state championship game. In a thrilling set of matches, South Point defeated Canyon de Oro by a score of 5-2. To Coach Teresa Sperduto, this is your first state championship since 2011. I know it must have meant a lot to be crowned as a champion once again. To all the coaches, players, family members, and everyone who played a part in this special season, congratulations. You have made your school and community incredibly proud. Congratulations and go Lancers. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Catalina Foothills Falcons boy tennis team for winning the Division II state championship game. In a thrilling set of matches, the Falcons beat the number 2 ranked Notre Dame in a decisive manner by a score of 5-0. This victory earned Coach Ben Loeb a remarkable milestone, 20 high school state championships. And this state championship marked the Falcons' 10th title in 11 years. Now that's impressive. To Coach Loeb, the players, and everyone who played part in this special season, thank you and congratulations. Know that you've made your school and community extremely proud. Falcons, enjoy this victory. You earned it. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Push Rich Christian Academy Lions women's tennis team for winning the Division III state championship game. From starting this season with a loss in Nogales, this remarkable team overcame adversity and roared back to be crowned champions. To Coach Andy Fetzes, all the players, and everyone who played part in this special season, congratulations. Know that you have made your school and your community incredibly proud. Lions, enjoy this victory. You earned it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Buena High School Colts relay team on a remarkable achievement, winning the all-state title in the 4x4 relay race. After securing the Division II last year, you faced off against top schools from across the state and came out victorious and took the top honor, adding yet another trophy to your cabinet. What a remarkable achievement. To Coach Thomas, the relay squad, Ricardo Brooks, Armani Ramirez-Sparrow, VJ Carey, and Jaden Thomas, and everyone who played a part in this remarkable season, thank you and congratulations. You have made your school and Sierra Vista community incredibly proud. Colts, enjoy this state championship. You earned it. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize May as Wildfire Awareness Month. For many states and regions around the nation, our forests play a critical role in supporting communities and the rural economy. Our nation's forests provide us with homegrown timber, essential for wood products such as lumber, flooring, furniture, pulp and paper, biomass, and so much more. The U.S. Forest Products industry employs more than 925,000 Americans, generating a payroll of nearly $80 billion nationwide. Harvest on national forest land is also critical for supporting rural school districts through county payments derived from timber sales. Our forests also provide countless recreational opportunities such as camping, hiking, fishing, and many other activities available in the great outdoors. However, many of our federal forest lands remain unhealthy and continue to be at risk of catastrophic wildfire due to severe overgrowth and decades of mismanagement. Consequently, the United States has continued to see some of the largest and most intense wildfires in history over the past few decades. During that time, these incredibly destructive wildfires have led to significant property loss, recovery costs, and in some cases, the loss of human life. I visited some of the afflicted areas, including Paradise, California, where the devastating Camp Fire occurred in 2018. It is our responsibility as elected officials to do everything we can to make sure tragedies like this do not occur again. Wildfire truly is an urgent crisis that must be immediately addressed, and Congress must do more to better support the Forest Service, our firefighters, and rural communities in forested areas. Between 2013 and 2022, we saw an average of 61,000 wildfires annually, with an average of 7.2 million acres impacted each year. So far this year, we've seen more than 25,000 wildfire incidents. with more than 1 million acres burned before fire season ever began. The wildfires we witnessed in Los Angeles this year were just the latest reminder of the devastation that can occur when we don't proactively manage our forests and do everything possible to prevent them from breaking out in the first place. Make no mistake, the wildfire crisis is just that, a crisis that must urgently be addressed. The good news is that with the right management, we can do so much more to improve the health of our forests and combat the wildfire and forest health crisis head on. This means using all the tools in the toolbox. That includes mechanical thinning, prescribed fire, and cross-boundary authorities. It also includes expanded use of good neighbor agreements, stewardship contracts, and other innovative agreements to maximize management possibilities through partnerships between stakeholders, private forest owners, tribes, and local and state federal government. Now, I'm proud of the forestry title that passed out of the Agriculture Committee last year, which was crafted to expand those tools and authorities and encourage the Forest Service to do more productive management. Such reforms will enable the agency to improve forest health, reduce the threat of wildfire, increase the pace and scale of restoration, and ultimately protect communities, property, and lives. Many of these concepts can be found in the Fix Our Forests Act, which was passed on a bipartisan basis this past January. Additionally, I applaud the recent actions by the Trump administration to dramatically scale up the management across the national forest system. Encouraging this ramp up will enable the Forest Service to better manage, support local counties and economies through increased sustainable harvest levels, address invasive species and forest health, and ultimately reduce severity and incidence of wildfires. During this Wildfire Awareness Month, it's important that members understand the great challenges our nation has with wildfire and that there are many steps the federal government can take to proactively mitigate it. Perhaps most importantly, we must also recognize the dedication and sacrifices of our wildland firefighters to act when it's safe. With that, I say thank you to our firefighters, first responders, and all that are working to confront this crisis as we recognize Wildfire Awareness Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we prepare to mark Memorial Day, a time to honor those who gave their lives in defense of our country, I rise today to recognize the enduring service and sacrifice of the Washington Army National Guard's 1st Battalion, 161st Infantry Regiment. For nearly 90 years, this unit has called the city of Spokane home. Once stationed downtown, it now stands watch near the banks of the Spokane River at the Readiness Center next to the Spokane Falls Community College. But its role has never changed: to stand ready in defense of our nation and in service to our state. The 161st Infantry carries a storied legacy. They fought with honor in the Philippine insurrection, stood guard along the southern border during the Pancho Villa raids, and served in France during World War I. These citizen soldiers served with distinction across the Pacific in World War II and deployed multiple times as part of the 81st Brigade Combat Team during the global war on terrorism. Their battle streamers reflect the best of American valor and commitment. But just as importantly, they have answered the call at home, mobilizing in the face of wildfires, floods, snowstorms, and most recently, the COVID-19 pandemic. When Washingtonians need their help, the Guard was there. These are our neighbors, our co-workers, our sons and daughters. And for generations, they've trained and deployed from Spokane, not just for war, but for peace, safety, and recovery. On this Memorial Day, we thank them. We remember those who laid down their lives in uniform, and we honor the Spokane Readiness Center as a pillar of strength in both our nation's defense and our local community. May their legacy never be forgotten, and may our gratitude be as enduring as their service. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the Heroes Homestead, a grassroots nonprofit founded by Marine veteran Andrew Holstein and his wife Danielle. My family and I recently participated in their annual 5K walk in Spokane. This wasn't only a walk, it was a community coming together to honor service, support healing, and walk alongside veteran families who have borne the burden of a long war after coming home. Andrew served in the Marines and survived a tragic Osprey crash in 2000 that claimed the lives of 19 fellow Marines, including his best friends. The invisible wounds he carried didn't just affect him, they impacted his whole family. After years of struggle, the Holsteins left everything behind to create something new, a place for veterans and their families to heal together. Heroes Homestead was born from that journey. The 5K and the community fair was part of a growing movement to restore purpose, connection, and joy to those who've served and those who stood by those who've served. They have a national vision, healing centers near every U.S. military hub. I commend the Holsteins and all who participated. This is what serving veterans look like. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Heavenly Father, you loved us first, and you love us perfectly. Help us to experience and appreciate the depth of your love today. May we know that you intend for us to live a life that is fruitful and fulfilling. And with that knowledge, may we yield to your intention by trusting in your direction. May we understand that you desire for us to honor one another as brothers and sisters, together, your own children. And with that understanding, may we obey your commandment to love one another, trusting in your perfect will for your people. Thus, submitting ourselves to you, obeying your law, and trusting in your grace plan, may we live our lives that they would reflect the selfless love you have shown and with which you uphold us daily. We pray that you would be pleased with our efforts and that your name be glorified this day and always. It is in your loving name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. History indicates President Donald Trump would have prevented the invasion of Ukraine by war criminal Putin. As part of the Putin scheme to resurrect the failed Soviet Union by annexing Belarus, occupying Moldova, invading Georgia, and then Ukraine, supported by the Chinese Communist Party and the Iranian terrorists. In his first term, Trump deterred mass murder by providing Javelin missiles to Ukraine, troops to Poland, and stopping Nord Stream 2 funding of the Putin war machine. America has correctly provided $165 billion to stop the mass murder by Putin. Funds have been monitored by 29 inspectors general with a Trump executive order resulting this week in a report of the most accountable aid ever for the people of Ukraine. The vast majority of defense spending of Ukraine has been in the United States. With Trump encouragement, Europe has provided $185 billion for Ukraine to successfully defend itself. As a percent of GDP, 19 European countries exceed the American GDP spent on Ukraine. In conclusion, God bless our troops. As the global war on terrorism continues, Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, revealing that Putin lies, insulting Trump with massive drone attacks Saturday and Sunday before the Monday phone call with Putin as Putin continues murdering civilians of Ukraine. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on the 200th anniversary of the birth of Antoinette Brown Blackwell, a trailblazer born in my district in Henrietta, New York, and the first woman ordained as a Main Street Protestant minister in the United States. Antoinette dedicated her life to justice, equality, and faith. She captivated audiences as a lecturer on women's rights and temperance, preached wherever she was welcomed, and in 1850 proudly stood at the first National Women's Rights Convention. Committed to voting rights, she lobbied President Theodore Roosevelt for suffrage and remained a steadfast advocate for women. At age 95, she cast her very first vote. Proof her decades of advocacy helped transform our nation. She was a minister, a reformer, a writer, and above all, a woman of courage and conviction. We remember Antoinette Brown Blackwell not just for what she achieved, but for the path she paved for generations to follow. Let us honor her on her 200th birthday and follow in her footsteps as we fight to protect every American's right to vote. With that, sir, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I have news for insomniacs. Republicans have scheduled the Rules Committee meeting on their one big, beautiful bill at 1 o'clock in the morning. This is the bill that will cause millions of Americans to lose their health care and nutrition assistance in order to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. Like, who does that? And why are they meeting at 1 o'clock in the morning? Because it turns out their big, beautiful bill is really a big, ugly bill. Republicans don't want you, the American people, to know what they are doing. So tune in tonight at 1 a.m. and call your congressperson and tell them to vote no on this garbage, and watch as Democrats fight like hell to protect you, the American people. I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of Military Appreciation Month. This month, we pause to honor the brave men and women of our armed forces, past and present, who have worn the uniform of the United States of America. Our military has stood for freedom throughout our history in times of peace and peril. They do not ask for recognition. They do not serve for applause. They serve because they believe in something bigger than themselves. They serve out of duty, honor, and love of country. This month is to remember our POWs and MIAs, to support our Gold Star families, to stand with our veterans, and to thank those currently serving. Mr. Speaker, we stand by our veterans and we reaffirm our duty to provide our service members with the support they have earned both in uniform and after. May God protect our service members and their families this month and every month. We honor and thank them, and we will never forget their service and their sacrifice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Mayor Tyrone Eccles of Venice, Illinois, and to congratulate him on his retirement after more than 40 years in office. As a graduate of Madison High School and Southern Illinois University, Mayor Eccles is a true son of downstate Illinois, and he has dedicated his career to serving our community. Before he was elected mayor, Mayor Eccles worked as a city alderman, a union steward for the International Operating Engineers, and a legislative aide to the state representative Jim McPike, as he proudly led as president of the Illinois chapter of the National Conference of Black Mayors. As mayor, he prioritized bringing new business opportunities to Venice and making sure that his door was always open to constituents. His dedication to public service is truly an inspiration, and I'm honored to call him my friend. Mayor Eccles, thank you for all that you've done for our community, and congratulations on your retirement. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the 12th time to call on the Trump administration to restore funding for life-saving food aid for malnourished children across the globe. Adesia Nutrition in North Kingstown, Rhode Island manufactures this nutritional paste, which has saved millions of lives. But when the Trump administration began, funding for this program went away. And now there are kids literally starving around the world while thousands of boxes of this life-saving food aid sits in a warehouse in Rhode Island. But when we abandon our commitment to helping solve malnutrition around the world, we're not just hurting those children who are hungry, we are hurting our own credibility as a country. Our adversaries, like China, are happy to step into the void that we have left to make those countries beholden to them. But make no mistake, China's help doesn't come for free. It comes with a price. So this is not just about doing the right thing for these starving children around the world. It is about maintaining America's position of leadership globally. Restore the funding, restore the food aid. I will speak every day until this is done, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, there was standing room only at Wilson Community College in Wilson, North Carolina. It was so touching. Residents and family came from far and near in support of the Fitch family and renaming the Wilson Post Office in commemoration of Mr. Milton F. Fitch, Sr. Mr. Fitch was not just one of the first African-American mail carriers. He was an Eastern North Carolina icon and a great American. He served our country honorably in World War II, returning home to raise his family and make a difference in his community. And indeed, he did exactly that. He and his wife, Cora, embedded a legacy of service into their children, Jerry, Toby, Patricia, Christine, and Ernestine. We're grateful for the U.S. Postal Service for working with us, the North Carolina delegation, and all of the community who came out in support. Eastern North Carolina and America is better because of Milton F. Fitch, Sr. His name now etched in the Wilson community will inspire all who enter the post office to realize the endless possibilities that await us in Eastern North Carolina. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 430. Resolved that the following
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 426 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 28, House Resolution 426. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 13, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency of the Department of the Treasury relating to the review of applications under the Bank Merger Act. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or the respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to commit. Section 2, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 31, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to review of final rule reclassification of major sources as area sources under Section 112 of the Clean Air Act. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to commit. Section 3, the requirement of Clause 6A of Rule 13 for a 2/3 vote to consider a report from the Committee on Rules on the same day it is presented to the House is waived with respect to any resolution reported through the legislative day of May 23, 2025, relating to a measure providing for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of House Concurrent Resolution 14.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 hour.
For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During the consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
House Resolution 426 provides for consideration of SJ Res 13 under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate each, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority members of the Committee on Financial Services or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of SJ Res 31 under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to commit. Finally, the rule provides for the flexibility to consider a rule related to the reconciliation on the same day it is reported from the Rules Committee in order to expeditiously enact President Trump's agenda. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. The rule before us presents an important opportunity for Congress to continue its work to reverse the last-minute attempts at regulatory overreach by the former Biden and Harris administration. The rule includes consideration of SJ Res 13 to provide for congressional disapproval of a Biden-era Office of the Comptroller of the Currency regulation titled Business Combinations under the Bank Merger Act. In September 2024, the OCC and the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, revised their approach to evaluating bank merger applications. The updated rule restricts banks' abilities to scale, manage risk effectively, and broaden product offerings, ultimately discouraging mergers altogether. By dismantling a long-standing standard in eliminating automatic approval for certain applications, the Biden administration's actions risk stifling competition and innovation in the financial sector. These changes will delay strategic decision-making among financial institutions and limit access to innovative financial services for everyday Americans. From small and mid-sized banks in particular, the rule imposes additional red tape and bureaucratic hurdles that hinder their ability to merge and compete with larger financial institutions. Despite what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle may claim, the Biden administration's rule strengthens the dominance of the largest market players while undermining smaller community-focused institutions, limiting consumer choice and consumer access. We should strive for a regulatory environment that is streamlined, balanced, and rooted in practical oversight, one that protects consumers without obstructing innovation and competition. What we don't need are more Biden-era regulations that distort the market and smother opportunity with overreach. SJ Res 13 will ensure that future bank regulators cannot repeat this ill-conceived rulemaking, and that financial institutions can continue to make strategic, innovative decisions that will ultimately benefit American consumers. Also, the rule provides for consideration of SJ Res 31, providing for congressional disapproval of the rule submitted by the Biden EPA relating to the review of final rule classification of major sources as area sources under the Clean Air Act. Section 112 of the Clean Air Act lays out stringent compliance standards for facilities emitting over 10 tons of a single hazardous air pollutant or 25 tons of an aggregate. Facilities below those thresholds are classified as area sources and subject to more flexible requirements. In 2020, under President Trump, the EPA adopted a more rational approach, allowing facilities that significantly reduced their emission to be reclassified as area sources. This common sense change rewarded emissions improvements and reduced unnecessary regulatory burdens on American manufacturers and energy producers. To no one's surprise, the Biden administration reversed course by reimposing the outdated and rigid once in, always in policy. This framework permanently locks facilities into a strict major source status, even if they make substantial efforts to reduce harmful emissions. It's not only unfair, but it discourages environmental progress. And who did the Biden administration hurt? They hurt the chemical manufacturing sector, which includes thousands of mid-sized companies representing hundreds of thousands of jobs. These companies have invested millions into cleaner technologies and equipment upgrades, and under this Biden-era EPA rule, their investments will not be rewarded with a lighter regulatory touch. And in fact, despite upgrades to reduce emissions, they will continue to face the same higher regulatory costs. There's the pulp and paper industry, a critical employer in states like Georgia and Wisconsin and Maine. Mills that switch to cleaner fuels or have to implement advanced scrubber systems will receive no regulatory relief under the Biden-era EPA's once-in, always-in rule. In a sector that already faces stiff foreign competition and very narrow margins, the Biden administration heaped further unnecessary burdens onto this industry, jeopardizing the jobs of thousands of Americans that work in the process. And then there's the independent and smaller scale refiner that often lack the scale of larger competitors, but serve critical regional fuel markets. They may have made substantial environmental progress in reducing hazardous air pollutant emissions, but the Biden-era once-in, always-in rule locks them into compliance regimes that do not reflect their improvement of their emissions profile. And finally, let's not forget our small and rural manufacturing facilities in communities across this country, including in my own district in New York's Southern Tier. These facilities include metal fabricators and food processors, many of whom have taken proactive steps to cut emissions in very good faith. Under the Biden-era once-in, always-in rule, these improvements to reduce hazardous emissions do not matter. They will still be treated with the same costly, burdensome regulatory regime. Simply put, the Biden EPA and its once-in, always-in rule not only disincentivizes innovation in cleaner operations, but it also threatens plant closures and kills jobs. Mr. Speaker, you have to be more concerned with appeasing environmental extremists than protecting American workers to support this punitive and counterproductive regulatory framework. Through SJ Res 31, House Republicans stand up for the American workers and job creators. The CRA ensures regulatory fairness and restores real incentives for emissions reduction. Without this CRA, even the most environmentally responsible facilities are punished, trapped under heavy-handed rules that do not reflect their cleaner operations. Since returning to office, President Trump and House Republicans focused on restoring common-sense governance, prioritizing American jobs, economic strength, and practical solutions. SJ Res 31, like other measures undoing ill-advised Biden-era policies, represents a decisive step in the right direction. Let's get back to smart, forward-thinking policies that actually serve the American people, not far-left activists and D.C. bureaucrats. I urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from New York for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we are here today for a rule on two measures, two lousy measures doubling down on Republicans' agenda to help big banks and big polluters. SJ Res 13 is a gift-wrapped giveaway to Wall Street, plain and simple. It would make it easier for big banks to get even bigger, hurting small businesses and communities in the process. SJ Res 31 is even worse, a blatant handout to big polluters, putting corporate profits ahead of our constituents' health and safety. And this isn't new, Mr. Speaker. That's been the Republican playbook all Congress long. Help the polluters, help the banks, help Wall Street, help CEOs, help everyone except the working people who actually need it. And you may ask why? I would say follow the money. Look at the donations. One of the things we need to get serious about in this Congress, and hopefully when Democrats take control of the House after the next election, this will be a priority, and that is campaign finance reform. All this excessive money from big industry, from big banks, from corporations, from people like Elon Musk, pollute this chamber in a way where the needs and the wants of regular people get put to the side. It is disgraceful, if we are being honest here, Mr. Speaker. But as bad as these two bills are, and I can't emphasize enough, they're really bad, they're just the warm-up act. In fact, this is filler. We weren't even supposed to be dealing with these bills. We were supposed to be dealing with the budget reconciliation bill. Because of the disarray within the Republican conference, all of a sudden these bills appeared. Because in just over 13 hours, Mr. Speaker, the House Rules Committee will meet, starting at 1 o'clock in the morning, to debate a bill that steals from the American people so they can help out the billionaire donors who write them big checks. Now let me ask, if this bill is so great, so big, so beautiful as Donald Trump says it is, then why the hell are we debating it in the middle of the night? Why not debate it in broad daylight, where the American people can tune in and hear what it's really about? Well, we all know the answer. We all know the answer. And I encourage the American people to pay attention to what's happening very, very, very early in the morning here in the United States Capitol. Watch what happens in the Rules Committee at 1 o'clock in the morning. To all the insomniacs out there, tune in at 1 o'clock in the morning and watch what unfolds in that committee. Republicans do not want you to pay attention to their tax scam. Hell, Trump doesn't even want Republicans to pay attention to what's in this bill. He told you guys to close your eyes and vote for this garbage. Republicans were ordered not to say a word in committee, just fall in line and rubber stamp it. And now listen to this. Now they're sneaking a change into the rules, buried in the fine print of this rule, to give themselves same-day authority to bring the bill to the floor with a moment's notice. This bill is over 1,000 pages long. They want to ram it through the Rules Committee, potentially changing it, and we know that there are changes coming, and then vote on it just hours later. A bill that adds trillions to the deficit and kicks millions of people off their health care. Now, you guys once bragged about requiring 72 hours to review legislation. Remember that? Now you're ready to toss that promise in the trash to serve Trump's demands. And if my colleagues in the Freedom Caucus vote for this rule, they will have reached a new height of hypocrisy. It is unbelievable to me that they cry and whine about passing bills without the time to read them, and then they come down here and support ramming a bill through committee in the middle of the night and bringing it straight to the floor. Unbelievable, hypocritical. Let's be real. This bill that we will be debating, this budget reconciliation bill, is a disaster. It is unpopular. It is indefensible. This is all about massive, huge tax breaks to billionaires paid for by stealing from working Americans. That's not hyperbole. That is just the truth. It rips away Medicaid from parents and grandparents. It slashes food assistance for children. The biggest cut in food assistance in history is contained in this bill. It drains resources from the moms and dads, all to fund giveaways for those at the very, very top. And any backroom deals made in the next few hours to twist arms and to buy votes, well, they're only going to make this terrible bill even worse. And this is not what democracy looks like. This is what corruption looks like. And shame on every single person who votes to advance this awful process by torching any semblance of a fair process. A vote for this rule is a vote to allow Republican leadership to jam this bill through the House without enough time to even read it. Zero transparency, zero respect for this institution or the members here. Just close your eyes and vote for it. That's what Trump told you to do. Close your eyes and vote for it. Mr. Speaker, the American people deserve a hell of a lot better than this rushed, reckless process. They deserve leaders who work for them, not for the billionaires. And I urge a no vote, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The budget reconciliation bill is the work of 11 committees that have gone through full markup, that went through the full bipartisan process. I sat through 27 hours in the Energy and Commerce Committee, so I know full well I had a front seat to the longest markup, just as my colleague did with his service on the Agriculture Committee. But that's not what we're here debating. Despite what some of my colleagues across the aisle are saying, the CRA that we're discussing right now is addressing standards for major and area sources that will actually promote cleaner and more environmentally conscious operations among manufacturers, refiners, and energy producers. The rule implemented by the Biden administration reflects a flawed approach, one that eliminates incentives for voluntary emissions reductions and imposes excessive regulatory burdens without delivering clear environmental benefits. Under this policy, facilities that successfully reduce their actual or potential hazardous air pollutant emissions below the major source threshold are still prohibited from reclassifying as area sources. This means that even after substantial improvements, these facilities remain subject to the strictest and costliest regulatory framework forever, indefinitely. This not only increases operational costs, but also removes a key incentive for companies to invest in cleaner technologies and practices, something we should all be encouraging. Take, for example, a chemical plant that emits hazardous air pollutants like benzene or formaldehyde. Under the Biden-era rule, if they invest millions in cutting-edge emissions control systems that reduce their pollution below the regulatory threshold, they get no relief from the major source permitting burdens. The Biden-era rule entangles them in permanent red tape, discouraging innovation and undermining progress. Under the Trump-era rules that SJ Res 31 would pave the way for, companies would have a financial incentive to invest in pollution controls, since doing so will actually reduce their compliance costs and regulatory delays. The result is cleaner air, a cleaner environment. The reality is that most of these companies and the people who run them live in the very communities affected by emissions. They have every reason to care about cleaner air and healthier environments. What they need is smart, flexible policy, not arbitrary and capricious restrictions that stifle growth and reduce competitiveness and rewards emissions reductions. It allows regulatory classifications to reflect a facility's current environmental impact, not a legacy status based on past emissions. This flexibility fosters continuous improvement and aligns environmental goals with economic incentives. This is not about weakening protections. The contrary, actually. It's about applying regulation in a way that actually works, delivering clean air, encouraging innovation, and maintaining the strength of America's industry. Mr. Speaker, this is a common sense path forward to a cleaner, more sustainable future, one that supports jobs, growth, and the environment. This should be a no-brainer for my colleagues who claim to be the champions of effective environmental policy. But let's not be fooled by their rhetoric. The reality is that many on the other side of the aisle are beholden to a vocal and uncompromising wing of the environmental lobby. Groups that would rather see American workers laid off, manufacturing plants shut down, and entire communities economically gutted than support balanced, common-sense regulatory reforms. And, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of things. First of all, I want to correct the record. The gentleman said that this budget reconciliation bill reflects a full and fair and open process and all the committees of jurisdiction. I hate to tell him, I'm on the Agriculture Committee, and the chairman actually cut off debate when there were dozens of amendments still yet to be offered. So that's not a full and open and fair process. Maybe by Republican standards it is, but by most people's standards it isn't. And the gentleman is on the Rules Committee, and we are debating the rule. And so I have a question for my Rules Committee colleague. This rule contains a fast-track process for the Republican tax scam, the so-called budget reconciliation bill. But we all know that deals are being made behind closed doors, changes are still being negotiated, big changes, we're told, big changes. So I'd like to know if the majority will commit to ensuring a Congressional Budget Office score is available on the final bill before it moves forward. Because we need to know the impact on our constituents. Not only how much it will cost, how many people will lose their health care, and how quickly they will lose their health care. Those are legitimate questions that, quite frankly, Democrats not only want to know, but Republicans should want to know as well. So I guess, I mean, can we get some, can I just get the gentleman to kind of give us an assurance is that will we know the impact, will he commit to ensuring a Congressional Budget Office score is available on the final bill before it moves forward? I'm happy to yield to him. Well, I guess we're not going to get an answer. I mean, I guess we all know why they don't want the nonpartisan expert analysis to be made available before a vote on this bill, because this vote is a monstrosity. This vote is going to throw off at least 14 million people off of their health care. This is going to constitute the largest cut in food assistance in history. People are going to see their nutrition benefits reduce, which will impact children, which will impact senior citizens, veterans, and those with disabilities. And again, I mean, and it's relevant to what we're talking about here today, is because in this rule, you provide the authority to just immediately bring the budget reconciliation bill to the floor, with not giving anybody, without giving people time to debate the bill, to be able to analyze the bill, for CBO to do their work on this, for us to even know what the impacts are going to be on our constituents. I mean, on something this big. And by the way, I hear Republicans talking a lot about, oh, we have this deadline, we have this deadline. There's no deadline. There's nothing magic about having to pass this bill by tomorrow or the next day. You could do this right. You could actually have a Rules Committee hearing and markup in the light of day. And you could do it when you come back after the Memorial Day recess. But people should ask the question, why are they rushing so quickly? Why are they doing everything they can to jam this through before people have a chance to understand the full impacts of this bill? The reason why is they don't want the American people to know what they're doing. They're ashamed of what is in this bill. Again, throwing people off of health care, throwing people off of food assistance. Why? To give a tax cut to billionaires? Give me a break. We're here to help lift up people in this country, to be there for people who are struggling. And instead, this Republican Congress is about enriching those who are well off and well connected. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we're hearing a lot of dramatic words from my friend and colleague across the aisle about the reconciliation process. But let's take a moment to remind them of what they did when they were in the majority. During the 117th Congress, when a Democratic-led House considered the last reconciliation bill, also known as the Build Back Better Act, the process was a little messy, to say the least. And the gentleman talks about CBO scores, and it's certainly something that we're working very hard on. But as Mr. McGovern in a meeting on the 4th of November of 21 was reading the manager's amendment to be self-executed, his response to not having a CBO score was, "I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will do everything they can to slow this process down. I will also assure the gentleman, as he knows, that this cannot become law and will not move forward in the Senate without a CBO score, and that will have to happen. Regardless, if we do have a JCT score or a CBO score or what that score says, I don't think any of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will vote for this bill at the end of the day." So, people in glass houses really shouldn't throw stones here. In fact, this process on their side of the aisle was so messy that 2 separate rules had to be passed out of the Rules Committee, each one self-executing a new manager's amendment as negotiations were ongoing and changes continued to be made. It was constantly a shifting landscape and, frankly, chaos at times. Now, I know that the gentleman from Massachusetts won't let facts get in the way of good story, and he pounds the table over the use of same-day authority. But the reality is the first rule for Build Back Better extended what is essentially a martial law procedural lockdown of the House floor, granting broad same-day authority that allowed the majority to jam through changes without proper scrutiny. And let's not forget the second rule for that bill was brought to the floor and voted on the very same day. It was reported from the Rules Committee exactly the kind of tactic our colleagues now are clutching their pearls opposing. The fact is governing is hard. The process is rarely a smooth one. But the American people elected President Trump, a Republican majority in the House of Representatives and a Republican majority in the United States Senate, and gave us unified government with a clear expectation for Congress to deliver on this agenda. The Rules Committee will continue to use the tools at its disposal to facilitate the passage of historic legislation, just as our colleagues did when they were in charge, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, I'm really confused, Mr. Speaker, after listening to the gentleman from New York complain about same-day authority, and then in this bill, the Republicans put in same-day authority to be able to jam this tax scam through. And the gentleman didn't answer my question. I guess he's basically saying that, no, the Republicans will not commit to a CBO score for people to be able to know what, in fact, the bill will do and the impacts the bill will have. Yeah, I mean, this bill is so awful, I can't imagine any Democrat voting for it. But it's so awful that I would like to think some Republicans who have a conscience wouldn't vote for it either. And I would like to think it would matter to Republicans. We now know that 14 million Americans will lose their health care. What if that number went up to 20 million or 30 million? I mean, is there any number that will be so high that maybe some Republicans might not pause and say, wait a minute, maybe we should not go down this road? I mean, this is crazy. And by the way, the difference in legislation that we're talking about, the Build Back Better bill, I would remind the gentleman, was about helping people. This bill is about screwing people. There's a difference here. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 2753, the Hands-Off Medicaid and SNAP Act, which would block the Republican budget from cutting Medicaid or SNAP benefits and kicking people off these life-saving programs. While we vote on two measures that would give even more power to big banks and large industrial polluters, Republicans are trying to jam their multi-trillion-dollar budget scam down our throats in the dead of night by holding a hearing at 1 o'clock in the morning in the Rules Committee, hoping the American people won't notice. Shame on my Republican colleagues. Well, the American people are noticing, and they are pissed off that working families are going to have to foot the bill for massive tax cuts for multimillionaires, wealthy heirs, and corporations. Republicans claim they don't want to cut critical benefits for working people. I've heard many of you do press conferences and sign on to letters. Well, now here's the chance to prove it by voting for my amendment to bring up the Hands-Off Medicaid and SNAP Act. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And, Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the ranking member. Late Sunday night, the House Budget Committee, on which I serve as ranking member, passed out, with only Republican votes, a draconian tax bill that cuts almost 14 million Americans off their health care and ensures a few million more lose their food assistance. Now, you might ask yourself why. The reason is in order to help pay for tax cuts for billionaires. Interestingly, we were originally supposed to pass this on Friday, but on Friday around lunchtime, enough hardline conservative members on the Budget Committee withheld their votes and voted no, not because they objected to 14 million Americans losing their health care, not because they objected to millions more losing their food assistance, but because they looked at those numbers and said, well, that's a good start. We want those numbers to go up. We want even more people to lose their health care and more people to lose their food assistance. So the vote went down Friday. We come back Sunday night, and suddenly the vote is called again. I raised the question as a parliamentary inquiry. I simply asked, what has changed? What deals have been made? The American people deserve to know. We as members on both sides of the aisle deserve to know before casting our votes. I was assured that nothing had changed. There were no agreements made. Then the very next Republican speaker, who's one of those hardline conservatives, gave the game away and said he was flipping his vote because of the agreements that were made. Backroom deals deny the American people the transparency that they deserve. Now, one of the things we keep hearing on the other side of the aisle is that we need to get this done, otherwise taxes will go up on the American people. Apparently, the president said that today while he was here in this building. It's completely false. Just this past week, Democrats introduced an amendment that would ensure the extension of the tax cuts for every American making under $1 billion. Every Democrat voted yes. Every Republican voted no. So you see, this really is about the tax cuts for billionaires. Now, the president has also said, and I quote, he would love and cherish Medicaid. Well, my Republican friends have an opportunity, all of those included who have said that they would protect Medicaid, they have an opportunity to prove it. Right now, at the well of the House chamber, is a discharge petition that would force a vote on my legislation, the Hands Off Medicaid and SNAP Act. It would stop permanently these outrageous cuts from happening. It would preserve health care. Thank you. It would ensure these cuts do not happen. Right now, we have 211 signatures, all from Democrats. We just need a few Republican members to sign that discharge petition, and we will be able to love and cherish Medicaid as well as SNAP. That's all it would take, just a few Republican members to save health care for millions and millions of Americans and save food assistance for millions more. I think it is clear, Mr. Speaker, the difference in the priorities between this side of the aisle and the other side. It is the members on this side of the aisle that are fighting to save health care for the American people, and it's that side of the aisle who are fighting for the billionaire class. With that, I yield back to the gentleman.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side of the aisle, they love to cherry pick the facts when it comes to the timing of committee proceedings, especially in reference to the Rules Committee's upcoming meeting. They bemoan the late start and the timing of tonight's meeting, yet they actively ensured one committee markup after another for the legislation before us tonight ran hours and hours, if not days on end. And why did those markups run as long as they did? Because Democrats engaged in the legislative process, which is their right. The same principle applies to the Rules Committee. On this committee, we have a long tradition of meeting late into the evening to complete our work. This isn't new, and it's not unique to our current majority. It's simply how the legislative process operates when the House has its full agenda. We need only look to the committee's operations under Democratic control to see a long history of meetings in the dark of night. Under Democratic control of the Rules Committee, we've seen things like H.J. Res. 587, which the report was filed at 3:46 a.m. H.J. Res. 481, the report was filed at 2:09 a.m. H.J. Res. 597, the report was filed at 3:43 a.m. H.Res. 903, the report was filed at 2:25 a.m. And for H.Res. 445 in the 116th Congress, the committee adjourned at 12:20 a.m. Late night sessions are not partisan anomalies meant to and unique to the Democrats. These are precedents that Democrats themselves have helped maintain for years. So let's be clear. This is the way the Rules Committee has operated when necessary, regardless of which party holds the gavel. It's about getting the work done. In fact, tonight, we may not be reporting in the dark of night at all, but rather as the new day has begun. And I expect Mr. McGovern to take full advantage of our unlimited debate rules in the Rules Committee to make sure that that happens. And I see my second sunrise in a couple of weeks here. I invite my colleagues to set aside the theatrics and focus on the work at hand, and I encourage my colleagues on the other side to prove me wrong. But once again, my colleagues across the aisle are spreading and doing what they do best. They spread misinformation and they try to sow fear into the hearts of the most vulnerable in this country about Republicans' work through the budget reconciliation process. So let's set the record straight. President Trump and House Republicans are working to strengthen and secure and sustain Medicaid. Democrats, through their reckless spending and unwillingness to enact common sense guardrails themselves, have worked to undermine this critical program. We are laser focused on protecting the absolute most vulnerable among us, Americans with disabilities, pregnant women, children, our beloved seniors, by putting in place common sense guardrails to ensure that those truly in need always get the care that they deserve. And that means making sure that precious Medicaid resources go to the living, breathing Americans who actually need the care, not bureaucratic bloat, fraud, or people that have come into this country illegally and have been put on this system. We are also ensuring Medicaid's long-term sustainability by rolling back costly Biden-era regulations that are driving up the program's price tag by hundreds of billions of dollars. Let's be clear, Medicaid should always serve American citizens first and foremost, and that's why reinforcing citizenship verification, another common sense step that the American people believe in, not only protects the program, but saves the taxpayers tens of billions of dollars. And yes, we are reintroducing Clinton-era work requirements. One of the most popular things Bill Clinton achieved in his presidency, and he worked with Congress to get it done, was bringing common sense work requirements to social welfare programs. It would only apply to able-bodied adults without dependents. It's something that we should all be able to agree on. If you can work, you should work. It's a step that was once broadly bipartisan, but today our Democratic colleagues would rather let Medicaid spiral into insolvency with no solution in sight than support a basic principle that if you're able to work, you should. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've heard noise from across the aisle, words like cruel and harsh and all of the hyperbole you could expect thrown around to score political points from their base. But let me be clear, those labels belong not to those fighting for reform, but to those who would refuse common sense changes today and instead allow this critical safety net program to become fiscally unsustainable, leaving behind the very people that depend on it every single day. If we want Medicaid to be there in its entirety for the next generation, for those that truly need us, that we need to be working for every day, we must act now. House Republicans are committed to doing just that, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, can the gentleman name for me one meeting that the Rules Committee had when Democrats were in control where the hearing portion began at 1 o'clock in the morning? Well, but I thought you were intimating that was the case. I don't know of a single where we began taking testimony, and we may have reported our rules late at night, but taking testimony. And secondly, let me just say to the gentleman, with all due respect, I don't view it as theatrics to stand up for people's health care and food assistance. I feel that is my job. And if he thinks that somehow that people are not going to be adversely impacted, read the CBO score. Read the CBO score on the current draft of the bill. Again, it's going to get worse on the current draft of the bill. We're told that because of the changes in this bill and because of the inactions by Republicans, CBO estimates right now 14 million Americans will lose their health care. That's not me. That's the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. Republicans rely on that. Democrats rely on that. And somehow that, that people aren't going to be adversely impacted by the cuts in nutrition, I don't think you understand the nutrition title, if that's what you believe. Under this bill, if a mother of a 7-year-old loses her job for whatever reason, she has 3 months to find a new job. Otherwise, she loses her food assistance. So you've lowered the age of when work requirements are mandatory. And it's a cruel thing to do because, I mean, this is about children. And I don't know, I mean, but if you're a single parent and you got a 7-year-old, by the way, some schools end the day at 2 or 2:30. How do you pay for childcare? How do you try to make ends meet? You know, what about the summer vacation? I mean, what about when school is not in session? I mean, my Republican friends are so in the pockets of billionaires and the well-off and the well-connected. I don't think they know what real life is like for so many people in this country, how difficult it is. And when we talk about programs like SNAP, I have a news flash for you. The majority of people on SNAP who are able to work. They earn so little, they still qualify for the benefit. And by the way, the benefit is on average of about $2 per person per meal. You can't buy a cup of coffee in the United States Capitol complex for $2. You know, and then what my friends don't talk about is how they're shifting some of the cost burdens onto states. And now all of a sudden states are going to be required to come up with hundreds of millions and in some cases billions of dollars in order to prevent people from losing their food assistance. Like, who does that? Who does that all while giving tax breaks to billionaires? It just makes no sense to me. I mean, look, all we're asking for, and I think some Republicans may agree with me on this, all we're asking for is before you bring the bill to the floor, and I appreciate the gentleman saying that there'll be a CBO score by the time it gets through the Senate, but, I mean, don't House members deserve to know what the hell they're voting on before they vote on it? We ought to insist that we all go into this with our eyes wide open, that we know, in fact, what the impact is going to be on our constituents. I don't think that that's a radical thing to demand or to ask for. And yet my Republican friends seem to think that that's unrealistic. Yeah, this bill, it's going to take major changes for me to even take another look at this bill. It's so the priorities don't represent my values. We don't share the same values. It's clear when I look at this bill. But the bottom line is the process right now, and what's relevant to this rule that we're debating right now, I mean, you put in a same-day rule authority to expedite this so people won't even have adequate time to be able to find out how it impacts their constituents. And with that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Well, we had to go and do a little research, but in the 110th Congress on August 1st, 2007, when considering H.R. 3162, the Democrats did indeed convene a Rules Committee meeting at 1 a.m., and they gavelled out at 3:07 a.m. So they've done exactly the same thing that you've heard the ranting and raving and the waving of arms about here today. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, but rules for thee and not for me is typically the way this works. We will do the work of the Rules Committee. We will continue on to pass this legislation and deliver the real relief for working families in this country. I mean, we've listened to a lot of rhetoric about how millionaires and billionaires, it sounds like Bernie Sanders is in the chamber, but really this is about the working people of this country. And if we do nothing and the tax cuts expire in this country, it will be a $4.5 trillion tax increase on the American people. It will cut the child tax credit in half. It will cut the standard deduction in half that puts real money into the pockets of working families. In my district, it's about $1,700 a month that the current Tax Cut and Jobs Act delivers. We deliver even more in this reconciliation package. That might not sound like a lot to some of the people on the other side of the aisle, but for my constituents, that's a couple of mortgage payments. That means real relief for working families in Western New York. But at this point, I have no further speakers. If the gentleman's prepared to close.
Yeah. No.
Gentleman reserves?
You reserve?
I reserve.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, that's not the right. So I have to go back and look 20 years ago. But I can tell you this: Democrats never, ever, ever did anything like you are doing here today. Never. and I mean, I don't even remember maybe you could enlighten us what the bill was, but on a major budget reconciliation bill, you're jamming this through. You're jamming, it's going to add to the deficit. It is going to throw people off of food assistance. It's going to throw people off of health care assistance. That's not me saying that. That's the Congressional Budget Office. Nothing like this has ever been done. Nothing like this has ever been done. And you're doing it with a straight face as if it's no big deal, as if people lose their food assistance, who cares? And the gentleman talks about, that if we don't do something, that taxes will be increased. The reason why taxes are going to be increased is because when my friends passed this tax bill, when Trump was last in office, they made all the tax cuts for middle-class families temporary. They all expired. But you know what they didn't make temporary? The tax breaks for corporations. Those are permanent. And that says it all there. That's the difference between the two parties, is that, I don't know, I think we have different priorities, we have a different set of values. And yeah, I am really deeply concerned about those who will go without food. And I am deeply concerned about those who will go without health care. Yeah, those are my priorities. I'm sorry it makes the gentleman and the Republicans uncomfortable, but that's where I'm coming from. I don't give a damn about whether Elon Musk gets another tax break or not. Maybe my friends do because he poured so much money into the last campaign. Again, that's why we need campaign finance reform. We need to get this place to focus in on what regular people are concerned about, not what billionaires and corporations are concerned about. Mr. Speaker, before Republicans try to cut Medicaid and SNAP benefits in the dead of night, I should also point out that they're giving gifts to big polluters in broad daylight. And I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter signed by nearly 100 public health and environmental organizations laying out the extreme risk of increased incidence of cancer and birth defects if SJ Res 31 is enacted.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is that Republicans have betrayed the middle class of this country time after time after time. And we're seeing that today with these CRA measures that uplift big banks and big polluters at the expense of our health, safety, and economic security. I mean, does anybody think that big banks need more help? That we want big banks to get even bigger? We want big banks to swallow up community banks? Like, I don't know, what planet is that a good idea? It's a good idea only in the Republican-controlled Congress here. And we will see it the rest of this week, Republicans' priorities all twisted as they jam through Trump's one big, awful tax scam. The Speaker has ordered Republicans on the Rules Committee to meet at 1 o'clock in the morning. That's in the middle of the night. And again, here's what puzzles me. We were supposed to meet at 12 noon yesterday. And we're meeting at 1 o'clock in the morning instead. And that we know there are going to be changes. They could have taken testimony and hearings from all the committees and waited to report out the rule until whenever they made their final deals with their members. But they deliberately choosing to meet at 1 o'clock in the morning. I mean, on something this consequential. And I think the gentleman thinks it's a good idea. He says that I will use my time and try to take every moment I can to make my points. I could say to the gentleman, you bet your life I will be. I'm going to be fighting like hell for the people of this country. I'm not going to sit back, and I can say this for the other Democratic members and others who will come to testify, we're not going to sit back and watch our constituents get screwed over. We're just not going to do that. So you could do it at 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. We're going to be there, and we're going to stay there, and we're going to offer our amendments, and we're going to make our points. And so I would urge my colleagues to be prepared to be there for a very, very, very long time. And I hope that the gentleman can give us some assurance that unlike in the Agriculture Committee, where the chairman cut off debate and cut off amendments, even though there was many amendments that were pending, that we won't see the same thing happen in the Rules Committee. Clearly, our debate on this bill is something Republicans don't want you, the American people, to see. So I invite every American, every single American, doesn't matter if you're Republican, a Democrat, or independent, someone who doesn't follow politics, to tune in to the Rules Committee It will be up on our website. I'll be live streaming on YouTube. It'll be on C-SPAN. Hell, maybe even cable will carry us live. But watch it, and judge for yourselves what this bill means for you and your family and your community. And you'll see how Republicans are gutting regular order to jam this thing through. You'll probably see them walk in with a huge amendment at the last minute, one that could dramatically change the bill, including accelerating the timeline for kicking millions of people off of their health insurance. And as soon as next year, people could start losing coverage. That's what we're being told might be coming down the way. And if today's rule passes, if the one that we're talking about right now passes, they'll be able to rush that newly changed bill to the floor just hours later, giving members and the American public zero time to read it or to review it. So make no mistake, a vote for today's rule is a vote to give the Republican leadership a blank check to fast-track Trump's one big, ugly bill through this House. And here's what really gets me. Members of the House Freedom Caucus have said over and over again that bringing a 1,000-page bill to the floor without time to read it is corrupt and immoral. They were the loudest voices demanding the 72-hour rule. So let's see if they mean it. Let's see if they actually mean what they say or if they fold under pressure. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge every member of this House, to vote no on the PQ and hell no on this rule and no on the underlying legislation, and to send a strong message that we reject this Republican obsession with screwing over the middle class to give tax breaks to billionaires. And with that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from New York. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am prepared to close, and I yield myself back the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
We're here once again to protect Americans from the heavy hand of Biden-era regulations. The slew of midnight rules forced on the American people by the last administration pose a direct harm to our nation's economy and its threatened jobs. The pieces of legislation before us today under this rule are not filler. Quite the opposite. The resolutions passed by the Senate and here before the House are law-making exercises. Democrats' dismissal of these CRAs speak volumes as to their lack of care and compassion for the serious ramifications that the regulatory agenda has had on the economy, on consumer choice, and on the environment. My Democratic colleagues certainly wouldn't want to focus our time today on these CRAs because they are part and parcel to dismantling the regulatory agenda that they had wedded themselves to for 4 long years under President Biden. What was the result of their commitment in the Biden-era regulatory agenda? $450 billion in new regulatory costs on the economy. That may just be numbers on paper for a D.C. bureaucrat, but the amounts of jobs lost, manufacturing shuttered, and communities decimated for folks outside the Beltway is what it's really all about. The CRAs before us will allow Congress and the Trump administration to continue its important work of reversing harmful regulations and unleashing the promise of the American economy. I strongly support the rule before us today, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on HRES 426, adoption of HRES 426 if ordered, and a motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1223 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business of the House, the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 426, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 28, House Resolution 426. Resolution providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 13, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency of the Department of the Treasury relating to the review of applications under the Bank Merger Act, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 31, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to review of final rule reclassification of major sources as area sources under Section 112 of the Clean Air Act, and waiving a requirement of Clause 6A of Rule 13 with respect to consideration of certain resolutions reported from the Committee on Rules.
The question is on the ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 207. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring the recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number have risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. vote. The yeas are 210, the nays are 208. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business of the question on the suspension and rules and passing of H.R. 1223, which the clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1223, a bill to require a plan to improve the cybersecurity and telecommunications of the U.S. academic research fleet and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? So many as are in favor of say A. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the vote. For what purpose, gentlemen from California, seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote, roll call vote for the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number of having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by the electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 412, the nays are 11. 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. That goes to this side? Yep. What purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 426, I call up Senate Joint Resolution 13, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the rules submitted by the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency of the Department of the Treasury relating to the review of applications under the Bank Merger Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 13, Joint Resolution Providing for Congressional Disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency of the Department of the Treasury relating to the review of applications under the Bank Merger Act.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 426, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the resolution under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this joint resolution of disapproval.
We ask all members, you can take your conversations off the floor where we're going to conduct the business of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this joint resolution of disapproval that would nullify the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency's final rule that makes it more difficult for banks to merge and merge in a healthy way. That's why I introduced the House companion, H.J. Res. 92. Today, we have the opportunity to prevent future administrations from issuing arbitrary rules on mergers and acquisitions that lack robust cost-benefit analysis and would make it significantly harder for financial institutions to grow and compete. Banks in the great Commonwealth of Kentucky and throughout the country are facing challenges in managing the high costs of complex regulations. Furthermore, customers now demand advanced technological features such as mobile and online banking, which require substantial capital investments. Mergers often present the only viable path for these institutions to keep up with these regulatory and technological costs and continue serving their local communities. They also play a vital role in ensuring the safety and soundness of the financial system. By enabling stronger, well-managed institutions to acquire weaker ones, especially those struggling due to local economic conditions, we can prevent bank failures and the panic that they cause. Instead of making it harder for banks to merge, we should be eliminating outside obstacles to mergers, enhancing competition and innovation, and ensuring that Americans, especially those in rural and underserved communities, retain access to physical branches with employees who understand their local economies. That's why I introduced H.R. 1900, the Bank Failure Prevention Act, which includes a shot clock to ensure timely decisions on merger applications. Mr. Speaker, I come from Kentucky. It's a basketball-crazed Commonwealth, and we care about the shot clock. Well, we should care about the shot clock on merger applications as well. My bill would restore fairness and predictability, preventing delays and giving banks the stability they need to focus on serving their customers and growing their businesses. The Bank Failure Prevention Act will help community and regional banks thrive in today's competitive environment, providing for a shot clock on the review of those merger applications, providing better outcomes for consumers. I look forward to marking up this important legislation in the House Financial Services Committee this week. The OCC's merger rule under the Biden administration would have taken us in the exact opposite direction. It would have upended decades of precedent by shifting the burden onto banks to prove their merger should be approved, rather than requiring the OCC to demonstrate how the merger conflicts with statutory factors. This would be fundamentally unfair, increasing confusion for banks seeking to merge and massively increasing the delay on the pendency and review of these applications without any kind of deadline on the review. Additionally, the rule would have abandoned expedited review for mergers for small, well-capitalized banks. Before the Biden-era regulation, there was an opportunity for expedited review of healthy mergers when there's small and well-capitalized institutions involved. But unfortunately, because of the Biden regulation, this resulted in a much more protracted process. Expedited reviews are essential to avoid prolonged, costly merger review processes that hinder banks from maintaining their employee base or investing in technology. Instead, long, drawn-out application processes create an environment of uncertainty due to regulatory delays, even when the proposed transaction is relatively simple. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, consumers are the ones who are hurt most when their banks are caught in limbo and forced to devote resources to navigate the merger process instead of enhancing their own products and services. The Democrat-led OCC rule was driven more by a progressive ideology against mergers in all sectors of all kinds in the economy rather than sound, rational policymaking. In fact, the Biden-Harris OCC did not even coordinate with the other banking regulators, such as the Federal Reserve Board, before issuing this final rule. Creating different merger rules for banks with different charters would add significant ambiguity for both banks and their customers. Thankfully, the current OCC under President Trump has recently indicated they will abandon this flawed rule. However, without this Congressional Review Act resolution, there is nothing to prevent a future administration from reintroducing this damaging rule that would prevent healthy, beneficial mergers from occurring. Community and regional banks, as well as their customers, should not have to fear that the rules will change dramatically in a few years. Mr. Speaker, I can already anticipate the argument from my good friend from California. I know what she's going to say here in just a few minutes. She's going to say, look at the Republicans, they're supporting mergers of big bad banks, and that hurts Americans. To the contrary, Mr. Speaker, allowing healthy mergers to prevent bank failures allows for healthy financial institutions to compete with the big Wall Street banks. If you want more competition for big Wall Street banks, you should support this resolution of disapproval because you're going to create stronger competitors to the big Wall Street banks. But if you oppose this resolution, like the gentlelady and the ranking member of our committee is about ready to do, she's defending the regulatory moat that protects big banks from real competition. The Democrats' opposition here are defending big banks without competition. And that's why I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support healthy competition to prevent bank failures and to disapprove of this unwise regulation from the Biden administration. I urge all my colleagues to support this resolution and prevent the regulatory whipsaw that has proven so detrimental for banking institutions and the American people who rely on them. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman
I'm
is
so
recognized.
pleased that Mr. Barr from Kentucky referred to me because the big banks hate me, they love him. They support him, they don't support me. So let's see whose side he's on. As a matter of fact, he's here talking about, not been in support of big bank mergers because he's trying so hard to get more community banks. Well, we need more community banks, but he's a long way from getting what he's talking about. But the fact is, we really do need them because of the big bank mergers. One of the things he could do to increase having community banks that relate to the neighborhoods, relate to the people in the communities, is stop allowing these big mergers to take place. Well, let me go on. I rise to express my opposition to H.J. Res. 13, a Congressional Review Act resolution that would rescind a rule Office of the Comptroller of the Currency has put forth to improve their bank merger application review procedures. Consumer groups, experts, and I have long rung the alarm bell as the federal government rubber-stamped bank mergers for decades to the detriment of competition. The result has been a growing number of banking deserts where communities lack even one bank branch. Let's see what happens after a merger. Mr. Barr, I want you to listen to me. I want you to know what happens after these big bank mergers. They close branches. They close down branches all throughout the communities. They lay off the workers. They need less workers, and so they start laying them off. They raise interest rates and fees on their customers. We lose relationship banking, community involvement, and a personal touch from your neighborhood bank. When these big bank mergers come in, you don't have tellers anymore. As a matter of fact, when they close down the branches, you try and get them on the telephone. Have you tried to talk with a bank manager on the telephone with these menus that they have? They run you around from so-called extension to extension to extension. You lose all of these relationships. So, in fact, while thousands of bank mergers were approved the last few decades, the last bank merger application that regulators denied, the last one that was denied in 2003, 22 years ago. Meanwhile, community banks have disappeared as the number of banks declined from more than 18,000 in 1990 to fewer than 5,000 today. Meanwhile, the biggest banks have grown much bigger through mergers and, not surprisingly, are charging customers more for banking products and services. For example, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau found that the largest banks charge between $400 and $500 every year in additional interest compared to smaller community banks and credit unions. In fact, that negative consumer impact is one of the many reasons I and more than 90% of the public commenters urge regulators to oppose the recent Capital One and Discover merger. I think you supported that, which created the largest credit card issuer. But the Trump administration approved it anyway, and I know you did what Trump wanted you to do. We already have enough mega banks with too much corporate power. In the mid-1990s, the 20 largest banks held 15% of all bank assets. Today, they hold more than 65% of all bank assets. And the 4 largest mega banks hold more assets than the next 75 largest banks combined. Now, these mega banks are just too big to manage. Now, take Wells Fargo, for example. They grew larger through mergers and then repeatedly violated the law and harmed millions of consumers. It got so bad that the Fed, under former Chair Janet Yellen's leadership, imposed an asset cap that remains in place to this day. Now, that's not easily done. You don't hear Treasury doing that, placing asset caps. But they did that because of the way that Wells Fargo Bank had just mismanaged and disregarded its customers. So, to curb these rubber stamp mergers, former President Biden issued an executive order to encourage the Department of Justice and the banking agencies, including the OCC, to strengthen their merger reviews, get more information, find out what they intend to do, how they're going to provide more services. And that's what President Biden tried to get done with the OCC. Get more information. Don't just rubber stamp them and let them merge and do all the things that I've just alluded to. After going through a public notice and comment process, the OCC, which oversees most large banks, including the 4 largest commercial banks in the country, published a final rule last year that made several common sense improvements to its merger review procedures. First, it eliminated a fast-track procedure where even the largest bank mergers could receive automatic approval of their mergers 15 days after their public notice comment period closed. Second, the OCC required merger applicants to file the standard merger application to ensure they had enough information to weed out harmful mergers. And third, the rule provided guidance, something industry often asks for. Specifically, the OCC provided guidance on how they would consider statutory factors when reviewing an application, making the process more transparent. Rolling back these reforms is dangerous, especially at a time when DOGE is firing staff at the OCC and the other bank agencies, making it harder for them to carefully review these mergers. Well, I guess Elon Musk didn't stop with all of the other agencies that they were undermining and firing and laying off. They decided that they would fire staff at the OCC and the other bank agencies, making it harder for them to carefully review these mergers. But what Elon Musk was doing is consistent with what he's been doing, and I guess what Trump wants him to do. They want less services. They want to make sure that they're supporting the biggest banks with these mergers, the biggest banks that's going to close down the community relationships that we have with community banks. Moreover, I do not know why Republicans rushed this bad bill to the floor, bypassing a committee markup. That would have been prudent. As I would point out, this resolution is actually a giant waste of time, as it would rescind a rule that was already rescinded by the OCC. You heard me right. President Trump's acting comptroller of the currency rescinded this very rule last week when it issued an interim final rule that took effect on May 15th. But I'm not surprised that my Republican colleagues weren't paying attention to this development. Maybe they were. Maybe they think that it was something that Trump had said to Elon Musk, go get it done, an executive order. But maybe they felt that this is one of those executive orders that would get ruled out by the courts when we absolutely oppose them. This bill is only moving because Republicans needed to waste time while they hammer out how best to give $5 trillion in tax breaks to billionaires. They needed more time to figure out if tens of millions of Americans would lose Medicaid, whether millions of children would lose access to food stamps, and just how many consumer watchdogs they would fire at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It doesn't matter that the United States bond ratings are downgraded, that foreign investors are dumping U.S. investments, or that small businesses are struggling to keep their lights on. No. Republicans are instead rescinding a rule that Trump already rescinded. I tried to give you credit for why he might be doing this, but what you have done is you have just disregarded that it's already been done. And you came over to waste some time just to make sure that executive order perhaps won't work. Well, and much later tonight, when the rest of Americans is sleeping, Republicans are going to figure out just how many Americans they can squeeze to pay off their billionaire overlords. Mr. Speaker, this is a bad bill being considered under worse circumstances. I don't know why we're wasting time on this floor. I urge members to reject this wasteful, harmful, anti-competition bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserved from Kentucky is recognized. I thank the Speaker for the recognition, and before I yield some time to my good friend from Florida, I want to take the opportunity to respond to a few of the points that my friend from California made, that maybe she's misunderstanding what the law actually says. And when I refer to the law, I'm referring to the Congressional Review Act, which is the statute that we're invoking here to invalidate this Biden-era regulation. Because the gentlelady from California says that this is a waste of time. The Trump OCC has rescinded the rule. We don't need to do this. I would remind the gentlelady from California that the reason why we need to do this and why we're invoking the provisions of the Congressional Review Act is that passing a resolution of disapproval under this law ensures that a substantially similar bad rule can never be reintroduced in the future without scrutiny. We obviously know that there are bad regulators from the prior administration that prevented healthy mergers and that would have prevented bank failures. And so there's no guarantee that we're not going to have an equally bad regulator in the future. That's why we have to take out this insurance policy against bad regulators in the future. That's what the CRA is. It sends a clear message for balanced regulations that foster competition and innovation without excessive bureaucracy. And it safeguards against unchecked regulatory actions, ensuring that future rules undergo careful oversight. Now, I want to address this assertion that bank merger applications are just rubber stamped by regulators. Well, if there's any evidence that that's not true, it's proof from the prior administration. Not only was there not a rubber stamp, there was so much scrutiny that they never happened. They languished. There was no shot clock. There was no review. They just sat there and languished. And you know what happened as a result? Banks withered on the vine, waiting for a decision because of regulatory paralysis from the previous administration. There was hardly a rubber stamp. There was never a decision. Frankly, all we're asking for is a decision one way or the other, Mr. Speaker. Yes or no, green light, red light. Don't just sit there in purgatory forever and not make a daggone decision. That's the problem we're trying to fix. And with respect to the gentlelady's concern about closed branches, we're concerned about the lack of branches. We're concerned about banking deserts. That's exactly why Republicans introduced a bill to allow for more de novo charters. We want more banks, not less. We want more competition, not less. We want those new banks to form in those underserved communities, urban, rural, suburban, wherever they are. We need more. So my question to the gentlelady, the ranking member, why did she vote against that? If she's so concerned about no branches, not enough branches, banking deserts, why is she voting against making it easier for new banks to form in those places where there are no financial services? So with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 2 minutes to a great leader on our committee, Mr. Herodopoulos from Florida, who will also offer his wisdom on this subject.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I want to stand in support of Congressman Barr's good legislation. And let me remind those listening about this idea that the tax issue is so important. Let's be clear here. The current rate on highest earners in the United States is 37%. If our bill passes, it will stay at 37%. So there's no big tax break for the rich as they claim over and over. It is 37. So let's be very clear on that message. Second, who's getting the big tax cuts in this bill? Seniors, Social Security, people who earn tips, people who work overtime. Those are the hardworking Americans who've supported the president and want to push this bill forward so that we all enjoy economic success. But getting to this issue today, I think it's so important that Congressman Barr's put it perfectly. This is consumer protection. This is fair competition because the prior administration's OCC rule burdened businesses with excessive red tape, particularly targeting small banks and limited beneficial mergers. Reversing this rule allows for essential mergers that drive innovation, lower operational costs, and benefit consumers. And remember, this rule was issued without coordinating with any other federal agency. This is why the smart decision we are making today will codify and make a strong decision so we finally have truly competition against the big boys that people say they're fighting against. This is a common sense issue, and I'm proud to support Congressman Barr on this as a member of the Financial Services Committee. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for yielding back. And as to our Democrat colleagues' concern that this legislation and allowing for healthy mergers to happen in the banking sector would somehow diminish financial services or customer service would somehow be lost. It's actually the opposite. When you have healthy mergers among especially community banks or small regional bank acquiring a community bank that allows them to add scale, that allows them to invest in the very technology that provides the customers with better services, with better, more innovative financial services and products. So far from losing customer service, this is a way for smaller institutions, regional banks, to come together into combinations, invest in more technology to lower costs, to help those customers to increase access to financial services in ways that they can better compete with the mega banks. And with that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. I yield myself additional time as much as I may need. When we talk about rubber stamping, oftentimes people don't really know what we're talking about. What I'm saying is that we need to have better review. The OCC needs to be able to do everything possible to ensure that they know what these big banks are going to do and whether or not they're going to close down branches, whether or not they're going to lay off people, whether or not people are only going to be able to go to their telephone or to the internet and somehow and try to get someone to talk to. Let me tell you what a definition of rubber stamping is. In 2023, the OCC approved, you won't believe this, 22 of 23 mergers within 60 days. That's 95% done in 2 months. Now that's what you call rubber stamping. That's what you call the big businesses, big banks, being able to do whatever they want to do. All they have to do is get individuals like my friend on the opposite side of the aisle to stand up and support them with what they want to do. Again, I'll remind you that when these big mergers take place, they lay off people and they close down branch banking. That's why we have what we call deserts that exist in communities. Deserts because there are no branch banking. The big boys don't really care about branch banking. They're big and they are doing exactly what I have indicated in making more money by laying off more people, having less services, charging larger interest rates. I'm not on the side of big banks. I'm on the side of the people. And so, let me continue. The Republicans may claim this bill also prevents the OCC from updating its merger review procedures in the future. But why would they want to do that with just one banking agency? Perhaps they forgot that we have two other federal banking agencies in the Federal Reserve and the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Not only will this resolution freeze the OCC's review procedures in time and arguably prevent them from even providing guidance to applicants on how their review procedures work, but it allows other federal bank regulators, the FDIC and the Federal Reserve, to update their procedures. This would likely lead to regulatory arbitrage, where banks seek to merge with banks within a charter where the primary regulator has the weakest review standards. In fact, we saw this kind of arbitrage in the lead up to the 2008 global financial crisis, when the weakest banks would seek to get a charter from the weakest regulator, the Office of Thrift Supervision, OTS, until their banks failed and Congress shut down the agency in 2008. So I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Let me just address a couple of the arguments that just made. I think I heard the ranking member say that what we're trying to do is let them do whatever they want to do. That's actually not at all the case. The merger review process is a very involved process. There's quite a bit of scrutiny that goes into approving these mergers. And in fact, what we want to do here with the resolution disapproving of this is to actually force the agencies to make a decision one way or the other. The problem we've seen, especially in the previous administration, is not necessarily that they disapproved a merger, they just didn't make a decision. So if it's in the interest of financial stability to reject a bank merger, then that very well could be a legitimate regulatory decision. But make the decision. That's what we're saying here. Make the decision. And if the gentlelady is concerned about layoffs, about employees of banks losing their jobs, the surest way that you'll have massive layoffs and workers losing their jobs is for a bank merger application to be presented to the agencies and have literally no decision. Because the acquisition target, guess where the employees are going to go? They're going to go away. They're not going to stay with the bank. What we're saying is give the merger applicant a decision, one way or the other. That's the best way you can have worker retention in the banking sector. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Moore.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Senate Joint Resolution 13 to overturn a Biden-era rule that threatens competition, undermines community banks, and diminishes consumer choice. Under the Biden-Harris administration, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency introduced unnecessary impediments to prevent healthy bank mergers with limited justification. Community banks are the cornerstone of local communities, and often mergers present an opportunity to allow them to better keep up with the costly compliance and technology cost. Unlike the member from California, I represent a rural area in North Carolina, and I've seen firsthand what happens to banks that are not allowed to grow, frankly, because of a lot of the overregulation that they've had to deal with, particularly these last 4 years in the Biden administration. And I've seen the opposite. I've seen the fact that North Carolina continues to grow, that thousands and thousands of people are leaving from states like California that are overregulated, overtaxed, voting with their feet, coming to states that are much more business friendly, much more consumer friendly. And that's the kind of policies that we need to be adopting in Washington. This resolution is going to ensure that future administrations cannot create complicated review processes that lock out competition, provide unnecessary delay, and keep things in limbo for unknown periods of time. In the true spirit of competition, this resolution cuts burdensome red tape, allows banks to get back to what they do best, serving customers and serving communities. This is a step in the right direction. And comments were made earlier on the other side about the big, beautiful bill that we're going to be passing hopefully this week. This is another step to move this economy forward, to finally unshackle American energy, to finally move forward and reduce taxes, to let that American spirit continue to grow. These are the kinds of things that we need to be doing. These are the kind of things that we are doing, and I appreciate the time. With that, I yield back to the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you. Thank you for your excellent comments. And I think another important point that needs to be made in the context of this resolution of disapproval of the Biden-era OCC rule is what's actually happening in the marketplace. I think the arguments made on the other side of the aisle assume an antiquated market where the only competition that exists are banks competing with banks. That's not the case anymore. We're living in 2025. And in 2025, the advent of all kinds of non-bank financial services has to be taken into account when you look at the merger landscape in banking. We have fintechs, we have non-banks, there are credit unions, there's farm credit, there's all kinds of payment systems, movement to stable coins and the blockchain. Financial services looks a whole lot different than it did even 25 years ago. And so when you're doing an analysis of the propriety of a bank merger, you can't just look at whether or not this leads to some level of consolidation in the banking sector. You have to look at it in terms of competition across the financial services landscape. And in order to achieve the scale, to provide the same level of services, to provide the same level of technological convenience, to provide the same level of underwriting and access to capital that consumers are being accustomed to now in this very competitive landscape, healthy mergers are needed for banks to compete with all of the financial technology that's happening in the landscape, in the economic landscape. That is not being taken into consideration by my friends on the other side of the aisle. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California is
Thank you very
recognized.
much, Mr. Speaker. You know, we tend to come to the floor when we're producing legislation, and we talk about a lot of ways that bills have to go through different kinds of discussions, different kinds of meetings, etc. And oftentimes, the people don't really understand what we're saying when we talk about things like mergers, and we talk about the OCC, and we talk about review and all of that. Let me just try and talk about it in ways that people understand. First of all, I have said, and I stand by the fact, that with these big bank mergers, they close down branch banking. They close down the banks in the communities. Why do they do that? They do that because they want to save money. But what happens when they close down the bank? Now, in many communities, and in my own community, when banks were closed down, all you had was the ATM. You didn't have anybody you could talk to. And so when people go to the bank and they only have the ATM, what do you do when you want to talk about an automobile loan? What do you do when you want to talk about a mortgage? Who do you talk to? Who answers questions about the credit cards, about things that show up on the credit card that you don't know about? Who do you talk to? I don't know who you talk to. You sure can't ask the ATM about that. The ATM cannot give you the kind of services that branches give you, and the reasons branches were there in the first place when you have these big bank mergers that close down the branch bankers. Well, let me elaborate on an earlier point that I made. We've seen how the largest banks have grown too big to manage through these bank mergers, and then repeatedly broke the law and harmed their customers. For example, a few years ago, when I chaired the Financial Services Committee, we investigated Wells Fargo after they were found to have engaged in a pattern and practice of violating the law. The bank illegally repossessed service members' cars. They failed to submit a credible living will. They overcharged small business retailers for credit card services. They flunked their Community Reinvestment Act exam. They discriminated against people of color seeking mortgage loans. To top it off, they pressured their employees to cross-sell their products, which led to the creation of millions of fake accounts without customers' permission so that staff could reach unrealistic sales goals. Now, if my colleague on the opposite side of the aisle want to challenge me on that, and I don't think he does, because that's why we fined them when we discovered what they had done. Can you imagine a huge bank like Wells Fargo, too big to manage, having all of this unlawful activity and leading to the creation of millions of fake accounts without customers' permission so that staff could reach these unrealistic sales goals? This is unbelievable, but this is what happened. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they know that this happened, and they know what we had to do with Wells Fargo. As a matter of fact, it was after all of this revelation about these unlawful activities that we were able at least to help get rid of some board members, and the CEO all had to go. But this is what happens when you allow big banks to keep merging. They're too big to manage, and they give up on customer service that branch banking is all about. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention so that I could make them remember what happened with Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo was originally founded in 1852 and it grew in part through several bank mergers, including in 1998, merger with Northwest, and an acquisition of Wachovia during the 2008 financial crisis. Wells Fargo became one of the biggest banks and the 10th largest public company in the world based on sales, profits, assets, and market value. But in our investigation, we learned that a senior official at Northwest had an aggressive cross-selling and product sales strategy, and he brought that approach to Wells Fargo. This strategy was adopted and spread throughout the business, including to former Wachovia branches and retail bank operations that Wells Fargo acquired. Wells Fargo's CEO, John Stump, was fully aware that Wells Fargo's focus on this cross-selling, combined with aggressive sales goals and associated incentive compensation plans, could encourage employees gaming and create compliance problems. The bank was fined again and again until in 2018, I pushed the bank regulators to use their full toolkit to hold a repeat offender like Wells Fargo accountable. The Federal Reserve, under former Chair Janet Yellen's leadership, that I mentioned earlier about putting a cap on assets, used one of the tools regulators rarely use, and I repeat, rarely is this used, to impose an asset cap on the bank until the bank cleaned up its act. What it said basically was, you can't keep doing this and making money. You can't keep doing this and profiting off the backs of your customers. You can't keep doing this and getting richer and richer and richer. And so she put an asset cap on the bank until the bank cleaned up its act. And that cap remains in place 7 years later. So I hope members will think of our constituents, including the service members, the seniors, the students, the veterans, and our neighbors that Wells Fargo harmed when deciding if we could make bank mergers easier. And if you do, you will vote no on this harmful bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, listening to my colleague from California just reminds me to make the point that economies of scale is not inherently bad. Economies of scale and big, large financial institutions serve our economy. Community banks serve our economy, mid-sized banks serve our economy, regional banks serve our economy, super regional banks serve our economy, and yes, big banks serve our economy. They serve different parts of the economy. And at the larger end, the globally systemically important financial institutions, they make markets. They are part of why we have the deepest, most liquid, most competitive capital markets on planet Earth. This is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. Those large institutions are capable of serving large multinational corporations that make the United States a destination for capital flows in our country. They are a magnet for foreign direct investment. They help us with countering terrorism. They give us a global visibility that we wouldn't have if we didn't have large, globally important financial institutions that were forward positioned in other continents, that allowed us visibility into financial flows and help our law enforcement and our intelligence agencies find bad actors. That is a good thing. That's not a bad thing. It's important, though, that we preserve the dynamism and the diversity of our banking sector. That's why we also want large regional banks, mid-sized banks, and yes, community banks and micro banks. We want it all. It's the diversity and heterogeneity of the banking sector that makes our system the best in the world. That's why we want healthy mergers. We want de novo charters to backfill, but we want healthy mergers so that we have a constantly dynamic and healthy banking system. Now, the gentlelady cites this one particular case of fraud in one large bank. And she's right. It was a bad case. And it was properly punished by the regulators. And she cites to a case of cross-selling and overly aggressive marketing and a sales goals program and compliance problems. It's true, there were. But it's not because there are healthy mergers in this country that happened. That's not why that happened. That could have happened in a regional bank. That could have happened even in a smaller bank. It happened to happen in a larger bank. But guess what? There's a lot of other large banks in this country where they didn't have those problems. When there are problems, that's why we have regulators and bank examiners, and they fix those problems to make sure that they never happen again. But you know what can help prevent those problems from happening even more than regulators, even more than central planning from Washington, Mr. Speaker? Competition and choice. Competition and choice. That particular institution that she's talking about, that the gentlelady is talking about, maybe they didn't have enough competition. Maybe they didn't have enough competition, Mr. Speaker, because we had regulators that prevented healthy mergers to enter into their market space and actually compete and take customers who are unsatisfied with that cross-selling. The whole point here is that we want a dynamic marketplace so that we can create competition. That's the best form of consumer protection. Not a regulator, not an examiner, not regulatory inaction or regulatory indecision. That's not consumer protection. But healthy mergers to allow for greater competition of the big banks. That's the way to protect consumers. And I'll make one other point before I reserve as well, and that is that when we say that large banks are not inherently bad, what we mean by that is that when you allow for a merger, let's say of two regional banks, and you allow that scale, that economies of scale to take place, and where there are investments in technology, not only do you give the customers of that larger institution, that successor merged institution, with greater resources to provide lower cost services, more technological advancements, but yes, you allow them to invest in what? Consumer protection. You allow them to make sure that people in their organization are not making mistakes with cross-selling, making sure that they're using the latest technology to ensure that everybody's getting the right deal and the best deal and the most financial inclusion possible given that particular customer's circumstances. So far from promoting problems, this bill will actually help solve the problems. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you very much. As we consider whether we should make the approval of bank mergers easier, I have another example of how mergers have led to major problems. In 2020, the Federal Reserve and the OCC fined Citigroup $400 million over serious ongoing deficiencies relating to its risk management systems. Now, this is very, very important. Every bank must have risk management, but when they get too huge, not only do they not have the proper risk management, it doesn't work very well. It was a long-standing issue that Citi had after they went through a series of mergers in the 1990s. When the 2020 fine of $400 million was imposed, now there was an article in the Wall Street Journal that explained how mergers harm the bank. They wrote, and I quote, "Regulators have long fretted that the hodgepodge of systems, a legacy of a string of deals in the 1990s that turned Citigroup into a financial powerhouse, could make the bank vulnerable to costly and potentially damaging missteps, too big to manage. A recent high-profile error, Citigroup's accidental $900 million payment to creditors of cosmetics company Revlon, gave credence to their concerns," quote, end quote. That's right. The bank lacked sufficient controls because of its past mergers, too big to manage, and accidentally paid $900 million to Revlon, which quickly went into litigation. But the bank did not correct their problems. Regulators fined them again last year, but earlier this year, we learned that Citibank made another big payment error. The bank, I love this one, the bank intended to pay a customer $280, but somehow accidentally added way too many zeros to the transaction. For 90 minutes before an employee caught the mistake, one lucky customer had $81 trillion credited to their account. Woo! Unfortunately, for that customer, the bank corrected their error. And far too often, these kind of mismanagement mistakes actually lead to harm for consumers. In fact, since 2000, Citigroup has paid over, listen at this, $27 billion in fines, settlements, and consumer remediation, including 42 actions related to consumer protection violations. This includes discriminating against Armenian American credit card applicants, overcharging other credit card holders, and mortgage servicing violations that could have helped homeowners avoid failure. So again, this is the logical conclusion. If we have faster mergers, we will have fewer and fewer banks that are bigger and bigger, and indeed too big to manage. And so, let me just say that when I said how much they had been fined just a moment ago, Citigroup, one could think, how could they be fined that much money? How can they afford it? Where do you think they got that money from? Where do you think that money came from? Why do you think that doesn't matter to the big banks? It's just a matter of doing business. You know where that money comes from? It comes from the customers. That's why we have to make sure that the customers are serviced properly, that when a big merger wants to have support from the government, that they will have been vetted in such a way that OCC understands very well how you're going to service these customers. Are you going to close down these branch bankers? How are you going to help somebody that's looking for a mortgage? What are you going to do to the person that can't talk to the ATM because they're trying to get a car loan? And so these are legitimate questions. These are legitimate answers that need to be given. And so I want to just say this. The money does not fall out of the sky that allows them to pay millions and millions of dollars in fines. It comes from charging the customers, increasing interest rates, laying off employees so you have less employees to pay, and the services get worse and worse and worse. The customers are the victims of these big mergers who do not want to be reviewed properly and who you support in not wanting to be reviewed properly. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me give you an example of where a merger that was recently approved certainly doesn't hurt consumers, but helps consumers and creates more competition. The gentlelady cites the approval of the Capital One Discover merger. You know what that merger did? It created a third option in addition to MasterCard and Visa for consumers to access in terms of a payment network. That's not diminishing competition. That's creating more competition. More competition for Visa, more competition for MasterCard. Ask Visa and MasterCard. They'll tell you. This is a very formidable competitor to MasterCard and Visa now that there is an approved merger between Capital One, a substantial credit card business, a substantial payment business, and Discover with their substantial network. You create a third option for consumers. That is pro-competition, not anti-competition. Another point, this is not just about big banks. It's about small community banks. We are scrutinizing today The Biden OCC's regulation. What did that regulation do, Mr. Speaker? It eliminated expedited procedures for approval of what? Community bank mergers. Small, non-complex mergers that would allow those community banks to serve those small communities better. And that regulation eliminated that. Here's what the Trade Association of the smallest banks in America says about that Biden regulation. Here's what the small banks say about that regulation. The ICBA strongly opposes the elimination of the expedited review and streamlined applications. Not every transaction is complex. For example, in instances where two community banks within the same market attempt to merge, and the merger does not pose significant financial stability, consumer protection, competition, or safety and soundness concerns, the OCC should treat the transaction as non-complex and permit for review under streamlined procedures. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me that we would have streamlined, expedited procedures so that we can make sure community banks can continue to compete. This is not about big banks. It's about small banks and the survival of small banks under the avalanche of red tape that came at them after Dodd-Frank. After the avalanche of competition from non-banks and credit unions and fintechs and blockchain companies, we want these small banks to survive, to continue to serve their communities. This is the way they do it. And finally, I want to make a point that hasn't really been discussed here today in this debate, and that is we should remember the lessons of Silicon Valley Bank. And there was a very, very significant panic because of the failure of Silicon Valley Bank, and there was a run on that bank. We don't want that to happen again. We don't want a panic. We don't want a run. We want to prevent bank failures. And the way to prevent bank failures is to allow strong banks to acquire weak banks. We want to make sure that a failing bank can be saved by a white knight. Delaying approvals of healthy mergers is very dangerous for financial stability. We need this legislation so that we never have a bad regulation that would prevent regulators from allowing expedited approval of mergers that help save the system. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm just sitting here being absolutely shocked by some of my own words when I take a look at the fines that we have charged both Citi and Wells Fargo. And I see that each of them have paid $27 billion in fines, but they're still in business. You know why? Because they make so much money. This is just the cost of doing business. We break the law, they're going to fine us, but we can afford it, and we'll go on doing what we do. This is what happened with the big banks that you allow to merge without understanding what they're all about and what is their commitment to the consumers. If, in matter of fact, they can afford to pay $57 billion in fines, money that they have collected from their customers, and they only see this as the cost of doing business and keep on doing business, keep on getting fined. What are we talking about? Listen, I'm not opposed to credible mergers. Democrats just want mergers that result in a bank that will follow the law and serve the community. We want to make sure that they have the systems in place and the management to follow the law. Why? Because the consumer is on the hook and the taxpayer is on the hook. I want my colleagues to know that I have not talked to anybody recently who was happy with their bank. They have problems getting the services because the banks keep cutting back on the employees and trying to push everybody to the ATM. We can do better than this. We can understand when the mergers want to take place, Who are these entities that want to merge? How huge is this going to make this bank? What are they going to do about branch banking? With that,
The
I yield.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me quote
yield the
Federal
balance of
Reserve
my
Governor, now the Vice Chair of Supervision, Michelle Bowman, who talked about the pro-competition benefits of healthy mergers. She said, reducing the efficiency of bank M&A activity can be a deterrent to healthy bank transactions. It can reduce the effectiveness of M&A activity that preserves the presence of community banks in underserved areas, prevent institutions from pursuing prudent growth strategies, and actually undermine competition by preventing firms from growing to a larger scale, effectively creating a protected class of larger institutions. Mr. Speaker, we had a hearing that was called when the ranking member was the chair, and she called in all the CEOs of the biggest banks in the country. But in this particular hearing, the gentlelady from California also hauled in some of the CEOs of the regional banks, the big regional banks, in addition to the GSIB Wall Street banks. And I just noticed that the CEO of a successor institution that was formed by the merger of two regional banks was sitting right next to the CEO of one of the largest banks on planet Earth. And I asked the CEO of one of the largest banks on planet Earth, I said, this gentleman, who's now the CEO of a big regional bank, is sitting next to you. Can you tell me what is a more formidable competitor to your big Wall Street bank? Is it the original small regional bank, the other small regional bank, or is it the combination of those two regional banks that made a bigger regional bank? And he said, undoubtedly, it's the bigger regional bank that poses a bigger competitive threat to me, the big Wall Street bank. Not all mergers are bad. There's a lot of mergers that help create more competition. That's what we want. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, it provides better financial services and products and access to the American dream for the American people. That's why we want to disapprove this bad regulation. That's why we want to make sure that mergers are allowed to allow for distressed banks to sell themselves instead of failing, and thereby insulating the deposit insurance fund from losses. This is to help financial stability, Mr. Speaker. So I urge all of my colleagues, for the reasons that we've outlined today, to help us invalidate this bad regulation, to make sure that no regulator in the future can pass another bad regulation like this that would prevent healthy mergers. And for goodness sake, if you want dynamism and competition in a diverse banking system, support our agenda that not only allows for healthy mergers, but also provides for regulatory tailoring so that we provide relief to the small community banks so that they can compete, relief to the regional banks so that they can compete, and for goodness sake, clear the way for de novo charters, new banks to come in to the system. I don't know for the life of me why my friends on the other side of the aisle who complain about big banks won't allow for healthy mergers to compete with them, won't allow for new banks to come into the system by over-regulating the heck out of the sector. Allow there to be a dynamic, diverse banking system. And for these reasons and others, as I explained earlier, I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency of the Department of the Treasury relating to the review of applications under the Bank Merger Act.
The questions on the passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested.
Okay. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For purposes, the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1969, the No Wrong Door for Veterans Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 76, H.R. 1969, a bill to amend and reauthorize the Staff Sergeant Parker Gordon Fox Suicide Prevention Grant Program of the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boston, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 1969 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of 1969 as amended. Now, this bill was introduced by my friend and colleague, Representative Miller Meeks. The bill is a powerful reminder that mental health and physical health go hand in hand. This bill extends authorization for a Staff Sergeant Parker Gordon Fox Suicide Prevention Grant Program. House Republicans created the Fox Grant Program to expand the reach of VA's mental health services through community-based organizations where veterans and their families live. The organization who have qualified for the Fox Grant Program provide traditional and non-traditional mental health and therapy support services to veterans in need. This ensures VA services are reaching everyone who need them. We should, without question, continue the Fox Grant Program. This bill also recognizes that being in the military is a physical task. If our country wants to make veterans whole after their service, it only makes sense that VA should provide the means for fiscal activity. Representative Miller Meeks' bill will make adaptive prosthetics a necessity, a necessary medical service. This would help our veterans to return to active activities they were accustomed to, or even explore new opportunities. We must not let our veterans' time in service be what holds them back from living the rest of their lives. I want to thank our Health Subcommittee Chairwoman for her leadership on both issues. This bill is a fantastic idea that will save veterans' lives, and I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 1969 as amended. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in hesitant support of H.R. 1969, the No Wrong Door Act as amended. This bill would reauthorize the Staff Sergeant Parker Gordon Fox Suicide Prevention Grant Program, or Fox Grants, for fiscal year 2026. Now, as the ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, one of my top priorities has been and will continue to be veteran suicide. Bless you, Mr. Speaker. The Fox Grant Program is an important tool in our arsenal for this work. Community-based programs are a crucial part of a public health approach to suicide prevention. However, I do have significant concerns with this legislation's approach to reauthorizing this program. We must ensure that we reauthorize this program in a way that ensures it is effective and robust as possible. I would like to take this time to highlight some of those concerns. First, based on congressionally mandated reports that the committee has received, VA has not established enough metrics to allow Congress to monitor the success of the program. Additionally, in our view, grantees are not collecting or reporting complete data for all participants, which further limits Congress's ability to determine whether the program is meeting its intended purposes. It is clear that this bill, as drafted and amended, will not do enough to improve data collection and make clear what data grantees are responsible for collecting. This bill would also compound this issue by requiring grantees to use the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale to screen participants for their baseline mental health when entering the program. Now, while this scale is widely accepted, clinically validated behavioral health, while this scale is widely accepted, clinically validated behavioral health screening, let me say that again. While this scale is a widely accepted, clinically validated behavioral health screening instrument, its primary use is to measure a patient's suicidal ideation and the severity of suicidal risk at a given point in time. Now, VA already requires FOX grantees to screen their participants using a number of other validated screening tools, both at baseline and after connecting veterans to additional support. Each of these tools measures other upstream factors of mental health that contribute to veterans' suicide risk, such as levels of emotion, optimism, work satisfaction, and social support. Limiting grantees to the use of a single screening instrument that measures suicide risk at a point in time will further limit our ability to evaluate the overall effectiveness of the FOX grant program on improving veterans' mental health. Now, perhaps more importantly, Congress is not and should not be in the business of mandating the use of a particular clinical tool. Not only does it micromanage providers or grantees in terms of determining the most clinically appropriate tool, it also arbitrarily limits providers and grantees from using a different tool in the future if it is determined to be more effective. Finally, I remain concerned about language that would dramatically alter the entities that would be eligible to receive grants. Specifically, we oppose language that would add quote-unquote healthcare providers as eligible grantees. The FOX grant program was designed to allow community-based organizations to help address upstream suicide risk factors and provide services to support veterans' needs. It was never intended to directly provide clinical care, particularly mental health care. Now, combined with my existing concerns about the bill's lack of requirements to strengthen data collection and demonstration of effective outcomes, I remain extremely concerned that opening eligibility up to new types of grantees without establishing additional definitions, guardrails, or oversight will weaken the quality of care provided to veterans. In its current form, H.R. 1969 as amended does not reauthorize this grant program in a way that will meet the needs of our veterans. Just 2 weeks ago, we held a markup where my Republican colleagues rejected several amendments to improve this version of the bill, including an amendment I offered that would have at least partially addressed my concerns. Thus, the bill that we are considering today is not the one that considers any of the areas of improvement that I had hoped that could be incorporated into the legislation at the committee level. Now, I believe that Senator Warner's bill to reauthorize this program, S-793, is a better starting place that will help ensure that we reauthorize the strongest possible version of this grant program. I hope we will have an opportunity to engage in robust renegotiation and discussion with my Republican colleagues and our Senate counterparts to ensure we advance the strongest possible bill to prevent veteran suicide. That said, while I have serious concerns about how this bill would reauthorize the program, I want to make clear that I understand that this grant program is a critical piece of VA's efforts in ensuring veterans receive the outreach support and services they need and deserve when it comes to their mental health. So, therefore, I hope that that moving forward we can work together along with our Senate counterparts to reauthorize the Fox Grant program in a responsible way and ensure it is as effective and robust as our nation's veterans deserve. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the fiscal year, the Fox Grant program expires. This bill will keep the Fox Grant program going. We have made important improvements to the grant program, the bill that is before us today. I look forward to continuing to work with stakeholders and veterans groups to find ways to make even more improvements to the Fox Grant program. But I won't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We can't let this life-saving program that veterans and their families rely on stop. That is what we are here to do. And when it comes to the screening tool, it is essential that all guarantees use the same protocol to determine the effectiveness of the services and programs. The Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale is currently a tool used by VA as one component of an eligibility screening and identifies individuals with suicidal thoughts and behavior. If we simply allow guaranteed to use the whatever protocol they choose, this could create differing approaches and confusion. The bill simply requires that guarantee servers include this essential screening tool. The code says include, not exclude or only. This bill, as amended, preserves VA's flexibility to ensure the best results for veterans who are seeking mental health services in their most desperate moments. When it comes to, well, in common sense, to allow those who are already provided mental health services to receive grants for a suicide prevention program, not only are these applicants subject to the same level of scrutiny as previous year's guarantees, but also receive the same amount of funding. The idea that this creates a loophole or expands community care is far from reality. Adding qualified providers to the list of grantees helps keep the door open for veterans seeking mental health services. The reality is, this program is set to expire in September, and we cannot allow this to happen. Delay jeopardizes this program. We have big problems to solve. Adding qualified mental health providers will only help. And I can appreciate the fact that the Senate has a different perspective. However, I find their approach to be business as usual for Congress and VA. Their bill would simply reauthorize the program for longer and with more money. It would also oblige VA to provide more vague reporting requirements and briefings. In other words, more money and more bureaucracy. In this program, if this program has been perfect, maybe this would be a good idea. But I think we can do better by ensuring the program continues longer while giving Congress the opportunity to make some revisits and revisit these programs. With that, I would like to yield as much time as she may consume to my good friend from Iowa, Dr. Miller Meeks.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Bost, for allowing me time. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1969, the No Wrong Door for Veterans Act. As a 24-year Army veteran, a physician, and a member of Congress, I've seen the toll that service can take on our veterans, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally. And I've heard from too many who feel forgotten once they've taken off the uniform. And while I respect my colleagues' comments from the other side of the aisle to ask for data, for metrics, and for outcomes, but not to provide a tool for these grantees seems to be the wrong path to take. 17 veterans die by suicide every single day. That number should shake this chamber. It's a national tragedy and a moral call to action. This bill reauthorizes and strengthens the VA's Staff Sergeant Parker Gordon Fox Suicide Prevention Grant Program, one of the most effective tools we have to get local, trusted organizations the funding they need to help struggling veterans. In Iowa, I have seen incredible work being done by people like Shane Sawyer, an Air Force Special Operations combat veteran who helps lead the Quad Cities Vet Network. He brings veterans together not just to socialize, but to survive, to reconnect with the tribe they lost, to rediscover their identity, and to talk to people who understand what they've been through. His work saves lives, that simply. This bill helps him and thousands like him do even more. It also includes my Veterans Sport Act, which ensures veterans can access adaptive prosthetics for sports and physical activity. Because recovery isn't just about prescriptions, it's about purpose. Whether it's walking a golf course or playing a team sport, these activities can be the difference between isolation and hope. Mr. Speaker, we made a promise to our veterans. This bill is about keeping it. It ensures no veteran falls through the cracks. No door should be the wrong door when a veteran is in crisis. And no door should be the wrong door when it comes to making our veterans whole. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 1969. Let's do the right thing by those who put everything on the line for us. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
California is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to share my position on H.R. 1969, the No Wrong Door Act as amended. I will always be supportive of efforts to prevent veteran suicide, but I remain concerned that this bill does not do enough to ensure the Fox Grants program is working as intended. Veterans deserve our best legislative efforts, not legislation that creates more problems than it solves and that does not take steps to improve suicide prevention efforts. That being said, I will not stand in the way of forward progress on veteran suicide prevention efforts, but I strongly urge my House and Senate colleagues to work with us to ensure that final reauthorization of this program is as robust as possible, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's yield back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Okay. Gentleman's yield back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1969 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
I object to the vote on the grounds that the quorum is not present and make a point of order that the quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of SJ Resolution 13, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 13, resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency of the Department of the Treasury relating to the review of applications under the Bank Merger Act.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record the votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
The yeas are 220, the nays are 207. The joint resolution is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
They look like they're having some. I was trying to drum, but I'm bouncing back. Okay. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute. Gentleman was this. The House will be in order. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the 692nd Tank Destroyer Battalion for their service in World War II. Their accomplishments cannot be understated. The 692nd endured 195 consecutive days of combat across Europe in the fall of 1944 through the spring of 1945. They helped free thousands of prisoners in the Dachau concentration camp. The day after that, they captured Munich. There are many names to be honored in such historic group, but two I'd like to highlight today are Captain William McQuaid, the last surviving veteran of the battalion, Jack Myers. Their story serves as a great reminder of the dedication this great generation had to the principle of freedom. Thank you for your service, and God bless America. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I recently heard from a mom in Massachusetts. We'll call her Rachel. Her son was born 3 months early and then spent 2 years in the hospital. He is finally home, but he needs a ventilator and a feeding tube. Still, his mom says he is the happiest little 3-year-old in town. They have been through a lot, but they are able to get by unless this Republican budget becomes law. Medicaid pays for the daily care this little boy needs to survive. Rachel wrote, quote, "We are terrified about what losing Medicaid support would mean for our family." Moms have enough to deal with. Let's leave their kids' health care alone. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent
consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize an exceptional man who recently celebrated 30 years of dedicated service to Waupaca County and citizens of Northeast Wisconsin. Last week, Waupaca County Sheriff Timothy Wills reached a milestone of 3 decades of service in law enforcement. From his time as a jailer and dispatcher to his current role as sheriff, Timothy Wills' dedication to public service is an inspiration to us all. It is especially fitting that his 30-year anniversary fell during National Police Week, a time when we honor the hard work of our law enforcement officers who put their lives on the line every day to keep our communities safe. Throughout his impressive career, Sheriff Wills has served in multiple roles that have been essential to maintaining the safety of Waupaca County residents. Sheriff Wills began his career in law enforcement with the Manawa Police Department in 1991 and became a corrections officer in 1995 with the Waupaca County Sheriff's Office. Given his leadership, he was promoted to patrol sergeant in 2007, where he also served as a training coordinator. In 2018, he was elected to serve as the Sheriff of Waupaca County due to his wide-ranging skill set, ample knowledge, and unwavering service to the people of Waupaca County. I had the privilege of getting to know Sheriff Wills personally over the last year, and I know that he is a man of integrity who is committed to upholding the rule of law and protecting the people of Waupaca County. On behalf of the people of Waupaca County and Wisconsin's 8th Congressional District, I would like to say thank you, Sheriff Wills, for your decades of honorable service. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The House will be in order. Take other conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico rise, seeking recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
There are a lot of representatives here today because the Democratic Women's Caucus and my Democratic colleagues are here to stand against Republicans' bad billionaire budget. And we are here to tell the stories of how the Republican slashing of Medicaid and SNAP will betray American families, women, and cause immense suffering. Vanessa's 6-year-old son, Alex, has hemophilia. The littlest cut could cost him his life. Imagine worrying about your child bleeding to death just for playing in the schoolyard. Alex can live an almost normal life with medicine, but it costs $700,000 a year. Vanessa works at the Taos school, but in her words, without Medicaid, we would not be able to afford this medicine. Alex's mom is terrified to lose Medicaid because she's worried it means she will lose her son. Republicans, we need 4 of you, just 4 of you, to stand up against the billionaires and with Alex and working moms like Vanessa. Who will join us to save Alex's life?
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Luke Jennings. Luke is from Felicity, Ohio, and was elected to serve as the National Secretary of the Future Farmers of America. Farming is in Luke's blood, as he has raised livestock, shown pigs and cattle, and his family owns and operates Windy Ridge Acres, a beef cow operation. As a representative of an agricultural-focused district, I understand how important family-owned farms are. It is my honor to advocate on their behalf in Congress. The FFA plays a critical role in equipping our young people with the tools they need to successfully lead the next generation of American farming. Farmers across the United States and my district have benefited from the FFA's commitment to advancing agriculture education through their comprehensive learning model. Luke earned his National Secretary position after serving as the Felicity Franklin Chapter Officer and Ohio State Officer for 2 years. In addition to his service in the FFA, Luke is currently pursuing a degree in agri-science education at The Ohio State University. I'd also like to recognize Luke's mom, Holly, who is a longtime FFA advisor. Luke, the Holt Jennings family, and the farmers across America represent the best of this country. Thank you for all you do. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Medicaid and SNAP are lifelines for hundreds of thousands of people in mid-Michigan. 148,000 people in my district rely on SNAP to put food on the table. Over 224,000 people in my district get health care through Medicaid, including over 87,000 children, 19,000 seniors. Every one of these individuals is now at risk of losing their lifeline because of these cuts. Rhonda from Genesee County has a 28-year-old son with Angelman syndrome whose intensive care is heavily funded by Medicaid. Rhonda had to quit her job to care for him and receives money through a Medicaid-funded program for caregivers. There are thousands of stories just like Rhonda in my district and millions more across this country. This budget will be devastating for the very people we swore to serve. That's why I'm offering an amendment to address how these cuts will hurt maternal health outcomes in this country. Slashing SNAP, limiting access to prenatal care, and kicking expecting mothers off their insurance will only worsen the mental health crisis in this country and lead to more suffering. Working families, children, mothers, and seniors deserve a budget that works for them, not the ultra-wealthy. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
One of the Merit's Caucus core missions is to spotlight exceptional educators, and Utah is blessed with so many. My team recently visited Bluffdale Elementary, a dual language immersion school where students start learning Portuguese in the first grade and stick to it throughout high school. 2 inspiring classrooms were taught by Ms. Jessica Belelva, first grade class, and Edson Habelo's sixth grade class. Both teachers spoke exclusively in Portuguese, and the students rose to meet the challenge. First graders eagerly answered questions about the calendar and weather in Portuguese. Sixth graders tackled science concepts like ecosystems in fluent Portuguese. This is what happens with set a high bar. Bluffdale students are thriving because dedicated teachers believe in their potential and push them to reach them. That's merit in action. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I wish to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in opposition to attempts by Republicans to slash health care that millions rely on just to benefit Elon Musk and the friends of the president. Almost 14 million Americans will lose health care coverage if this plan is successful. This is life or death. In my home state of Georgia, these Republican cuts impact 2 million people, real people. A single mother in Atlanta working 2 jobs is now facing losing her Medicaid. A veteran in rural Georgia now has to face red tape just to get the benefits he earned serving our country. This isn't about accountability. It's about taking food and health care from people who need it most. We've seen how these policies fail in Georgia. Red tape and paperwork errors have already kicked thousands off their health care coverage, even when they're eligible. This isn't reform. This is cruelty. We need to protect health care for working families, not strip away their lifeline. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in anticipation to deliver on the mandate that the American people gave my conservative colleagues and I last year. The mandate was clear. We must deliver safety, prosperity, and stability. And this one big, beautiful bill does this and more. It extends the Trump tax cuts. It bolsters our national defense, and it helps secure our southern border. And don't believe the demagoguery of those who, for political purposes, mislead the American people and scare them. Holding out for personal agendas holds back the President's America First policies. And I urge my colleagues to join me in making America strong, secure, and to deliver on the promises we made to the citizens of our great nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Mr. Paul Redmond, the visionary leader behind the world-renowned Longwood Gardens, which is a fixture of my community in the Philadelphia area. Since 2006, Paul's masterful leadership has helped Longwood navigate modernization, a global pandemic, and even an escaped convict hiding on the grounds. Under his direction, Longwood has grown physically and programmatically, becoming a go-to destination for events, employing hundreds across southeastern Pennsylvania and bringing 1.6 million people to our community last year. I've been proud to host honored guests like the Japanese ambassador to Longwood Gardens, and I'm always thankful for Paul's graciousness and hospitality. This week, for his steadfast dedication to our community and to Longwood, Paul is being inducted into the Chester County Economic Hall of Fame. He has made innumerable contributions to our region, and this honor is beyond well-deserved. Congratulations, Paul. I am so proud to have an extraordinary leader such as you in our community and at the head of our Longwood Gardens. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
You can ask consent to address the House 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the California Air Resources Board is trying to jam through a gas price hike under the cover of its so-called low-carbon fuel standard. After the rule was blocked earlier this year for being unclear and poorly written, CARB is now racing to make it effective by July 1, just months after quietly approving it right after the election, and in time for summer travel for people on vacation, etc. Even their own staff at CARB admitted it will raise gas prices. Californians already pay the highest gas prices in the country. This will just make it worse. This is said to add at least 65 cents per gallon by this move. Now, combined with a couple closed refineries in California, by the time that kicks in place, a USC study indicates it could be $8.40 per gallon. Let that settle. That's exactly why I acted at the federal level and led the charge of creating California's Clean Air Act Waiver Authority, the same waiver CARB uses to push these costly, unchecked regulations on the rest of the country. No agency should have this much power to raise costs without public input or accountability. This is bureaucratic overreach. We voted here to contain CARB on forcing electric cars and trucks under these. We should give them no more waivers and allow that or other radical policies that raise costs for families and everybody else. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, of all the titles I hold, the most important is mom. Like fierce fighting mothers across this country, we want a better future, a safer future for our children. Like Tiffany George, a courageous mother in Hood River who has two beautiful children, Wiley and June. Wiley, her youngest, was diagnosed with a rare genetic disorder at 18 months. Very quickly, Tiffany and her husband were overwhelmed with medical bills, doctor visits, therapies, medical equipment, and hospital visits. 10 hospital visits almost put them into bankruptcy. Medicaid was a lifeline. Without Medicaid, Wiley's life-saving medications would cost $9,000 a month. $9,000. Democrats are united against this cruel Republican budget because we are willing to fight for families, for their future, for their health. Without food stamps, without health care, children like Wiley will suffer. Families will be pushed to the brink. I am here fighting every day for Tiffany, for Wiley, and every mother and American family who deserves that stability. We must fight this awful Republican budget bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Representative yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to speak for a minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, recognized for 1 minute.
I feel I must address one of the key issues that we're going to be dealing with in the next 2 days, and that is what type of new tax cuts are we going to put in the Internal Revenue Code. Some people think if I had my choice, I'd bring back the personal exemption and put $1,000 or $2,000 or $3,000 per child on that return, because there's no time in life in which you need money more than when you're just starting out and have children and have a big mortgage. We should look out for the average guy at a time when they're most desperate. Some people would say, and my second pick would be to reduce the marginal tax rate on the most technical manufactured goods, because we want those goods to be made here in America, and it'd be great to have those manufactured in America. Some people, however, think the most important thing is to encourage states to increase their taxes, higher property taxes from the local units of government, higher income taxes for the state government. They want to increase the exemption for those to encourage state governments and local governments to spend more money. No! We should be helping out the young people with children just starting out. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the representative from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to adjourn the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, is recognized for 1 minute.
A little tall here. Mr. Speaker, I rise to share the impacts of the Republicans' big bad bill. I don't want us to forget that health care is a matter of life and death, and the proposed Medicaid cuts are a death sentence for people like Jessica, who lives in my district. Jessica fled an abusive relationship when she was 25. Then she found out she was pregnant. Only through Medicaid, Jessica was able to access prenatal care. Then late in her pregnancy, her doctor discovered a knotted umbilical cord. She was rushed into surgery. Thankfully, Jessica gave birth to a healthy baby. Without Medicaid, Jessica might not be a mom today. She and her daughter might not have survived. These massive cuts will force hospitals and birthing facilities to close. That means no one has a safe place to give birth. The result, a tragic domino effect for moms and kids. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Michigan rise to seek recognition?
To address the House floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share a story from Charlene, a grandmother in Michigan, who wrote me with a real, honest fear about Medicaid cuts. Her granddaughter is just 11 years old, and she lives with type 1 diabetes. Her life depends on insulin and a constant stream of medical supplies to keep her alive. Her mother is a single mom and a nurse. She takes care of others for a living. And even though she has her own insurance, it doesn't come close to covering all of her daughter's needs. That's where Medicaid comes in. She is doing everything right, and still, this family is holding their breath. If Medicaid disappears, Charlene's granddaughter faces the possibility of going without the medicine that keeps her alive. Who are we as a nation? Why are we talking about this right now? And all for what? So that Republicans can continue massive tax cuts for billionaires and corporations. We can afford the health care that we need and deserve in this country if we're willing to stand up to the ultra-wealthy. I will never stop fighting for Charlene's granddaughter and every family like hers in West Michigan and across the country. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Yields back. For what purpose does the representative from California rise seeking recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in strong opposition to the GOP tax scam, which would gut the programs that families rely on, like Medicaid and SNAP, just to give trillions in tax breaks to the wealthy. In my district, more than 208,000 people rely on Medicaid and 75,000 rely on SNAP. They include women like Nancy from Pasadena, California. Nancy has stage 5 kidney failure. She relies on Medicaid, SNAP, and Social Security to keep a roof over her head, food on her table, and continue her treatment. And she is scared to death about losing these. Nancy asked me to tell my Republican colleagues that one day you or your loved one might need the resources that you are fighting so hard to slash. Do not take food literally out of the mouths of babies just so Elon Musk can buy another yacht. Nancy deserves better, all our constituents deserve better, and House Democrats are here to fight back against this cruelty. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Oregon rise to seek recognition? Without objection, you recognize for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Medicaid is a critical and important safety net and provider of affordable, accessible, appropriate health care, especially in the rural communities I represent. Today, I want to share a story of Florence from North Bend, Oregon. She's a mother, a caregiver, and a fighter. She lives with a rare neuromuscular disease, myasthenia gravis, a rare form of angioedema. For her, Medicaid isn't just a safety net, it's a lifeline. It covers the critical treatments and specialist care that keep her out of the ER and out of the ICU. But beyond that, it allows her to be there for the people who count on her most. Because Medicare helps her manage her health, Florence is able to raise her 10-year-old daughter and care for her elderly parents, her mother with heart failure and COPD, and her father with serious health challenges of his own who are able to age in their homes. Without Medicaid, this entire support system would collapse. Taxpayers would pay more to support all of them, and their family would be broken. This is what's at stake. Medicaid isn't just about individual coverage. It's the backbone of family stability across the country for Florence, for her daughter, for her parents, and for millions of families like theirs. We must protect and strengthen Medicaid. Lives and futures depend on it, and I yield back.
Thank you for yielding back. For what purpose does the representative from California seek recognition? Without objection, recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to join our Democratic leader and Democratic Women's Caucus colleagues in highlighting stories of women and children who would be harmed by the House Republican agenda. Republicans are slashing $300 billion, that's B, billion dollars from SNAP, and in addition to cutting $700 billion from Medicaid. That's $1 trillion in cool cuts from our nation's children in order to give tax cuts to billionaires. SNAP is our nation's most effective anti-hungry initiative, and the devastating Republican cuts threaten children and families in California and across America who are scared and crying out for help. Our single mom, Melissa, from California, lives in a district represented by one of our Republican colleagues, shared that if not for SNAP, her family of 3 children would go every month running out of money for food, zero for food. She attends school full-time and says that without SNAP, they would be forced to rely on food giveaways or starve.
Republicans shamelessly call this reform, but let's be clear, it's a sinful betrayal of the Gospel of Matthew. When I was hungry, you fed me. Democrats will never stop fighting to ensure no child is left behind. Hands off our Medicaid and hands off our SNAP.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the representative from New York rise seeking recognition? Without objection, representative is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. There are 25 million Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders in the U.S., representing the fastest growing racial group in the country. We've made invaluable contributions to our country and play a vital role in shaping America for the better. But at a time when we should be celebrating, our communities are anxious and afraid. This celebration of our heritage, culture, and stories is dampened by the Republican scheme to strip away benefits from those that need them most. This big, bad billionaire bill would impact nearly 200,000 Asian American constituents, many of them senior citizens in my district alone. Not to mention the nearly 1 in 10 Asian Americans across our country that rely on food assistance through SNAP, and the 1 in 6 NHPIs living in poverty. Meanwhile, the top 20% of income earners will get nearly 70% of the benefits of this bill. Hungry grandmas, sick children, veterans who are promised care after serving our country. What a way to celebrate and uplift our diverse AA-NHPI communities. Our communities deserve not just to survive, but to thrive. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the representative from Michigan rise seeking recognition? Without objection, representative is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to read the letter that the governor of Michigan and I received from Marie Atkins. I'm a mom to a son with special needs. I'm also a nurse in primary care settings. My story is from the front lines. If you cut Medicaid, Americans will die. People will get sick. They'll lose jobs. Some won't survive. It's not an exaggeration, it's a reality. This bill doesn't cut waste. It cuts the heart out of programs that help Americans meet their basic needs: healthcare, nutrition, essential services. There's nothing excessive about needing insulin or a wheelchair or therapy. This isn't luxury, it's survival. My son's on the autism spectrum. And let's be real about who this hits the hardest: children, people with disabilities, low-income seniors. These are Americans who rely on Medicaid to live with dignity, to have food on the table, to get to doctor's appointments, to afford medication. Every day at our clinic, I hear, "I'm scared, I feel hopeless, I don't know how much longer I can contain." This is a health crisis we're living in, and this bill would make it worse. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Washington rise seeking recognition? Without objection, representative is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For months, we and the American people have been told by our Republican colleagues that we are being alarmist about this budget proposal. But we aren't being alarmist. House Republicans' cuts to Medicaid, SNAP, and other essential programs are alarming. Real people are depending on us to make sure that they still have health care and are able to feed their families. Real people who come to my town halls, who write to us, who call my office. Real people like Annalise, a single mother who called our office urging us, through tears, to protect SNAP, saying, "I will have no way to feed my child. I'm extremely stressed out, and if they cut food stamps, I don't know what I'll do." Real people like Christy, whose daughter has autism and epilepsy. She said, "Losing Medicaid would be absolutely devastating to my family. I won't be able to keep my daughter healthy or get her the medications she needs." Real people like Veronica, whose grandmother's last few days in long-term care were only possible because of Medicaid. Taking healthcare and food away from people isn't bringing down prices for families. It's telling people that your health and your lives aren't worth as much as billionaires' bank accounts. Thank you.
Representative yields back. For what purpose does a representative from the state of New York rise to seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, representatives recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In just a few hours, the Rules Committee will be making the final touches to America's worst budget ever. They're doing it in the middle of the night to hide the fact that this bill will make Americans sicker and poorer. Take SNAP, the most effective anti-poverty tool we have. This bill is the deepest cut to food assistance in history, making it harder to put food on the table for seniors, families, veterans, including 74,000 people in my district. Vivian in New Rochelle said, "I've been delivering food to seniors and people in need since 2009. I do this every day because I know what it's like to be in need myself. I had to stop working when I was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and now I rely on SNAP, and it's still not enough. If those benefits are cut, it would be devastating. Taking food assistance and health care away from those who need it the most to give it tax breaks to those who need them the least. Try to spin it any way you want. Everyday Americans will suffer." Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does a representative from Oregon rise seeking recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, representatives recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to oppose the big bad billionaire bill, especially the cuts to Medicaid. According to the Congressional Budget Office, this bill will result in more than 13 million people across the country losing health insurance coverage, and people with disabilities will be the hardest hit. Medicaid is the primary program for comprehensive health and long-term care coverage to 1 in 3 people with disabilities. You know, my colleagues across the aisle are so focused on giving tax cuts to billionaires, I think they've lost sight of the everyday people who will be harmed by their reckless decisions. One of my constituents, Rachel, is a caretaker for her adult son with Down syndrome. Payments from Medicaid allow Rachel's son to survive. Rachel told me that without these payments, her son could die. Republicans have claimed that vulnerable populations who need Medicaid will not be harmed by provisions in this legislation, but we saw this play out before. In 2011, when states had to cut spending to comply with federal requirements, many people with disabilities were hit hard and fast by the loss of services. I implore every one of my colleagues, do not be complicit in destabilizing the lives of millions of people, including Rachel's son, who will have their health care ripped away. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Illinois rise to seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to speak to the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, representative is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise with my colleagues today to call out the House GOP's big billionaire bailout at the expense of my neighbors back home in Illinois 17. Their bill would take away food from hungry families, kick people off of their health insurance. Also, the richest people that walk the face of the earth get a bigger tax break. The other side claims to be fiscally responsible, but they're blowing a $5 trillion hole in our national debt to do it. What am I supposed to say to Marianne from Morrison, Illinois, who says she can't feed her kids without SNAP? Or a veteran like Mike, who stopped in for his 1 meal a day at the Veterans Drop-In Center in Rockford? Republicans in committee voted unanimously against our amendment that would protect veterans from cuts. And saying this is about waste, fraud, and abuse? Give me a break. This bill is a disaster for anyone who's struggling to make ends meet, and it'll be a disaster for our country. All so the filthy rich get richer. Vote no. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Louisiana rise to seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the representative recognized for 1 minute.
Last week, I had the privilege of welcoming the Corkin family to the Capitol. They traveled all the way from Louisiana to join me for the Energy and Commerce Committee's budget reconciliation markup. Because they, like so many Americans, are proof that Medicaid serves and saves lives. Connor Corkin was born 18 years ago with a congenital brain malfunction. At 6 weeks old, Connor's parents were told that his brain malfunction was so significant that he would need one-on-one care for all aspects of his life. After nearly a decade of being on waiting list for home and community-based disability waivers, Connor was given an emergency new opportunity waiver, or NOW, in 2015. It changed their lives. Medicaid funding and waivers like the New Opportunities Waiver, or NOW, have been and continue to be the lifeline for the Corkins. His Medicaid waiver is the reason he's able to live today. When Republicans attack Medicaid, they attack families like the Corkins. Cutting Medicaid means that this little boy, born today with Connor's medical needs, might not make it to his high school graduation. Connor and so many others need this service to live. Ladies and gentlemen, if the Republicans like their big, beautiful bill so much, I beg this question: why are they displaying it at 1 o'clock in the morning? I yield.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does a representative from Ohio rise seeking recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the representative recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to uplift a story of a hero from Ohio's 13th Congressional District, Mariah Stacey Frederick. Mariah is the voice and advocate for her daughter, who lives with spina bifida, a condition that occurs when the spine and the spinal cord don't form properly. For Mariah and her daughter, Medicaid is a crucial resource, without which they would not be able to afford the proper care that her daughter requires for her condition. In her message to my office, Mariah said, "I am asking for the budget to not touch Medicaid funding. My daughter is 2 years old and is just starting to walk on her own. This is all with the support she receives at physical therapy and the Help Me Grow program. I would be lost without all of these resources for her." Mariah's story is one of heroism, but not different than many of my other constituents. A mother working hard to provide for her daughter who was born and lives with a condition that requires the care that Medicaid provides. And she's fighting to make sure that her daughter is able to keep receiving that care alongside the 200,000 people in Ohio's 13th Congressional District. And what makes this even more infuriating is that this bill is robbing the working poor to pay for tax cuts for billionaires to buy a yacht or a second home. Mariah's story is inspiring, and she is not alone. Thousands of constituents from Ohio's 13th Congressional District have called and written to my offices in Akron, Canton, and here in DC, imploring me to save Medicaid. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to fight for Mariah in Ohio's 13th Congressional District.
For what purpose does a representative from Delaware seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, representative from Delaware is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to share the story of a mother from Delaware whose daughter lives with a condition that means she cannot eat food without getting sick. Her daughter relies on Medicaid to pay for the formula that keeps her alive. Without it, she won't just struggle. As her mother wrote plainly to me, quote, "If she loses Medicaid, she will die," end of quote. Mr. Speaker, we must not gut Medicaid to give tax breaks to billionaires while moms are begging for their children to survive. This mom's story is not an outlier. This is a daily reality for thousands of my constituents. I urge my colleagues, protect Medicaid, protect this child. This is a lifeline. I yield back.
Representative yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Virginia rise to seek recognition? Without objection, representative is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to the extreme cuts to Medicaid and SNAP being pushed by extreme Washington Republicans. Last month, I spoke with Shannon, a mother whose son relies on Medicaid for life-saving care. I also spoke with Eugene, a fifth-generation farmer in Culpeper who grows produce that goes straight to food banks, schools, and churches. But now, because both Shannon and Eugene are facing uncertain futures because of these cuts, more than 56,000 kids in Virginia's 7th Congressional District rely on Medicaid or SNAP. These cuts would take away food from children as young as 8 years old. I guess we'll just have to give our kids, 8-year-olds, little tiny boots with little tiny bootstraps so they can pull themselves up. These aren't just budget choices, they're moral ones. And they're the wrong ones. We should be supporting families and the farmers who feed them, not punishing them. I urge my colleagues to reject these cruel cuts and stand with families and farmers like Shannon and Eugene. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the representative from California rise to seek recognition? Without objection, representatives recognized for 1 minute.
The Republican cuts to Medicaid jeopardize the lives of women and families across our country. Women like Kristen from my district. Kristen suffers from Williams syndrome, which causes cardiovascular issues and developmental delays. She receives care because of Medi-Cal. Every 4 months, she must drive 2 hours to San Diego to run lab tests and functions on her vital organs. Despite these health concerns, Kristen works, volunteers in our community, and dreams of owning a bakery, thanks to Medicaid. All of that is in danger by this reconciliation bill. I ask my Republican colleagues, who are you to decide who gets the care that people like Kristen need and depend on to survive? All of these cuts for what? So billionaires and big corporations can get even more handouts. Let's stand with people like Kristen, protect Medicaid, and protect the families who rely on Medicaid and got us to Congress. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the representative from Hawaii rise seeking recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the representative is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, when I first met Atalina, she was on the front lines of the pandemic, keeping families housed and fed. When fires ravaged Maui, she was there for the victims. She's a pillar of her community and her church. She gives everything she has to others, but even angels need help. Atalina is a mother of 5, soon to be 6. Her husband, battling cancer and now severe back injuries, can't work consistently. And yet, Atalina still works full-time, still serves her neighbors and her community. If I put my entire family on my employer insurance, she told me, it would cost more than half my paycheck. Medicaid gave her family access to life-saving care. SNAP made sure her kids didn't go to bed hungry. These programs aren't handouts, she says. They're lifelines. But now, because her income barely crossed the threshold, she's lost SNAP. It doesn't mean we can suddenly afford groceries, she says. It just means we sacrifice even more. If we cut Medicaid and SNAP, we're not trimming fat, we're cutting hope. Let's be clear about the false choice we're being asked to make. Do we feed the greed of billionaires, or do we feed and care for families like Atalina's? We know who Republicans are choosing. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the representative from Indiana rise seeking recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I rise in support of Medicaid and nutrition assistance. I'd like to tell you about Erica from Indianapolis's East Side, a single mother of 5, including 1 child with special needs. She says that if Medicaid is cut, she and her 5 children will not be able to survive. There's Carol Ann from Indianapolis's North Side. Her Meals on Wheels have already been reduced. She told me simply, we need food to live. Bethany from Center Township. She says, without Medicaid, I would be dead. If Trump cuts Medicaid, I'll probably die. These are the stakes. Every corner of my district, every corner of the great Hoosier state, every corner of our country will be impacted by these very cruel budget cuts. Under this budget, 14 million people will lose health care. Millions will lose SNAP benefits. But those aren't just numbers. These are people like Erica, Carol Ann, and Bethany. I implore my colleagues to remember our shared humanity and vote no on this heartless bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the representative from Virginia rise to seek recognition? Without objection, representative is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was in the Virginia State Senate when Virginia finally expanded Medicaid. And as a result, today, over 600,000 Virginians now have health insurance who didn't before. And by giving them insurance, we were able to keep our rural hospitals open. We were able to keep costs from going up too much for everybody else, because even the uninsured get sick, but they don't seek care until they have to go to the emergency room. Now, hundreds of thousands of Virginians stand to lose their health insurance if this big, bad bill cuts Medicaid, either as it does now, or as some members of the Republican caucus want to go even further. People like with her health, born with a heart murmur, blood pressure issues, constant bronchitis, and was recently diagnosed with glaucoma and cataracts that are getting worse. For years, Gloria had to rely upon emergency care at the hospital because she was uninsured. Because of Medicaid, now she can have the surgery she needs and see again. Don't take Gloria's health care away. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Minnesota rise to seek recognition? Without objection, the representative is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise on behalf of Minnesota families who will lose access to health care if the Republican budget passes. I want to tell you about one of them, Alicia and her daughter. Alicia's oldest daughter is 11 years old. She's a happy, active, and confident fifth grader, but she's also faced a lifetime of medical challenges, an immune disorder, a blood disorder, and a spinal condition. Alicia and her family didn't ask for this. Nothing they did caused this. They work hard, they pay their taxes, they love their daughter fiercely, but they simply cannot afford the care that she needs without Medicaid. Medicaid is what allows Alicia's daughter to go to school, to regain her motor skills, and to run a 5K with her classmates, something unthinkable before her treatment. It's the reason she's not just surviving, she is thriving. But now Republicans are going to gut the program that she and half of all American children get their health care coverage through. This isn't about politics. It's about our values. It's about protecting the health and future of our children. We must protect Medicaids. Our kids are watching, and they are counting on us. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Illinois rise to seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Deborah has this to say about Medicaid, and I agree. She says it's absolutely essential. She says that I adopted 2 medically fragile children from foster care. Both have Medicaid as their primary and only health insurance. They both receive services through the Division of Specialized Care for Children in Illinois. My daughter has a medically fragile and technology waiver. Together, they require 19 daily prescription medications. My son requires a nightly injection that is $4,000 a month. My daughter requires multiple pieces of expensive medical equipment. I would never have been able to adopt or afford to keep them without knowing they would receive Medicaid. I am so proud of them. Medicaid is a vital, life-saving program for thousands of children like mine. I agree, and let's make it accessible to all who need it. I thank you, Deborah. I thank your children, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the representative from California rise to seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries and Chair Ledger Fernandez, for hosting this important discussion on the disastrous impact Republican cuts to Medicaid would have on women and children across the country. In the middle of the night, Republicans on the Rules Committee will consider a bill that contains the largest cuts to Medicaid in our country's history. This outright assault on health care will result in 13.7 million Americans losing their health coverage, including many of the 370,000 Medicaid beneficiaries in my district. This includes people like Yvette from Van Nuys, who said, "I want to retire without spending a large portion of my pension on medical coverage." I also heard from Joe from Panorama City, who without the help of Medicaid would not be able to afford medical treatments for his children. Cutting Medicaid will be a disaster for families across the country, and I stand with my House Democratic Caucus colleagues in protecting it from Republicans' cruel and extreme budget. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Ohio rise to seek recognition? Without objection, gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I am proud to stand with Leader Jeffries and my Women's Caucus colleagues to oppose harmful cuts to food and health assistance. Today, I rise to share the story of Cheryl from Cleveland Heights, a constituent whose life could be upended by cuts to SNAP and Medicaid. Cheryl is a retired small business owner who ran an advertising company with her husband for 25 years. They were forced to close that business due to their health issues. Cheryl lives with chronic respiratory issues and arthritis. Her husband is disabled. She also takes care of her 90-year-old father, who is disabled too. None of them can work, and they depend on SNAP and Medicaid to survive. If Congress guts these programs, it would gut a lifeline for Cheryl and her family. We must remember who we are here to serve. These are real people with real lives, and we must stand up for them. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Texas rise to seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Scripture calls us to help one another. Matthew says, "I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was a stranger, and you invited me in." But Republicans never come here to talk about poverty or hunger or the sick. It's always about tax cuts, the rich, and the billionaires. So tonight I rise for one of the Houston families that are attempting to hurt. Luisa and Roberto are seniors in my district. They've worked their whole lives, and now they're afraid of what happens when Republicans slash the programs they paid into and now rely on to stay healthy. And it's not just them. We hear from moms with cancer, families with disabled children, families with loved ones in nursing homes, and on and on. They're terrified of losing Medicaid and SNAP. What Republicans are doing is un-American, un-Christian, and unacceptable. Make no mistake, the American people know the difference between leadership and cruelty, and they won't forget who chose cruelty. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Ohio rise to seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker, please let me share the story of two of my constituents who will be hurt by the cruel Bonanza for Billionaires budget bill. Bonnie is 82 years of age. She is the primary caregiver for her 63-year-old nephew, Michael. He is deaf, neurodivergent, and lives with multiple chronic health conditions. For years, Bonnie has been his primary support, so he can live independently, manage complex health needs, and navigate programs like Medicaid, Medicare, SNAP, and subsidized housing. Bonnie handles most of Michael's communications with medical providers as he is unable due to his inability to communicate by mouth or by ASL. Michael has relied on Medicaid for hearing aids, surgeries, dental work, housing, and more. And if he loses his coverage, she believes that Michael will become frustrated and either go to jail, self-harm, or die. Michael's mother passed away when he was 19. With no other family to step in, Bonnie worries about what will happen to her nephew after she is gone. This is just one of many examples of who will be harmed by unreliable, onerous work requirements. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's just absolutely morally wrong that millionaires and billionaires will be given $4 billion, $4 billion plus $4 trillion. How about that? And families like this, what will happen to them? Cruelty is not an answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Michigan rise to seek recognition? Without objection, the representative recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this is not about America first. This is about billionaires first and corporations first. And I want to take a moment to bring part of my district into this chamber. I want to read a letter from Angeline from Redford Township. She said, quote, "I am terrified about what the Trump administration is doing to those of us living in poverty with these cuts to SNAP and Medicaid. My family and I could not survive without these programs. It's bad enough we're struggling to purchase the basic essentials and have been heavily leaning on food pantries, not only for extra food, but also for toilet paper and soap. And that's with having the benefits that they have now. I am waiting for my Social Security case to go on appeal. I currently have no income. I am unable to work due to spinal injuries. And with less people working at the Social Security office, it's taking longer than it should to review my case. I am barely surviving as it is, and I couldn't see any of my doctors without Medicaid. My grandchildren couldn't be able to see doctors. We both, my single daughter and myself, both rely on SNAP to eat and Medicaid to see our doctors. It is very clear those voting for these cuts have never experienced traumatic effects of living in poverty and the threat of taking the only help we have away. Please don't let them do this." With that, I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does a representative from California rise to seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to Trump's one big ugly bill, which would cut Medicaid by $715 billion and devastate access to health care for millions of Americans. Like Victoria, a young graduate student in the Imperial Valley, a rural and impoverished region. She says, quote, "Medi-Cal is the only way I can access essential health care. It protects me from financial hardship and ensures I can get the care I need to live and thrive." Victoria isn't alone. She speaks for millions who rely on Medicaid for basic services like birth control and cancer screenings. In fact, the Congressional Budget Office warns that this bill would cause at least 13.7 million people to lose coverage. 42% of my constituents depend on Medicaid. 60% of children in the district depend on Medicaid. Republicans are choosing to strip health care from those who need it most to provide tax cuts to billionaires. I choose to protect health care for working class families. I urge my colleagues to stand with Victoria and protect Medicaid. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Texas rise to seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I rise today for a 28-year-old single mother of 5 in my district. She's doing everything right, working hard, raising her babies, and trying to keep them fed and healthy. She was receiving $1,000 a month in SNAP benefits. Then one day it was suddenly cut to $500. So she picked up more hours because that's what moms do. You know, in this bill, they talk about people being lazy. And so I just want to say that the only thing that is lazy about this bill is their lies. Because when we think about their lies, they are lying as relates to those that are going to be subjected to the work requirements. There's lies about cutting almost 14 million people off their health care. And frankly, they lie about this being fiscally responsible, because you don't have to believe me. Just Google members of the Freedom Caucus and their objections, because they hate the fact that after all of this, we are going to have death, malnutrition, and shuttering of hospitals both in rural and urban America, yet still they are going to drive us into further debt. So when we talk about cutting SNAP, she was only going to get $15 a day or $2.50 per person. Listen, we need to make sure that we don't choose cruelty over competency, callousness over compassion, cons over constituents. Tell Republicans where they can cram this crap.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Ohio rise to seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Oh.
Is the clock ticking?
It's the family. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May my time start.
No, you're fine.
Mr. Speaker, tonight is about the millions of lives Republicans are destroying. And I rise for a single mother in my district caring full time for her 16-year-old daughter, Naomi, who has chronic health conditions. I want America to know the face of this family. Sandra Black, one of the millions whose families could lose their health care. Sandra left her job as a veterinarian to care for her daughter. She would tell you tonight, Mr. Speaker, without Medicaid, literally our lives would be at stake. Republicans want to slash Medicaid and bankroll billionaires. Let me say that again. Republicans want to slash Medicaid and bankroll billionaires. Well, Mr. Speaker, today is about billionaires over hardworking Americans like Sandra Black's family. Tonight, you will hear story after story. Tonight, you will hear Democrats standing up for the American people, staying here tonight how long it takes, because we want America to know that we are standing up for Medicaid, and I will not be silent. I will fight for the lives like Sandra and Naomi's. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. For what purpose does the representative from Georgia rise to seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of my constituent, Monica. Monica has lupus, kidney disease, and congestive heart failure. Constant hospital stays make it tough for her to make ends meet. Monica told me that her last hospital stay brought dialysis, blood transfusions, one complication after another. It also brought a loss of her job. Monica was hospitalized, fighting for her life, when she learned that her $31 a week in SNAP benefits were being cut. Still, with the rising cost of food, she told me that just those $31 in benefits made it possible for her to eat the food that were healthy to keep her thriving and manage her health. Monica wrote, any cuts to these programs will be devastating for people like me, because this isn't just about politics. This is about survival, she said. Monica, I agree with you. This is about survival. This is about the millions of people who will lose access to food under the GOP tax scam. Mr. Speaker, we demand better. It is time for House Republicans to stand up and join us in protecting the basic needs of the people instead of prioritizing massive tax breaks for billionaires. We stand with you, Monica. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the representative from New Jersey rise to seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I probably wouldn't be alive because I wouldn't have been able to afford my medicine. That is what Dominique from East Orange, New Jersey said about Medicaid. Dominique is one of the 100,000 Americans who lives with the sickle cell disease. And she is one of the millions of Americans who would be devastated by Republicans gutting Medicaid. We need to understand that the suffering they are going to create has a face, and it is Dominique's. When she was just 6 years old, Dominique was diagnosed with sickle cell disease. That's also when her aunt enrolled her in Medicaid. Medicaid didn't mean that life was easy. Dominique spent much of her time in hospitals and visiting doctors, but it made life possible. With Medicaid, she's able to see a hematologist regularly, receive the appropriate equipment and medications to make living at home possible, seek mental health care to the toll of living with this disease, and receive treatment for any potential emergencies. Dominique gets to live knowing the care she deserves is within her reach. In her own words, thanks to Medicaid. With that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Massachusetts rise to seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this Republican administration claims to care about babies and families, claims. But I cannot hear the words they speak because I see the things that they do. The birth of every baby should be a joyful transition defined by compassion and whatever health care is required for the baby and the mother. America's broken for-profit health care system denies far too many this basic dignity. But Medicaid has been a lifeline. Today, 42% of births in America are funded by Medicaid. Republicans who claim to be pro-family are coming from Medicaid with a sledgehammer. And what would this mean for families across America? Even worse maternal health outcomes, state rescinding policies that improve access to reproductive care, decimating access to prenatal care, contraception, and cancer screenings. This big, shameful, unconscionable bill is unacceptable, and it is not inevitable. I just need 4 Republicans, 4 people of conscience, to listen to their constituents, to look into the eyes of pregnant mothers praying for a safe delivery, to show a shred of humanity and oppose this horrific bill. If you aren't here to fight for the people who sent you, give up your damn seat. I yield.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Massachusetts rise to seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, proponents of Donald Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill are lying to the American people. They claim it won't cut Medicaid, but it slashes $715 billion, gutting care for seniors and children with disabilities. They insist moms and kids won't lose food assistance, but this bill will cut SNAP benefits for over 7 million Americans, stripping food off of families' tables. They say new red tape will improve efficiency. Come on, we know better. New GOP paperwork hurdles will cause millions of eligible Americans to lose Medicaid and SNAP, not because they don't qualify, but because they missed a form or got stuck in the system. We've seen it before in Arkansas, in Georgia, in New Hampshire. Republicans tried this approach and people suffered. So why are they doing it? To fund tax breaks from billionaire donors who won't have to fill out a single form, by the way. Are these your priorities, tax cuts for the rich paid for by taking health care and food assistance away from everyone else? Prove us wrong, reject this bill, and stand up for working families. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does a representative from Pennsylvania rise to seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Addiction is a public health crisis from which no community is immune. We saw the worst of it in 2021, where in a 12-month span, more than 110,000 people died of overdose. That's 300 or more people a day, 365 days a year. Yet here's a small light. In 2024, overdose deaths fell by 27%. We're finally seeing progress. That's a huge dent in this horrible tragedy. And what's the response of the Trump administration? Shuttering SAMHSA and shifting and shafting it into an illogical, somebody tell me what that department is, organization. and proposing a budget that kicks nearly 14 million people off Medicaid. Nearly half of those struggling with opioid use disorder rely upon Medicaid. In Pennsylvania alone, that's 100,000 people who may now lose their only chance at life, at recovery, at treatment. I know the desperate hope. I know the prayers for a loved one to find recovery. My son Harry is 12 and a half years in recovery from opioid addiction. We know the struggle of way too many families, and we're among the lucky ones, though I don't like to call it lucky. Every family should be as lucky as I. So in this time, we must save more lives. Mr. President, do not cut Medicaid. Do not cut SAMHSA. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week Republicans are attempting to pass a budget that will gut Medicaid, all to pay for tax cuts for the rich. These Medicaid cuts aren't just numbers on a page. They will hurt real people. My constituent, Rosemary, wrote to me and shared her family's story. Rosemary has a child with disabilities. She says that if Congress were to cut Medicaid, their lives would be upended. She wrote, quote, "My child would no longer be able to receive therapies, and I would lose my ability to care for her and to keep her safe. We have been stressed completely about our daughter's future without Medicaid. Please help our children by voting no on the cuts to Medicaid and other proposals that would take away these life-saving services from people who need them like my child." To my Republican colleagues, to my friends, I say, are you listening? Do you hear Rosemary and the millions of moms and dads across the country giving a handout to the rich at the expense of families' access to care? It's shameful. It's just shameful. I urge my Republican colleagues to stand up and fight for their constituents and not for their billionaire buddies.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Tim. First, I'm going to yield as much time as he consumes my friend from Texas, and then we're going to actually do some actual math and facts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my right honorable friend from Arizona whose crusade against the debt is a true public service, and you've spent countless hours in here educating the American people on the dangers of the debt for our country, and we should all be grateful. So thank you for this time. And I'd also like to thank the folks here in the well who are working diligently to always take down the words that we have, take down our votes, and work day in and day out, allowing us to speak to the American people. As we are about to enter Memorial Day, I wanted to bring attention to someone that led me in my career in the Navy, that I fought with and remember fondly, and his memorial service is going to be this Friday, so I'd like to read his obituary and tell a quick story about a man that we all know and loved and adored. Bruce Fecht, born November 16, 1955, passed away March 16, 2025. Captain Bruce William Fecht, U.S. Navy retired, a true American hero, passed away on March 16, 2025 at the age of 69. He was born in Missoula, Montana to Robert William Fecht and Marjorie June Fair. When he was a young boy, the family, along with older sister Bobby, moved to Spokane, Washington, where the family grew to include his two younger sisters, Rebecca and Brenda. He went to Meade High School, where he was a standout basketball player. He continued his education in basketball prowess at Spokane Community College, eventually completing his electrical engineering degree at the University of Washington. His first job at AT&T offered the comfort of a 9-to-5 routine, but it was the thrill of the flight that ultimately called him. Bruce pursued his dream of becoming a naval aviator, applying to and being accepted into AOCS in Pensacola, Florida. He was commissioned in 1982, and 1 year later, in 1983, he received his Wings of Gold in Beeville, Texas, marking the beginning of a distinguished career in the skies. For the next decade, Bruce, call sign Puppy, Served with distinction in various squadrons, including VF-124 Gunslingers, VF-111 Sundowners, VF-126 Bandits, VF-1 Wolfpack, flying the iconic F-14A and F-14D Tomcats, along with the T-2C, A-4E, and F-16N. He completed multiple deployments aboard aircraft carriers like the Carl Vinson, Ranger, and Enterprise. He also graduated from Navy Fighter Weapons School Adversary Course and earned a Master of Science degree in Systems Management from the University of Southern California. Most famously, he was selected as an extra for the movie Top Gun, which was filmed on-site in Miramar and can be seen in the Top Gun photo used in the movie. His career was defined not only by his technical skills and unmatched piloting abilities, but also by his leadership. After 14 years in the cockpit, he transitioned to staff roles, including serving as a Paul Mill officer at U.S. European Command in Stuttgart, Germany. There he played a key role in operations in the Middle East, focusing on Israel, Lebanon, and Syria. He returned to the cockpit in 1999, joining the VF-14 Top Hatters as executive officer, where I knew him, and later commanding officer. During his leadership, the squadron earned numerous awards, including the Clifton Trophy as the Navy's top fighter squadron, the Battle Efficiency Award, and the Safety S Award. Under his command, the Top Hatters were among the first to conduct airstrikes on terrorist sites in Afghanistan following the tragic events of September 11, 2001. His leadership during the onset of the global war on terror left an indelible mark on both his squadron and the larger Navy community. After leading the squadron through its transition to the Super Hornet, he was selected for an executive fellowship with the Hoover Institute at Stanford, where he shared his vast knowledge and insight with the next generation of leaders. He completed his career as commanding officer of VX-9, the Navy's premier test and evaluation squadron. His career was a testament to his love of flying, his unwavering dedication to service, and his profound impact on all who worked with him. His sense of adventure, intellectual curiosity, and deep care for his fellow service members will forever be remembered by those lives he touched. He was a man of faith, and interestingly, in the last 2 years of his life, he earned a master's degree in Catholic theology from Franciscan University of Steubenville. He planned to retire from General Atomics and served as a chaplain. He attended St. Anne Catholic Church in Ridgecrest, California, and enjoyed serving meals and singing in the choir. Bruce will be remembered for his great sense of humor and his generous heart. He was a faithful son, wonderful brother, and a fun uncle to his nephews and nieces. His personal relationship with Jesus Christ took him through his last difficult journey with strength and confidence that he could trust his Lord with the outcome of his life. We will miss him dearly, but look forward to the day we will be reunited in heaven. Bruce is survived by his sisters Bobby, Rebecca, numerous nieces and nephews, and a lot of shipmates. So now I'm going to tell you about the little story I was telling you about. Puppy Fecht. Under his steady hand, Fighter Squadron 14 embarked on what was meant to be a routine deployment aboard the USS Enterprise in April of 2001. But as we all know, history had different plans. This deployment, while routine at the beginning, was set to be special before anybody stepped foot on the ship. As it was, Fighter Squadron 14's final deployment with the F-14 Tomcat marked the end of an era. Once this mission was complete, the F-14 would be retired, and in its place, the squadron would transition to the F-18 Super Hornet. With both excitement and a bit of sadness at the loss of an aircraft that the squadron had known for so long, they were off. But just like every deployment under Puppy's leadership, his command was ready for any mission at any moment or any call to action. On September 8, 2001, the USS Enterprise departed the Arabian Gulf, bound for home with a scheduled port call in South Africa for the first time in about 40 years. Just days later, while still south of the Arabian Peninsula, those aboard the USS Enterprise watched in horror as the tragedy of 9/11 unfolded. In that moment, Commander Fecht's calm, visionary leadership shone through. He made sure his squadron was prepared not just for what came next, but for whatever would follow. That readiness was tested when the call came. On the eve of the first strikes of Operation Enduring Freedom in early October, Puppy assembled his team. Monty Ash Ashleman, Marcel Opus Padilla, Art Cato de la Cruz. Their target, a surface-to-air missile site northeast of Kabul, nearly 1,200 miles from the USS Enterprise. 1,200 miles. That's at least 3 refuelings. It was a mission demanding precision, resilience, and courage, a nighttime operation deep into enemy territory, requiring multiple in-flight refuelings and flawless coordination with Allied formations. And at the time, we didn't have any other air bases that we could go to in Afghanistan. Commander Fecht led his team with the same unshakable calm that had become his signature, guiding them through enemy fire and back home for a sunrise recovery on the USS Enterprise. That's leadership. That's courage. But Puppy's strength wasn't just in his command of the skies, it was in his command of the hearts of those who served under him. Those who served alongside him speak of his infectious laughter, his unshakable calm, and his belief that even in the most trying of times, there was room for joy and camaraderie. His unique ability to diffuse tension with humor and build trust through unyielding confidence made Fighter Squadron 14 not just a team, but a family. He understood that a leader's spirit resonates throughout the entire crew, and because of that, his squadron was not only ready, they were resilient. They were prepared for the worst and delivered the best. Commander Fecht led his squadron with dignity, courage, and an unyielding commitment to our nation. He brought his entire team home, every single one of them. That is the mark of a leader who not only commands respect but inspires it. He embodied the warrior spirit, the never-quit attitude, and the deep sense of duty that defines the very best of our armed forces in this country. Today, I'm proud to tell you just one of many stories of Bruce Puppy Fecht. And we honor him not just for what he did, but for how he did it, with courage, with conviction, and with a spirit that lifted up everyone around him. His legacy lives on in the hearts of those who served alongside him in the freedom that he so selflessly defended. Great American patriots like Commander Bruce Puppy Fecht will always ensure our nation is secure, and they will also ensure the next generation of great leaders are trained and ready to carry that responsibility forward to wherever the next calling may be. So fair winds and following seas, shipmate. And I'd like to add, as we debate these bills on the floor here, that this weekend is Memorial Day, where we remember those who have given their lives, that we may speak freely down here, that we may debate with our colleagues, hopefully in civil tone and purpose, but understanding that this is the last great hope on earth, and that with friends like my friend from Arizona, we will make it even a better place to live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my friend from Texas. You always have some amazing stories. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, tonight is going to be a little tricky because I'm going to try to weave sort of three major subjects together. And some of it's going to be really technical. Some of it will be slightly sarcastic. But the math here is really important. And I'm going to do it backwards from how I originally thought, because I want to hit a couple things that are remarkably important. All right, so I've come behind this microphone, heaven knows how many times, and shown the charts, hey, we're borrowing, $72,000 a second, that we could borrow as much as $2.3 trillion this year, that and I'm going to show some other things in here, Moody's, and why did they downgrade us? That what some of the things going on, and on occasion I get this of, okay, what are your solutions? And then we always try to come in saying, okay, here's the technology shoot where you could disrupt the cost of healthcare. Here's the technology where you could change the price of delivering government services. But we started almost a year ago, in my capacity on Ways and Means, chairing the oversight. I now chair the Joint Economic Committee, so, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, because he helped me actually have the capacity. I've hired a PhD in healthcare economics. We've dropped last week, and that's the term we put in, something called a hopper. That's actually where you file your pieces of legislation. Two pieces of legislation that the preliminary scores are almost $2 trillion in savings over 10 years. So as we're having this discussion of debt deficit, can you extend the tax policy? Can you do other things? It's not going to come from traditional austerity. The fact of the matter is that math doesn't work. You're going to do it through policy. You're going to fix policy. And people just stare at you like you're an idiot when you try to explain these things. So let's walk through our big one. And look, this is an occasion where I promise you, there's so much money involved. There's a reason other members of Congress have been unwilling to do what we knew was a problem. A few weeks ago, I came here with the MedPAC reports. Now, I don't know if anyone ever bothers to read them, but you go through there and it should light your hair on fire. For the last year, the Wall Street Journal has done a series of articles basically showing hundreds of billions of dollars of waste, fraud, misallocation, just misalignment incentives in something we call Medicare Advantage. So walk with me through. In the early 2000s, there was this concept of managed care, that if we could help our brothers and sisters with their earned benefit in Medicare, saying, look, we have fee-for-service, but you have to pay all these co-pays. But what would happen if you could align the incentives saying, we want insurers to manage a portfolio of access to health care, but within that, those insurers will actually make their money by helping you be healthier. The model, which started in 2005, many of you know it as Medicare Advantage. You see the ads, and that's actually part of the problem, was supposed to come in at 95% of fee-for-service because this was a system where you were going to get better quality care, get taken care of, and the insurers would make their profit by helping their population become healthier. Well, it turns out, if you actually read those MedPAC reports, these are the auditors who do the modeling, and we're talking something it's almost $1 trillion in spending last year. So we're talking something it's stunning amounts of money. Last year, Medicare Advantage came in at 120% of fee-for-service. So just that delta, 120% to the 95 it was envisioned to be, that right there is $100 billion a year. And the fact of the matter is, if you've been following this series of articles, I think ProPublica, Wall Street Journal has spent tremendous resources doing it, it will curl your hair. And then you've been seeing the most recent stories about the potential criminal acts. I think last Thursday a story broke of actual criminal, not civil, criminal coming. So, is it time for us as members of Congress to talk about something which is often dangerous, because when you're taking on a system that has trillions of dollars flowing through it, you got to understand, there will be ads in my district that are going to beat the ever-living crap out of me. It's the job. You got to tell the truth, know the math, and come with actual solutions. So, we went back and said, hey, how do you design a system where you make sure the benefits, the promises are there for seniors because it's an earned benefit? How do you make sure you're doing nothing to cut that access to health care, to cut that access to quality health care, but you align the incentives to go back to the original vision where it's about helping those seniors who are on Medicare Advantage become healthier, and the morality of that. Now, we had to do a number of things in design, so we introduced legislation. This was the preliminary score from the Joint Economic Economists. $1.76 trillion of savings over the 10 years. Now, the fact of the matter is that's only about 10% of the cost of the program over those 10 years. So you start to understand the scale of the cost of this. We believe, now understand, this is only conversation between economists, and I was not on the call, that the preliminary score right now is $1.84 trillion coming from the people that will score the legislation. That would make it probably, everything we can guess, the single biggest reduction in spending in a single bill in probably U.S. history. Does that give you a sense, when you have people talking about waste and fraud and misalignment and bad acts, this is the ginormous granddaddy of it all. So how do you actually take a piece of legislation it's not that big a bill. It's a little complex. It's really scary because, as you know, around here, we're not ever supposed to talk about, these things that, particularly Medicare, but this is not Medicare as you think about it. This is the insurers who are paid to actually manage your care and help you be healthier. And yet you have the series of stories saying on how they've been taking advantage of the system. And there's a way to make this work. Even the MedPAC report says, we support Medicare Advantage. We want it to stay, but we're going to have to fix these misalignments. And the economists have been modeling the savings. So what happens if you have a moment here where these sorts of dollars in savings, and this is going to tie in, Mr. Speaker, to talking about what Moody's did last week, talking about how this and our talent-based immigration bill, those two bills together, probably score at $2 trillion of savings, and they would be good for the economy. They would be good for healthcare. They'd be good for people to be healthier. They would help grow the economy. This is an example of getting policy right to actually take on a small sliver of the debt. Because remember, our baseline debt for the next 10 years, we're going to borrow another $22 trillion. So even though this number is massive, still just a fraction of what's coming at us. And look, I'm trying to make the point again. Our legislation, which we call Better Medicare, it's been introduced. It's in the process of being scored. But when you start to see these sorts of dollars, and yes, it would change the current spending projection by about 10.7%, according to the Joint Economic Economists. But you already had the MedPAC saying it's already 25% more expensive than was the original model. So it gives you a sense that we're making reforms, but we're just trying to align the incentives. And we've done some things to actually help the insurers be able to have sort of automatic enrollment, but you can choose to opt out. A longer period of time, so the investment for that senior who chooses that Medicare Advantage plan to be given the services to be healthier. But also with that healthier, the provider, may benefits by having a healthier population. We've been trying to just think like economists instead of so often what you hear behind these microphones. Because something I've teased about, I actually talked about this a couple weeks ago. There's in Nature Human Behavior, there was an academic article, and this is one of those geeky ones that's peer-reviewed, all those things. Computation analysis of U.S. congressional speeches reveals a shift from evidence to intuition. They basically took 240 years of House floor speeches, ran AI across them, and said, hey, guess what's happened? These speeches around here no longer talk about facts, about data, about math. We now tell our feelings. The problem is if you have complex problems, your feelings aren't going to help us fix complex problems. It turns out math does. And this is what we've been trying to do on this reform of Medicare Advantage. We want the system to work, but we can't allow $1.75 trillion over 10 years of fraud and bad acts. And if you don't believe me, get in front of your computer right now and look up some of the articles of the potential indictments, the criminal activities that are coming. But even the Wall Street Journal series that actually talks about people being scored as sicker, and they don't have the diseases, they don't receive services, they're not on those medications, but yet you and I as taxpayers are paying for it, and we're borrowing the money to do it. Please, if you're a staffer watching this, if you're an American that actually cares about us getting our act together and doing things better, if you're a member of Congress, look, I know doing big things around here is terrifying. We don't have a choice anymore. When you start to see, if anyone actually read the Moody's report that was put out last Thursday, they make a couple points that should scare the crap out of us. In 9 budget years, they believe about 9% of the entire economy in that year will be borrowed by the federal government. That's $3.8 trillion will be the borrowing amount in 2035. And that's just sort of our baseline. And the reason we often don't tell the truth, we avoid it, is almost all this growth of this borrowing is interest and Medicare. It turns out it's really not Republican or Democrat, it's demographics. But we're so busy trying to get elected next time, we need something to blame them, they want to blame us. You know, so if you stand up here and try to actually fix problems, you will get the crap kicked out of you, but you're at least trying to do the right thing. This is what you're hired to do on this job, is not pander to your voters, tell them the truth and try to fix things. I can't tell you how many speeches I hear behind these microphones. People tell you the problem over and over, but they'll never spend a year writing a bill, putting about 100 hours into it with academics, with PhDs in healthcare, experts from the industry, put together a bill and says, this will work. This will make things better. And look, here's something it should just a philosophical thought I want everyone to think about. The United States just got downgraded by the third major credit rating agency. Did you know there's 18 states that have higher credit rating than the United States government right now? 18 states have higher credit rating. Yet, every dime a member of Congress will vote on, every dime of discretionary, non-defense discretionary as we call it, is borrowed money. Every dime of defense is borrowed money. About $400 billion, I believe, last year of what we call mandatory spending, the formulaic, earned benefits, things of that nature, is borrowed money. Last year, for every dollar we took in tax receipts, we spent $1.39. And much of that money we're sending to states. Remember, we're borrowing money. So my state of Arizona, and we do some things actually really well. Our Medicaid system, we call Access, is actually remarkably well run. Except for some of the fraud, but I'm going to touch on that we haven't built the models to catch faster because we're not actually incentivized. Now, we also play incredible games where we use a provider tax. We actually make money for the general fund, more than is actually spent on health care, which is one of the great scams we're trying to fix right now, is what happens when the washing machine is actually a way where you're padding state budgets instead of taking care of health care. But that will get protests with. So think of this, 18 states that we borrow money have higher credit ratings than we do. It's just an interesting thought experiment. How about if I told you that I think it is, as of yesterday, it's either 12 or 13 countries can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States. Greece today can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States. If any of you are paying attention, remember, there's this concept of interest fragility. One of our greatest threats to this country is our ability to finance this debt. Today, both the 20-year and 30-year bond, both either went over or touched 5%. We showed actually a couple months ago that a single point of interest on U.S. debt over 10 years came in like $3.3 trillion of additional interest. So it's bigger. Just a small movement of interest rate is bigger than everything we're debating here. But we're not going to tell you that. A, because it would require math. B, it would require facts. And C, it might actually mean someone has to do something. So there is an economist at Bloomberg, Anna Wong, truly freaky smart. I've had the opportunity and the honor. She came and spent a part of a day with my joint economic economist. She's been at the Federal Reserve. She's been at the White House. You know, one of those people is just intimidating on how she's able to calculate the world. And she actually was looking at our reconciliation budget. And she says if we will do just a couple policy things, it's neutral in cost. It balances out. That's the point I'm standing here for. we cannot allow the taxes to go up on working people in this country. Well, right there, that's $3 trillion, $3.1 trillion. How are we going to offset it? Well, it turns out, if you take a look at, and this is just from Anawan's analysis, and if you're really geeky, you can get this on your Bloomberg terminal. So all 6 people in Washington have a Bloomberg terminal. They're really expensive, but I actually need it for what we do. If you actually, if the tariffs, what they're producing, some of the DOGE offsets, turns out if we will incorporate some of this policy, we can make this budget neutral. And that's actually part of my request often for the leadership, for the committee chairs, for those of us in Ways and Means. We need to start actually pulling out our calculators and thinking this through. How do we do these things so we can stabilize the economy, maximize economic growth, but not be adding to the debt? There is math that does it. Will anyone actually read the documents? And we actually start to walk through this. So we're actually trying to build models right now on trying to see what's coming in custom duties. That's the tariffs. What is that offsetting? And we're trying, and you'll see me over the coming weeks come with charts and start saying, okay, here's what we have to plug into our models. But for everyone who's been whining around here, here's your math problem. And I would wish they would start the whining with telling the truth on math and facts before telling anecdotes and stories. Because remember, I just pointed out to you the 140 years analysts of these speeches here in Congress, how they've become now about feelings instead of facts, because we can manipulate you with telling anecdotal stories. This simple chart here, see the nice coins? We stole this from someone else. Baseline is we're going to spend $86 trillion over the next 10 years. All we're talking about trying to save is $2 trillion out of that 86. You're telling me we can't get $2 trillion out of 86 over 10 years. This is causing the emotional meltdown here because this place only cares about one thing, it's the money. Spend it, spend it, spend it, and basically screw over people's retirement and my kids. I have a 2.5-year-old and a 9-year-old. When my 2-year-old, yes, I know, my wife and I adopted some kids. It's the greatest thing we ever did. But when my 2.5-year-old is basically 23, 24, every single tax in America has to be doubled to maintain baseline spending. And I've done presentation after presentation where I've come here with the actual charts using Democrat economists showing that every tax hike the Democrats have proposed on the wealthy, everyone, capital gains, income, all the entire plethora produces about 1.5% of GDP. All the austerity, the cuts on our side, accounts for 1% of GDP. So you got a big 2.5%. Mr. Speaker, we're going to borrow about 7.3% of the economy this year. And I showed you a chart a little while ago that Moody's has us in 9 budget years borrowing 9% of the economy. Anyone see a math problem? The rhetoric here, the moving of the mouth, doesn't match what's on the calculator. We make crap up. This is the baseline fact. Baseline, we're set to spend $86 trillion over the next 10 years, and all we're trying to do is reduce $2 trillion. Now, I think we should reduce dramatically more, but I think you can do it through policy, the adoption of technology, the alignment of incentives, and actually make the delivery of government services work. When only 31% of the phone calls at the IRS get answered. Are we doing our job? You do realize there's technology that would fix that. But that would actually turn and anger the union of the government employees there. So there's these barriers here where you have armies of lobbyists walking up down these hallways, and the inefficiency, that waste and fraud, is their profit model. Understand 80% of the spending growth. We're not supposed to tell people this, but it's the math. And you can't do policy unless you're willing to tell the truth with math. 80% of the spending growth over the next decade. Social Security, Medicare, interest. And the interest is now scaring the crap out of us. Because there's this concept called term premium. As the Ray Dilios and these people who are the billionaire experts start saying, hey, China's in the market, Germany's in the market, United States is binging on debt. There's almost not enough savings in the world to finance the scale of borrowing. And much of that borrowing is driven because of demographics. The entire industrialized world got old. We have a shortage of young people. I think the math is in 9 budget years, 23% of America is 65 and up. So are we doing the things to maximize automation and growth so we can have productivity, so we can continue to afford and provide the very services we promised? No, that would require math and thinking and policy. It's not good storytelling, is it, Mr. Speaker? Look, it's also one of the reasons I was so enraged on the intellectual lazy I thought that the Senate, and look, this is where I'm being a bit sarcastic, if not mean. At least the House, and it's not perfect, there's a number of things I'm unhappy with, and leadership still doesn't have my vote on it until I get some agreements that we're able to move policy to start changing some of these numbers. But I've shown up with the policy. I'm not just moving my mouth. We put it on paper, we introduced them as bills. But you look at the charts of what the Senate unwillingness to actually put policy into their budget reconciliation. And the reason we have to demonstrate a level of fiscal discipline. If you care about poor people, if you care about economic growth, if you care about my kids, if you care about your retirement, if you care about what this government provides to society, at some point we got to figure out how to pay for it. But what happens when interest? CBO says when we finish this fiscal year, U.S. debt will be at $37.2 trillion. We have to take to market this year in just refinancing, and I'm not counting the short roll on the short end of the curve, if you want to geek out. I think we're going to bring $9 trillion to market. We're probably going to bring another $2.3 trillion of new issuances, and start to see where the United States is interest rate-wise. We start seeing Greece and other countries having substantially lower interest rates than us. That should set off an alarm. Do you want the money to go to the world's bond markets? You do realize convincing the world debt markets that we're creditworthy, that we're being disciplined, that we're doing things, just that differential is more money than everything that's being debated here. How many people, when just 1 point of interest, 1 point differential here is over $3 trillion, that would solve a lot of this debate, wouldn't it? We can actually get those types of bond rates if we demonstrate to the world we're creditworthy, we're being disciplined, we're being sensible, we see our long term, and we're actually understanding the honesty of our demographics. But instead, a bunch of the brain trust here in Washington spends their time attacking Moody's for downgrading us and telling the truth. Problem is, if you actually read their document, it's the truth. And for everyone out there, it thinks balancing the budget and doing those things is simple. If you actually listen to folks from the last administration, this administration, the fantasy goal is just to get to 3% of debt to GDP, not 7%, not, heaven forbid, in 9 budget years being at 9%. But if you got 3%, you're more sustainable. But you got to stop the fantasy of saying, well, we're going to cut it all with a non-defense discretionary. Non-defense discretionary is 12% of our spending. Almost everything you think of as government, You know, the Park Service, the FBI, the White House, our salaries here, that's in this 12%. Interest on the debt is every bit as big as all the non-defense discretionary. And actually, real interest on the debt, if you add up everything, is about $1.2 trillion this year. Because remember, when we borrow money from the trust funds, we got to pay it interest and pay it back. And then, for those who are willing to run around here and interested in having discussions on Medicaid, remember, Medicaid is the program that was designed for indigent populations, for women, children, infants. But yet, you hear almost protests from the left. So here's a $2.5 billion fraud in Medicaid in Arizona, where they exploited tribal members, abused them, recruited them off our tribal communities, put them in sober living homes, bled the system for money. It took years because in a system that has the incentive where you're doing provider taxes and more of that money with the raising the cost, and it ends up in the general fund of your state. We should be ashamed that these types of scams were allowed to bleed money that should have been going to people that needed the help. Look, if we don't get an alignment of policy, the cost, and how these things can actually work, Mr. Speaker, I think we're going to continue to live in this world where our debates mean nothing here. They're just based on feelings, exploitation of our voters, tell them things that are actually mathematically not true, but it's great politics. And right now, this place seems to give so much more about winning the next election than the survival of this republic and its economy, and its people and its prosperity. Is prosperity moral? There's a path where we can meet our obligations, help our brothers and sisters that need the help, and not scare the hell out of the very people that we turn to every single day, because this government borrows $9 billion a day. $72,000 a second. Next year, it's going to be close to $82,000 a second. In 9 years, it's approaching $100,000 a second. And so often, the discussion behind these microphones are things that set off your anger, and they're mathematical fantasies. If I get one more person that says, I saw on cable news this, why don't you fix it? And say, happy to fix it. But you do realize, you know, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Okay, fine. If that's, I think that calculated to paying for 2 hours, 15 minutes of borrowing an entire year. The lack of understanding of the scale of this math. So, Mr. Speaker, there's hope. There's a way you can make this work. But not until the calculator's pulled out and the morality that prosperity is the goal and it's the moral thing to do. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I apologize to anyone I hurt your feelings. Send me a note. I'll write you an apology note. That does seem, I seem to write a lot of apology notes. Look, I continue to be mad at both parties and almost everyone around here because we not willing to do the math. But there's a way you can make this work. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schreier, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here as one of the co-chairs of the Doctors Caucus here in the House of Representatives. And I'm here to talk straight with you and with the American people and my constituents about this tax plan that is being worked on by my Republican colleagues that will explode the deficit, but that will also hurt every single person in this country by making the biggest cuts to Medicaid and to food benefits ever. And I want to make clear as I talk about this how reckless it is, and that even people who do not rely themselves on Medicaid will be impacted this. So I'm outraged. We're talking about a $715 billion cut to Medicaid. That is the largest cut ever. It will kick 13.7 million Americans off of their health insurance. And let's just be really clear about why they're doing this. This isn't to balance the budget. It's not to deal with the deficit. In fact, this bill is exploding the deficit. This is to pay for a gigantic tax break for the wealthiest people in this country, for example, Elon Musk. And to think about that transfer, taking health care away from the people in my district and across this country and transferring it to the wealthiest Americans, it is morally bankrupt, and it is also fiscally reckless, because doing this will essentially collapse our healthcare system in the United States of America. That's why just last week we spent 26 and a half hours in the Energy and Commerce Committee discussing this very thing, telling the stories of our constituents, painting a picture of what it would mean to cut 13.7 million Americans off of their insurance. Now, you know, it's interesting that this whole discussion didn't start until 2 o'clock in the morning, because my Republican colleagues didn't want to have this discussion during the day when people would actually hear it. So they waited until the dead of night to bring up this topic of taking health care away from our constituents. Now, in the state of Washington, 1 out of 3 people rely on Medicaid. I'm going to tell you, most people who do, they don't even know it, because in Washington state, it is called Apple Health. So if you ask people if they're on Medicaid, they'll say no. If you ask them if they're on Apple Health, they will say yes. And this represents the most vulnerable people. These are kids, they're pregnant women, they're people with disabilities, they're the elderly in nursing homes. These are the people who need our help the most. So I think about my patients. I'm a pediatrician, and I think about the ones who have Apple Health. And if they didn't have that, if they didn't have access to come see me, their primary care pediatrician, and get diagnosed early with a mild pneumonia or an ear infection or whatever the case may be, they would be forced to go to the emergency department for that care. It's not like they're not going to get sick. They're going to get sicker, and they're going to go later when things are more expensive and more complicated. And you know what else? Even if you're not on Medicaid, so I think about my patients with private insurance, they're going to be waiting in that emergency department line too. They will have broken an arm, have some other emergency, and they're going to be waiting in a longer line. We all know that the lines are already long to be seen in the emergency department. The care there is the most expensive care you can get. The lines are the longest lines. And somebody's going to pay for that care. Otherwise, hospitals go underwater and they go out of business. And who is that? That's the people who are not on Medicaid, who are paying private insurance premiums, and those premiums are going to go up. It's going to hurt individuals who buy their own insurance. It's going to hurt the businesses, the companies that employ those people. And so this hurts everybody. I want to tell you the story about Isla. This is Isla. She's 4 years old. She was born in 2021 in a rural part of my district after an uneventful pregnancy. But right after she was delivered, something went very, very wrong. She was in dire straits, was clearly sick, needed emergency care, and thank goodness this rural hospital has a labor and delivery unit, so they were well equipped to resuscitate a baby, to stabilize her, and then to life flight her to a hospital that could provide the specialty care that she needed. Well, let's just think for a moment about if Medicaid gets cut and these rural hospitals see a disproportionate share of Medicaid-dependent patients. Either those hospitals are going to close or they're going to start cutting back services, and I will tell you that the first service to go is labor and delivery. So what if that had happened after these Medicaid cuts? What if Kittitas Valley Healthcare didn't have labor and delivery? What if Isla had been born then, had not had the specialists there, had not had the ability to resuscitate there in the delivery room? She would not have made it. And that's what we're going to see when we start, or when they start, cutting away at Medicaid, closing rural hospitals, fewer labor and delivery units. More people will get sicker, they will get poorer. Children like Isla would not make it. And that's what I mean when I say it collapses our whole healthcare system. Our healthcare system, it's like a three-legged stool. One of those legs is Medicaid. And if you start taking that away, the whole system collapses. And that's what we're talking about. Hospital closures, taking away services, long waits in the emergency departments, and a population that is sicker and that needs more care, and that care becomes more expensive. It hurts us all. And that's why I'm so outraged that this is the mechanism that my Republican colleagues want to use to pay for a tax plan that will give gigantic cuts to the wealthiest taxpayers in this country, a la Elon Musk. And that is unconscionable. I wanted to start with that, and I'm really honored to yield time to our Speaker Emerita, Nancy Pelosi, from the great state of California, and I will yield her 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to receive time from the distinguished Congresswoman from Washington State. She is a pediatrician. We have all learned a lot about how public policy has a direct impact on the health and well-being of the American people. And when I hear them talk about cutting over $700 billion in Medicaid, and it's just waste, fraud, and abuse, this beautiful child is not waste, fraud, and abuse. I will talk about a little child in my remarks who was not waste, fraud, and abuse. This special order comes together to shine a bright light on the Republican plan to fund tax breaks for billionaires and by making huge cuts to Medicaid. Now, that's what it looks like. But the fact is, they will still, with their tax bill, be adding over nearly $4 trillion to the national debt to cover their tax break for the wealthiest people in our country. This is fiscal engineering to reduce the role of government in the lives of the American people where it is most needed. Where it is most needed. This is Robin Hood in reverse, taking resources from where it is most needed, the people who need it most, and giving it to those who need it less, the billionaires in America. This is shameful, and it is a fraud, and it's a shame. Now, President Johnson reminded the American people when he signed Medicare and Medicaid, he traveled to Independence, Missouri, to be in the presence of President Truman, former President Truman, who had worked on this when he was president, but it came to fruition under President Johnson, and he went there and he signed the bill in the presence of Harry Truman. And he said, he said this, he said, President reminded the American people of a shared tradition, never to be indifferent toward despair, never to turn away from helplessness, never to ignore or spurn those who suffer unintended in the land that is bursting with abundance. Indeed, Medicaid saves lives as a pillar of health, security, and justice for tens of millions of Americans. People often think of Medicaid as health care for poor children. That would be justification enough, health care for poor children. But it also is a middle-income benefit for nursing home residents and people needing it for long-term care services. They get that largely through Medicaid. And it is also a benefit for people with disabilities. The Republicans' devastating budget plan would push about 14 million Medicaid recipients off life-saving health care and leave countless vulnerable families exposed to catastrophic medical bills. This is terrible because this is about health and financial health that is being devastated. Working families and children with low-income working families and children with low-income households would face ruinous consequences, as would rural hospitals, as the distinguished Congresswoman has mentioned, families seeking opioid addiction treatment for their loved ones, and middle-class Americans with long-term care needs. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert a statement from the California Medical Association into the record. This is what they have said about this. California Medical Association, Shannon President, issued the following statement regarding House Republicans' proposed care cuts in Medicaid. The latest federal proposal to gut Medicaid is reckless. Physicians and hospitals will be pushed to the brink, forced to close their doors, and unable to continue care for their patients. Because, you know, when this funding leaves those rural hospitals, not only do the Medicaid patients lose, but all of the patients in that rural area lose. That's my injection here. Back to the statement. These would be the largest Medicaid cuts in history and will leave veterans, seniors, the disabled, children, and working families without health care coverage, as the distinguished physician colleague has said, making emergency rooms the only point of care for millions of people. Communities will be devastated, lives will be lost. This is the CMA. Congress must reject these cuts and instead focus on strengthening the safety net that protects us all. Otherwise, at least 13.7 million people will lose health care coverage. Republican attacks on health care impact real people, including little children. My guest at the President's State of the Union address was Elena Hung, mother of Giamora, a courageous little lobbyist of 11 years old. Giamora has complex medical needs, including chronic lung disease, chronic kidney disease, and global development delays. She has a tracheostomy. What do you say? How do you say this? Tracheostomy? Tracheostomy. She has a tracheostomy, a ventilator, and she is ventilator and oxygen dependent, and uses a feeding tube. Access to quality, affordable care ensured that Giamora received the care she needed during the extended hospitalization and can now live at home with her family. And Medicaid has helped Giamora receive the therapy she needs to catch up with her developmental milestones, including physical therapy, occupational therapy, feeding therapy, and speech therapy. But these very lifelines from Medicaid and more are what Republicans are working to destroy to give a tax cut for billionaires. Democrats are standing strong against the administration's many attacks against family health care. This is just one of them. And with this special order, thank you, Dr. Colleague, we are calling out Republicans to either vote to protect their constituents' health care or vote to take it away. That's the choice. In stark contrast to the president and Republicans in Congress, Democrats will always fight to lower health care costs. We are unified and ready to use every tool to stop this GOP scheme. And we will always work to strengthen pillars of health and financial security in America. That includes Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. We will always fight for Medicaid. I just want to go back to that one thing. They're still adding nearly $4 trillion to the national budget to give tax breaks to their wealthy billionaire friends. In the bill that they passed when Trump was president before, oh, I said his name, and the Republicans were in power, when the Republicans passed that bill and the president signed it into law, 83% of the benefits went to the top 1%. To the top 1%, adding $2 trillion to the national debt. They're doubling down on that, getting to almost $4 trillion to the national debt, and saying, we got to give all this money to billionaires and call children waste, fraud, and abuse in our Medicaid system. It's really sinful. It's really sad. And it is something that I hope the Republicans will reject. And I hope their constituents will call them, because these Medicaid people are in Republican districts. One of our colleagues in California has, out of all of our constituents, he has nearly 500,000 people on Medicaid, and yet he voted with the Republicans on this. Well, you can be sure he'll be hearing from his constituents, because people know. And I'll close by saying Lincoln said, public sentiment is everything. With it, you can accomplish almost anything. Without it, practically nothing. But for public sentiment to prevail, people have to know. And we are making sure that your constituents know and that they are informing you of their knowledge of what you are doing. Republican reverse Robin Hood. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share some thoughts about this and for sharing the story of this beautiful little girl. Thank you. I yield back to you.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker Emerita Pelosi, for your moral clarity and your fiscal pragmatism and painting a clear picture of what is going on right now. I would like to yield. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to Representative Ballant from Vermont.
Thank you so much, Representative Schreier. Happy to be here. You know, just this morning, President Trump said that Republicans aren't cutting anything meaningful in their budget. Wow. What a thing to say. What a shocking thing to say when these cuts will hurt so many Americans. I'm having a really hard time understanding how taking away health care from nearly 14 million Americans isn't meaningful. It's not meaningful that rural hospitals across Vermont and across this country are going to be at risk of closing. You know, just today I met with Vermonters from a little town called Coventry, and they're deeply concerned that they are going to lose access to labor and delivery health care at their local hospital. Republicans are so out of touch with the reality of American families right now, and it's shocking to call these cuts not meaningful when their bill will hurt working families. It takes away food and health care from millions and millions of people, their own voters, but yet they are not meaningful cuts. These cuts are certainly meaningful for all the kids and veterans who will go hungry because of this cruel and what I think very cynical bill. And why? Why are my Republican colleagues making the cuts? That's what we all want to know. To give the very wealthy another big tax cut and deliver tax breaks to billionaires and corporations. People who absolutely don't need any more assistance. So taking that money from people who desperately need help and giving away to the people who don't. People who are just struggling to get by are having precious resources taken away from them. And right now across this country, Americans are trying to figure out the math. Are they going to be able to afford groceries for their kids? They're trying to decide whether they can afford to go to the doctor. And while that's happening in real time, my colleagues are spending time demanding more work requirements for Medicaid recipients when we know that almost half of adults on Medicaid are already working. They act like they're not working. They're working. And 27% of those working age adults on Medicaid are disabled. They're doing the best they can here, folks. It couldn't be more obvious that they are just looking to remove more people from the Medicaid rolls in order to have more money to give tax breaks to billionaires and corporations. And it's sick. These are people, real people that we're talking about tonight, in every congressional district who cannot handle these cuts. It's as simple as that. And the reality is Americans can't pay for their rent right now. They can't pay for their groceries. They're too high. Prescription drug prices are too high. And costs for consumers and small businesses are just going to go up because of the asinine tariff regime that we've been dealt. And of course Americans feel like it's rigged against them, because it is. And that's why we have to be here fighting for them. That's why we have to be here raising the alarm about what is happening in this bill with Medicaid. What Americans want is fairness. What they need is fairness, and we owe them that. And they want and need affordable health care, and we owe them that. And they want and need a fair shot, a better life for their kids, and we owe them that. This bill that cuts Medicaid, it is a statement of values. It shows exactly what and who the Republicans are caring about. And it's not you and your family, and it's not me and mine. It's about propping up billionaires and kicking the rest of us in the teeth while they do it. And I ask you, what kind of leaders take away health care and food from working people so that the wealthy can get even more money? What kind of leaders? Not strong leaders, not leaders of conscience. It's shameful. I yield back.
Well, thank you, Representative Ballin, for that clarity. I so appreciate drawing that distinction that Speaker Emerita Pelosi referred to as reverse Robin Hood. That is exactly what's going on here. Who are you standing up for? We saw with the last Republican 2017 tax cut that the vast majority of that benefit went to the wealthiest, and it did not trickle down to people. People are already having trouble affording rent, home prices, food, and other goods. Putting this kind of financial pressure not just on Medicaid recipients, but on everybody else, because insurance rates and medical costs are going to go higher, only makes that squeeze worse. I am going to yield now 3 minutes to Representative Takuda from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a warning, no, a plea. Rural America is already in crisis. People there die younger, mothers face greater risks giving birth, and hospitals teeter on the edge of collapse. Medicaid is the thin lifeline that fragile systems are using to hold itself together. Cut it, and people will die. At Adventist Health Castle in Kailua, 75% of patients rely on Medicaid and Medicare. They've weathered already the storm of COVID, but with new GOP-led cuts to provider fees, they may be forced to shut down essential services, obstetrics, pediatrics, emergency services, care that literally keeps babies and people alive. But this is not just about one hospital in Hawaii. This is a national crisis. Rural Americans face significantly worse health outcomes and health disparities. In too many rural counties, life expectancy is a decade shorter than that of their urban neighbors. Maternal mortality in rural areas is nearly double that of urban areas, and more than 200 rural hospitals have closed their doors since 2005, and over 450 more are currently at risk of shutting their doors. This isn't hypothetical. It's happening right now. And let's be clear, when these providers and hospitals close their doors, everyone in those communities, including, by the way, some members of Congress and their families, will lose their health care. And it won't bring me or anyone impacted any comfort or peace to say, I told you so. Suma Metla, a pediatric physical therapist and mom, treats kids with complex needs. 40% of her patients are on Medicaid. She told me plainly as she sat in my office today with her 1-year-old Kashi, if these cuts pass, we will not survive past this year. Already, speech therapists and other specialists are shutting their doors in Hawaii and across the country. Her own practice is buried in a 2-week backlog, and one of 2 hospitals that offer similar care, and we only have 2 throughout the state, has a 100-child waiting list right now. Suma has traveled to Lanai to treat children no one else could reach. She tried to keep care going through telehealth, but when Congress let those tools expire, families were left stranded. Or let's talk about the preschool teacher in my district whose son was born weighing less than 2 pounds. 5 months in the NICU, emergency surgeries, feeding tubes, a hospital bill 50 times more than she will make in a single year, covered by Medicaid. That little boy is now 3 years old, full of life and laughter and love, obsessed with music and trucks. He is only alive because Medicaid was there. We cannot forget, my friends, what is at stake. These are not just numbers on a page. They're real lives, real children, real families, and real communities. People like you and me. Slashing Medicaid won't balance a budget. It will close hospital doors. It will rip care from those who need it most. It will end lives. We must not let this happen. Find the courage, have a conscience, vote no. I yield back.
Well, Representative Takuda, thank you for bringing up that particular issue of children in the neonatal intensive care unit where I have worked, and I think about this frequently, that when over 40% of births in this country are covered by Medicaid, I think about what it would mean for a family to be bankrupt for the rest of their lives if they had a premature baby or a special needs baby, and I also think about what would happen if those babies didn't get the right care. Sometimes this is not a matter of life and death, but a matter of life, death, and lifelong disabilities. And that's what a good NICU care will mean and make a difference for with these babies who are relying on Medicaid. I'm now pleased to yield to my colleague, Representative DeSaulnier from the state of California.
Thank you, and thank you, Doctor. I'm reminded of the first oath you took before you got here, first do no harm, that I wish my Republican colleagues would take that oath, because the harm that this proposal does to the least amongst us in this country is unfathomable. It's cruel, and it's madness from a financial perspective. When everyone is cut off Medicaid, where will they go? They'll go to public hospitals that already are underfunded and trying to serve the least amongst us. So all the stories you've heard, I want to put some numbers and think of multiplying these numbers to the stories you've heard, but particularly for people who are the least amongst us as Americans. There are 78.5 million people enrolled in Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program across America. This is 10% higher than in February 2020, pre-COVID. 1 in 3 people with disabilities, 1 in 3 people with disabilities, 15 million, have Medicaid. Comparatively, 19% of adults without disabilities have Medicaid. These are the people that Republicans and Democrats in the past have tried to protect. Now we are being cruel and dismissive of their needs. 1 in 5 Medicaid enrollees have a disability. 2/3 of Medicaid enrollees do not receive SSI benefits. 10.3 million people would lose Medicaid coverage in the next 10 years if the budget reconciliation bill of the Republicans passes because of its punitive work requirements. Most of these people are already working. In 2022, Medicaid covered 2/3 of all home care spending. 4.5 million people receive Medicaid-covered home care services each year in America. Medicaid cuts, as proposed under the Republican budget, threaten optional benefits the most, including long-term services and supports that help the disabled and the elderly, and home and community-based services that help protect these Americans who need our help. They live with disabilities in their own communities and get the support, love, and affection of those communities and their families. In California alone, almost 15 million Californians are on Medicaid. 1,906,300 Californians on Medicaid have a disability. Of those, 992,000 people are working, age 19 to 65. 1 million people in California with disabilities who get Medicaid are working, and now they're going to be forced to go through a bureaucracy that supposedly the majority wants to make more efficient. That's not efficiencies, that's cruelty to the least amongst us. 68% of California adults on Medicaid have a job. In just my district, which is the 5th wealthiest district in the House, 131,634 people are on Medicaid and are at risk of losing care under the Republican budget. 45,916 of those are children, 19,000 are seniors, 10,000 are people with disabilities, 48,300 adults on Medicaid due to ACA expansion. Mr. Speaker, this is madness. Doctor, colleague, thank you for bringing this to the floor, and thank you for your spirit and your personal testimony to what this will mean to a million of Americans who are the least amongst us.
Well, thank you for your comments and putting this in a very personal way. You know, I'm wondering for people out there watching, if they're thinking, gosh, I wonder, is this really true? I mean, are hospitals really going to close? Are we really going to lose labor and delivery and have to drive hours to get to the nearest hospital to deliver a baby? I mean, in my district, the hospital I talked about earlier is between 2 mountain passes. And if it's snowing, there's really nowhere to go except by life flight. And it's not hyperbole. I have sat with the heads of school-based health clinics and community health centers, with the heads of hospitals, with nursing homes. And by the way, these hospitals, we've been referring to rural hospitals, but you know what? There are urban hospitals and suburban hospitals that are also highly dependent or have a very high percentage of Medicaid-dependent patients. And we're already seeing cuts of hundreds of employees in the Seattle area because of these impending cuts to Medicaid. So I want to be just crystal clear. This is absolutely true. We are hearing this across the board, that when Medicaid gets cut, we all lose. We lose our local labor and delivery service. We lose our local emergency room. We lose the ability to be seen quickly in the event of an emergency, because somebody who could have been taken care of by a primary care physician a couple of days earlier with an uncomplicated illness is now in the emergency room ahead of you in line, making you wait when you're having a heart attack, and it was completely preventable by using the leanest, most efficient healthcare service and insurance that we have, called Medicaid. I want to tell you another story. This is the story of Miguel. Now, we talked about Isla before, a little 4-year-old girl. Miguel is at the other end of life. He is a senior. He is a constituent who is dependent on Medicaid. He's actually a 76-year-old widower who lives in Wenatchee, the apple capital of the world. Now, after Miguel's wife passed away, he relied solely on his Social Security check to cover his living expenses. He's a retired orchard worker, and so he worked hard to earn that Social Security, and he spent decades doing physically demanding labor without access to a pension later, and private insurance was never affordable. He still depends on Medicaid to stay in his modest home, receiving regular in-home nursing visits and help with daily tasks like bathing and cooking and managing his medications. And without Medicaid's coverage for home-based care, which, by the way, is far more affordable than nursing home-based care, he gets that home-based care and transportation and care coordination through Medicaid, and without that, he would have no way to attend his checkups, manage his diabetes, and function through the limitations that he suffered because of a stroke. Miguel fears losing access to the services that allow him to live at home with dignity, with independence, in familiar surroundings, and he deserves that. And frankly, that is the most cost-effective way to help Miguel. For seniors like Miguel, Medicaid, it's not optional. It's their lifeline. It's how they keep dignity. It's how they stay at home. And unfortunately, Miguel's fears are not unfounded. The rural hospital that he depends on treats patients who are more likely to be on Medicaid or Medicare. In other words, they have a disproportionate share. And if these patients, those Medicaid patients, lose their health insurance because of this bill, the cost of their care gets absorbed by the hospital. And for hospitals in rural areas that are already struggling, barely keeping their heads above water, this could be the death blow. This will force them to first cut services, and we talked about labor and delivery. We could also talk about mental health services and opioid treatment. Those are often the first to go. This would leave Miguel without access to care. I am not trying to fearmonger or deceive Americans, but this is scary. It is real. I am simply telling you what our community health centers and our hospitals and our nursing homes and our school-based health clinics are telling you, that the Republicans' budget will take health care away, health insurance away from 13.7 million Americans, all while therefore increasing costs for everyone, decreasing access to care, and leaving us all sicker and poorer. Now, we haven't even talked really about the impact on nursing homes and on our seniors. Speaker Emerita Pelosi touched on this, but I also want to be really clear that 3 out of 5 middle-class, working-class Americans in nursing homes depend on Medicaid to pay those bills. We already in Washington State don't have enough nursing homes. In fact, people who should be in nursing homes are now filling hospital beds because there's nowhere else to go. Well, just imagine if more nursing homes close, what that will do to hospitals, what that will do to those patients. But then think about this. I'm in the sandwich generation. If I had a parent who relied on Medicaid to be in a nursing home and could not otherwise afford that, I would need to leave my job to take care of my parents. And that's not what they would want for themselves or for me or for my family. And this is what millions of families out there will go through if these Medicaid cuts happen. I would be honored to yield to Speaker Emerita Pelosi.
Just briefly, I just want to make this further point. You have been so eloquent, and all of us associate ourselves with your remarks and the professional knowledge that you bring, the intellectual resource you are on all of this. I just want to add one thing that is just at the same time as the Republican reverse Robin Hood plan is taking from those who need it most, giving it to those who have the most. They are also taking nearly $300 billion from SNAP. SNAP food, that's for food. Food is medicine. You're going to make people even more sick if the children don't have food. There was one time when Medicaid first began that one of the people who was starting community health centers around the country insisted with the federal government that food be counted out of them as medicine, because it is about health. And children who do not have access to food are the ones who suffer the most. I see that our colleagues have arrived. I'll just say this one thing. People ask me, what is your why? Why did you ever decide to leave home and come to Congress? I have 5 children, and the idea that 1 in 5 children in America goes to sleep hungry at night, lives in poverty and goes to sleep hungry at night, and the greatest country that ever existed in the history of the world, I just couldn't handle that. So that is what took me from kitchen to Congress to the housewife to House Speaker, to feed the children. So this thing, what Matthew said, when I was hungry, you fed me, the Gospel of Matthew, what do we do with that? Just tear it up. This is immoral. It's sinful for us to be taking food out of the mouths of babies to give tax cuts to rich people. But you know what? It isn't about that. They're giving those tax cuts anyway. They're fiscally engineering the shrinking of the compact that we have with the American people, that developed countries have with their constituents. We are behind the rest of them in many of these regards when we have to take food out of the mouths of babies to say that we're going to give a tax cut to the wealthiest, but we just really are taking food out of the mouths of babies because we don't want to feed them. And that's what this is about. $1 trillion, $700 billion or more for Medicaid, $300 billion for SNAP. Reverse Robin Hood, a la Republicans. I yield back.
Thank you. I so very much appreciate those comments and Speaker Emerita Pelosi's dedication to children in every way. And just to put an even finer point on that, food is medicine. Cutting SNAP benefits not only takes food away from hungry people, it also undermines our economy because those dollars are spent at our local grocery store. But I also have to just mention that food banks, which are the next line of support, are also under threat because DOGE and Elon Musk and Donald Trump have cut the food going to those food banks, leaving shelves barer and leaving food banks having to ration foods. And they canceled the program where local farmers can provide their food to the local food banks, which is the healthiest and local and fresh food. And all of this just adds up once again to hurting people in need in order to fund a tax cut for the billionaires in this country. I'm now going to yield to my colleague, Dr. Kelly Morrison from the state of Minnesota, to give her perspective about Medicaid.
Thank you, Representative Schreier. Mr. Speaker, today I rise alongside my colleagues in the Democratic Doctors Caucus and as the first and only pro-choice OBGYN here in Congress to speak out against the Republicans' disastrous budget proposal and to fight for our families, women, children, and families. For more than 20 years, I've had the honor and privilege of taking care of patients as an OBGYN. And one of the great joys of my job is caring for my patients during their pregnancies and helping them grow their families. I carry my patients and their stories with me, and they inform my work here in Congress. I think about them and all the challenges new parents face during pregnancy and then after they head home with their new baby, recovering from the delivery, adjusting to life with a little one, accessing the care they and their family need, balancing caregiving and work, making ends meet, the cost of raising children in the United States. It's a lot. And I think about all the babies I've delivered whose moms got their health care through Medicaid and how critical that was to help them get off to the best possible start. And it's because of those patients and patients all across the country that I stand here today both incredulous and outraged that the Republican majority in Congress is shoving a budget through that will gut Medicaid, the very health insurance program that covers 40% of all births and ensures almost half of all children in our country. As an OBGYN, as a mother, as a member of Congress, as an American, this is unconscionable to me. We already have a maternal health crisis in our country. Let's look at the facts about that maternal health care crisis we face now. And remember, that is before we gut Medicaid. In more than half our country, women do not have a place to go to get obstetric care. Among our peer nations, the United States has the highest rate of both maternal and infant deaths. In 2022, there were more than double and sometimes triple the rate of maternal deaths in the United States compared to most other high-income countries. And unacceptable disparities exist. Black and American Indian and Alaska Native women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die from a pregnancy-related cause compared to white women. And most of these deaths, more than 80%, are preventable. So what is the Republican majority doing to address this unacceptable crisis? Instead of working to find ways to improve women's health and to help moms and babies, they are shoving a budget through that will devastate our nation's maternal health care and decimate many of our hospitals and clinics. It will unequivocally make our nation's maternal health crisis worse. And why in the world are they doing this? Why are they choosing to harm women and children? They're doing it to pay for tax cuts for the ultra wealthiest among us. That is literally why. To make the math work to cut taxes for billionaires. They are choosing to sell out the health of women, moms, new babies, the future of our country to pay for tax cuts for billionaires, choosing to take health care away from moms and their babies. And let's be clear, this won't just be devastating to the moms and new babies who get their health care coverage through Medicaid. It will be devastating for maternal health care across the country. All of this coming from the party that calls itself pro-life and pro-family. It's hard to imagine a more anti-family policy. So instead of wasting time musing around ridiculous ways to persuade women to have more children, like giving medals for having 6 or more babies, I would like to remind my Republican colleagues that they could start with something real, meaningful, and impactful right now by not gutting the health insurance program that covers almost half of all births and half of all children in our country. The Republican majority needs to make their pro-family rhetoric match their policy, put America's moms and babies first, and stop these proposed cuts to Medicaid. I yield back.
Well, Representative Dr. Morrison, thank you for that perspective, from the perspective of an OBGYN who has taken care of pregnant women and new babies and really paints a very clear picture about maternal mortality in this country, what cuts to Medicaid mean for that. You know, it's interesting. All of us in the Doctors Caucus have been talking for years, in fact, for the whole time I've been in Congress, trying to improve Medicaid reimbursement, to make it so that Medicaid reimbursement can match Medicare reimbursement, so more children can have a medical home, about expanding Medicaid care for pregnant women until 1 year postpartum to make sure that they are healthy and plan their pregnancies, and that we can cut down this outrageous incidence of maternal mortality in this country. And now we're just fighting to keep Medicaid. That's the situation we are in now because Republicans want to gut Medicaid and take health insurance away from 13.7 million Americans to pay for a tax cut for the wealthiest Americans. That is just plain wrong. I'd like to talk for a moment about another constituent of mine, paints just a different angle on what it looks like to cut Medicaid. And I will tell you that our phones, they're ringing off the hook. People understand what is going on. They're worried for their health, for the health of their families, for the health of their parents. They get what will happen to their local rural hospital if these go into effect. So I want to tell you about Kathleen, who graciously shared a story about her own mother. Kathleen's mother lived to be 92 years old. She was a widow for 42 of those years and helped care for 5 of her grandchildren. Kathleen's mom, well, she lived through the deprivations of the Great Depression and World War II and was never one to complain. She lived simply. In the last decades of her life, she had a number of serious, complex medical conditions that presented real challenges for her medical team and for her specialists, and of course for her. Medicaid supplemented her traditional Medicare plan in the last years of her life and allowed her to get the medical care that she needed. She was treated with care and with respect. When Kathleen's mom injured herself in a fall, Medicaid covered the rehabilitation facility and later in-home physical therapy and occupational therapy so she could be in her own home. Later, she had a life-threatening event and was hospitalized, and eventually she was well enough to move to an outpatient rehabilitation facility, followed by in-home care. Again, Medicaid was there for her. The care was safe and reliable and appropriate, and it gave tremendous relief to her and to her family. Now, in the last months of her life, Medicaid provided hospice care. The nurses and home health aide and OT and PT and case manager were her guardian angels. They treated her with compassion and dignity. Isn't this the type of treatment and care, the care made possible by Medicaid, that all of us deserve, that all of us want, that we want for our friends and our family and for ourselves? For so many seniors in this country, this type of care is made possible thanks to Medicaid, and it is unfathomable that my Republican colleagues want to deny our seniors the type of comprehensive and compassionate and thoughtful care that Kathleen's mother received. And that sort of brings us full circle to how these cuts to Medicaid, Apple Health in Washington State, something a lot of people out there think, well, I'm not relying on Medicaid, and so maybe it doesn't affect me. And what I want, the message I really want to deliver, Mr. Speaker, I'm actually going to look at the camera to speak directly to the American people, that cuts to Medicaid or to Apple Health, they impact every single person in this country. They impact you if you are the son or daughter or spouse of a senior who needs to be in a nursing home, because nursing homes will close and you will have to leave your job to take care of your ailing parent or spouse. They impact everybody who lives in a rural community or in an urban community where there's a lot of patients who rely on Medicaid insurance, because when Medicaid doesn't pay the bills for those people, the hospital gives away that care for free. And then either they cut services or they close, or more likely, a combination of all these, and your insurance premiums go up because somebody's got to pay, and who's going to make up the difference? Private insurance. That means your insurance rates go up, and they're already high. Everybody hurts from this. Even if you're not paying your own health insurance, I bet you at some point you're going to the emergency room, and those patients who don't have Medicaid, they're now getting sicker, waiting longer, and going and getting their care late in an emergency department. And so if you think the waits are bad now, because hospital beds and ER beds are full of patients in mental health crises, or with fentanyl overdoses, or with nursing home patients who don't have a nursing home to go to, if you think the waits are bad now, just wait till 13.7 million Americans lose their health insurance. We are all impacted. If you live in a rural area, you have private insurance, you're doing fine, but the labor and delivery department closes at that rural hospital, and you maybe have a high-risk pregnancy and need obstetrics care and might have a complication with that delivery, you might have to go live in a more urban area for the month before that delivery just to make sure that you're safe and that your baby is safe. This is something that none of us should have to worry about in the United States of America. This is a prosperous country. We have excellent health care here. And to think that my Republican colleagues want to cut Medicaid, a lifeline for the patients who depend on it and for our entire healthcare system, that they want to cut that the people most in need depend on. Again, we're talking about the elderly, people with disabilities, pregnant women, children. To think that they would cut care for them in order to pay for gigantic tax cuts for billionaires, it's a backwards transfer of money. It is Robin Hood in reverse. It is just plain wrong. And I've explained now, and in addition to being morally bankrupt, it is also fiscally reckless. It's irresponsible. And I just don't understand how this is the plan that my colleagues came up with. Their constituents are going to hurt every bit as much as mine. And statistically, with more rural areas and more vulnerable, already vulnerable rural hospitals, chances are their constituents are going to get hurt even more. I sure hope that people out there are paying attention. Call the people who represent you. Tell them what your fears are. I know people are calling me, and I am standing up here appealing to my Republican colleagues, letting the American people know what is going on right now, why they should be concerned. This is a democracy. Call the people who represent you. Tell them what you think. Tell them what it would mean for you, for your family, for your neighbor. Again, it's 1 out of 3 in Washington state. What would it mean if these largest ever cuts to Medicaid transpired? Here's what's going to happen tonight. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the Rules Committee is going to meet. They're going to craft the rules for this, well, Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill, which would be a travesty for the people I represent. They're going to do this at 1 o'clock in the morning when everybody else is asleep. They're not watching. They're not paying attention. They're not watching the nightly news. This is not prime time because I think they're embarrassed about what they're doing, but they're going to do it anyway. They're going to do it for the people who are in the front row at President Trump's inauguration. That's who they're going to do it for. This is not helping their constituents. It's not helping my constituents. America, it's not helping you. It is morally bankrupt, it is fiscally irresponsible, and it's just plain cruel. And so that is why I, along with the rest of the Doctors Caucus, have spent this evening talking about what this means for our patients, for our healthcare system. We understand it on a visceral level because we have lived in and worked in this healthcare system. We have worked in crowded emergency departments, seeing people who, if they had health insurance, wouldn't need to be in the emergency department. We've taken care of patients who didn't have insurance like Medicaid, and so they delayed care, or they didn't pick up a medication because it was too expensive and they didn't have coverage. We've seen these things. Dr. Morrison and I have both seen complicated pregnancies, neonatal resuscitations. These are patients who rely on Medicaid, and we're here saying, as doctors who swore an oath to our patients to protect them, to stand up for them, this is us standing up for our patients, to plead with my Republican colleagues not to cut Medicaid. And I want to let them know, and I want to let my constituents and the American people know that I will continue to fight every minute to make sure that these cuts don't happen and that we keep this oath to our patients. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. Does the gentlewoman from Washington have a motion?
I have a motion to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.